Chapter 1265. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled ambiguously. I don't know, she hasn't had much contact with anyone since she came here. It seems she doesn't like to communicate with others. I've gone to see her a few times, but I've never been able to say anything to her. However, every time she asks about you, just like Wei Guchang, she had also misunderstood him. Yang Kai was too lazy to explain and instead wore a sad expression as he said, Forget it, I'll go see her. If there's nothing important, she shouldn't have come here. With that said, he walked straight out. He had wanted to inquire about some information from Wu Yi and Yang Yen so he could be prepared, but he hadn't expected that even though they had been here for an entire month, she wouldn't reveal the slightest bit of her purpose for coming here. Yang Kai secretly felt a headache coming on. Dai Yuan didn't seem like the kind of person who would come here for no reason. Since she had come here, she definitely had something to ask of him. If this was really just a chance encounter, Yang Kai could simply refuse, but this woman's relationship with Wei Guchang and Dong Xin'er wasn't shallow, and she had also spent some time with him in the Lu Yen desert, so if he refused too bluntly, it wouldn't look good on him. Yang Kai could only ask her what she wanted from him before deciding what to do next. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived in front of another exquisite loft 1,000 meters away. He had used his divine sense to investigate this place in advance, so he naturally knew that Dai Yuan lived in this loft. At this moment, Dai Yuan's aura was stable and she seemed to be meditating. Yang Kai could only call out loudly, Lady Dai Yuan, Yang Kai is here. The stable aura fluctuated for a moment before Dai Yuan's pleasantly surprised voice called out from inside the loft. Junior brother Yang, please come in. Dai Yuan is currently in the middle of circulating her secret art, so it is inconvenient for her to greet you immediately. Please wait a moment, I will come down after finishing my cultivation. Yang Kai gently nodded before striding inside. The lofts here were divided into 2 floors. When Wu Yi and the others built them, they had considered that the people who lived here would need to receive guests, so the first floor was generally used to entertain guests while the second floor was where the owner of the loft would meditate and cultivate. Yang Kai entered the first floor of the attic and found a chair to sit down. After all, this was his territory. He really calculated it. Dai Yuan was the guest here, so there was no need for him to be polite. After waiting quietly for a while, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs and Dai Yuan walked down in a light blue palace dress. There was a smile on his face. That palace dress outlined her perfect figure incisively and vividly. Curvy front and curvy back. Her waist was slender and graceful. Yang Kai looked at her, and a trace of pity flashed through his eyes. This was because if this woman was not a beauty, she would definitely be a stunner. Unfortunately, she was born with a flaw that greatly reduced her charm. Although this strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes, it was still noticed by Dai Yuan. This woman was quite intelligent, so how could she not understand what Yang Kai was feeling regretful about? Her heart was as clear as a mirror, but her face remained expressionless. After apologizing, she sat down on the chair next to Yang Kai. With a wave of her jade white hand, the ring on her finger flashed and a plate of exquisite spirit fruits appeared on the table. This is a purple mist fruit I picked from Colored Glass Sect's Purple Mist Mountain. On Shadowed Star, no other place besides my Colored Glass Sect has this kind of spirit fruit. Although it is not as good as the spirit fruits and spirit medicines in Lu Yan's desert, it is of great help to any cultivator in purifying their Saint Qi. Junior brother Yang, if you don't mind, you should try it, Dai Yuan introduced with a smile, an expectant look on her face. Yang Kai grinned. Since Sister Dai Yuan is so considerate, this Yang won't be polite. Although he was secretly grumbling in his heart, he knew that this woman definitely had some business with him, so he picked up one of the small purple fruits and examined it carefully. Although this was the first time Yang Kai had heard of this purple mist fruit, just by looking at its purple aura and the fragrance it gave off, it was obvious that it was not something ordinary people could eat in Colored Glass Sect. Since Dai Yuan had brought it here specifically, he naturally had to try it. Tossing the small purple fruit into his mouth and chewing it a few times, Yang Kai immediately felt a sweet taste in his mouth, causing his brow to rise slightly. The taste of this thing was extremely good, and the sweetness seemed to go straight to his mind, making him feel very comfortable. After swallowing the purple mist fruit, Yang Kai felt a warm current spread from his abdomen and quickly spread to his limbs and bones, purifying his Saint Qi. Although the effect was not great, it did have some effect. Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply picked up another purple mist fruit and ate it. After eating 3 in a row, he began to praise. Seeing this expression on his face, Dai Yuan was also very happy. Next, Yang Kai and Dai Yuan chatted about what had happened after Lu Yan's departure from each other in the desert, and for a time, both host and guest were quite happy. However, what made Yang Kai depressed was that Dai Yuan seemed to have come here just to chat with him, not mentioning a single word about her purpose. In any case, whatever Yang Kai said, she had something to say. The atmosphere was quite harmonious, as if 2 old friends who had not seen each other for many years were talking about their lives, and with Dai Yuan's sweet laughter from time to time passed by quickly. 2 hours later, Yang Kai couldn't hold himself back and lightly coughed. What matter does Lady Dai Yuan have for coming to Dragon Cave Mountain? If there is anything this Yang can help with, please speak clearly. As long as it is within the scope of this Yang's ability, this Yang will not refuse. Yang Kai didn't speak too confidently. If it wasn't something important and he didn't want to waste too much time, he would help her if he could, but if Dai Yuan asked him to do something dangerous, Yang Kai wouldn't agree. He didn't want to make too many enemies on Shadowed Star. Just Lu Yi from Flowing Cloud Valley was enough to give him a headache. Yang Kai also didn't know why this guy named Lu Yi was targeting him, causing him to be confused. After fighting with him in the 3rd layer of Lu Yen's sand field, although he had managed to cut off one of his arms with his space blade, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully until such a person died. When Yang Kai asked this question, Dai Yuan immediately fell silent, biting her red lips lightly, as if she was hesitant to speak. Yang Kai didn't urge her and simply sat down and waited quietly, at the same time feeling quite vigilant. Seeing Dai Yuan so hesitant, it seemed that what she wanted him to help her with was not a small matter. Yang Kai was already considering what words he could use to refuse her. At that moment though, Dai Yuan suddenly raised her head and stared at Yang Kai with her pair of eyes that shone like stars, saying something earth-shattering. Junior brother Yang is an origin-grade alchemist, right? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a light flashed across them, but he soon smiled and asked, "Why does Sister Dai Yuan ask such a question?" No one on Shadowed Star knew that he was an origin-grade alchemist, not even Yang Yun or Wu. Yang Kai had told them about it before, but neither of them took it seriously, thinking that Yang Kai was just joking. How did Dai Yuan know? The fact that Dragon Cave Mountain had an origin-grade artifact refiner was enough to make people jealous, but if it weren't for the numerous spirit arrays and Qian Tong's protection, how could Dragon Cave Mountain have remained stable until now? If news of another origin-grade alchemist were to spread, it was hard to say what kind of uproar it would cause. Junior brother Yang, there is no need to deny it. Since I said so, I must have my reasons. Dai Yuan smiled lightly and brushed her hair behind her ear. Dai Yuan smiled lightly, reached out her hand, and brushed her hair back behind her ear, staring back at him without flinching. But you can rest assured, besides me, no one else knows about this matter. If junior brother Yang feels uneasy, you can kill me here to silence me. Before I left Colored Glass Sect, I didn't tell anyone I was coming here and I did my best to conceal my whereabouts, so even if I die here, only a few people here will know. You don't need to worry about Colored Glass Sect coming for revenge. Killing her to silence her was something Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to do. If Dai Yuan was an enemy, he wouldn't have any concerns, but he had no grievances with her, so he couldn't kill her just because she knew he was an origin-grade alchemist, right? Moreover, Dai Yuan had already said so much, even going so far as to propose killing him to silence him, which was enough to show her sincerity. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he pondered for a moment before frowning and asking, "How did you know?" "You really are?" Dai Yuan's calm eyes suddenly flashed with a look of pleasant surprise as she stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled for a moment before smiling bitterly, grit his teeth, and cupped his fists. Girl is quite insidious, this Yang understands. Up until now, how could he not see that Dai Yuan's words just now were nothing more than a bluff? When he saw her speak so confidently before, Yang Kai thought he had really been exposed, but now, it seemed the other party was just suspecting him. Yang Kai estimated that if he had just denied it, the other party would no longer have any doubts. Dai Yuan smiled awkwardly, stood up, and politely bowed to Yang Kai, apologizing. "Junior brother Yang, I'm sorry, I could only come up with this plan because I really can't be certain about this matter. If you feel angry, why don't you scold me a few times?" "That won't be necessary." Yang Kai shook his head, knowing that Dai Yuan was trying to resolve his grievances, but he had fallen into someone else's trap because of a moment of carelessness, so how could he scold her? "Many thanks, junior brother Yang, master's magnanimity." Dai Yuan thanked him before sitting down again. "But how do you know I'm an origin grade alchemist?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "I only know you're an alchemist. As for what grade you are, I don't know." Dai Yuan lowered her head and smiled, seemingly in a good mood. "That's strange enough." Yang Kai looked at her, hoping she could explain. "It's very simple. Because of some special reasons, I am very sensitive to medicinal fragrances and pills, and junior brother Yang always has a variety of pill fragrances lingering around you, so I know you're an alchemist. Even now, you're also giving off a pill fragrance. If I'm not mistaken, you should have refined an origin condensing pill and blood jasmine pill, right? Moreover, that was at least half a year ago." Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Chapter 1266. Yang Kai had heard of some people who could smell a woman's fragrance, but he had never heard of anyone who could smell the medicinal and pill fragrances of others. On top of that, what Dai Yuan just said was true. More than half a year ago, Yang Kai really did refine origin condensing pills and blood jasmine pills. Of course, there were also some other pills that Dai Yuan had refined, but perhaps because the pill fragrances had dissipated too long ago, Dai Yuan couldn't smell them or simply didn't mention them. This special ability surprised Yang Kai greatly. Of course, based on this alone, I can't judge that junior brother Yang is an origin grade alchemist. It is also possible that there is such a powerful master here and junior brother Yang has been around him for a long time, allowing him to emit a pill fragrance. However, Dai Yuan smiled mysteriously. "Since I came here a month ago, I have found that there seems to be no such master here. Moreover, the healing pills you gave to the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall and me in Lu Yan's desert were clearly freshly refined pills, so Dai Yuan boldly guessed that junior brother Yang was the alchemist. Each of those pills was of extraordinary quality, so the level of the person who refined them was obviously not low. Yang Kai didn't deny it this time. Dai Yuan having such a strange ability was useless even if he denied it, but at the same time, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, only Dai Yuan had such an ability. It was impossible for others to infer that Yang Kai was an origin-grade alchemist from this information. Dai Yuan also seemed to be a trustworthy person, so Yang Kai wasn't worried that she would betray him. Considering all this, Yang Kai's heart calmed down slightly and he smiled warmly. "Sister Dai Yuan must first confirm this Yang's identity as an alchemist. Could it be that you want me to help you with alchemy?" He could only make such a guess. And if this was the case, everything could be explained. However, Dai Yuan slowly shook her head. "It's not alchemy, but it is indeed related to alchemy, otherwise I would not have come here." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Although I don't know what you want me to do, on Shadowed Star, there should be more than one person who can help you. I won't lie to Sister Dai Yuan, I am just an origin-grade low-rank alchemist. Your status in Colored Glass Sect doesn't seem to be low, so is there no origin-grade alchemist in Colored Glass Sect? And even if the Colored Glass Sect didn't have it, couldn't he ask the Grandmasters of Medicine Pill Sect to take action? Every one of them has attainments in alchemy that I can't compare to." Yang Kai also learned about it last time. Medicine Pill Sect had 5 origin-grade alchemists, each of whom was highly respected. What's more, Colored Glass Sect was a huge sect. It was impossible for there not to be an alchemist of this level. At the very least, there would be one. But she actually went so far for what was close at hand. Running all the way to Dragon Cave Mountain to find him made Yang Kai feel quite strange. "If I could, why would I embarrass junior brother Yang?" Dai Yuan smiled bitterly. "There is indeed a Grandmaster Shao in the sect who is an origin-grade alchemist, but Dai Yuan really has some difficulties and cannot ask Grandmaster Shao to take action." "Grandmaster Shao?" Yang Kai raised his brow as a kind face appeared in his mind, recalling Xiao Fu Sheng from Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai hadn't expected this alchemist from Colored Glass sect to also be surnamed Xiao. As for the seniors of Medicine Pill sect, Dai Yuan frowned, 4 of them have the same reasons as Grandmaster Xiao, so it is inconvenient for me to ask them. The last one is a suitable candidate, but unfortunately, the price to pay is too great. Dai Yuan does not have the ability to do so. Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. This woman's strength was not low and her methods were not ordinary. Yang Kai had thought that she would be highly valued and cultivated in Colored Glass sect, but from her words, Yang Kai smelled something unusual. Dai Yuan did not seem to be the same as he had thought. In Colored Glass sect, she could call for wind and call for rain. Thinking back to the mountain valley in the 3rd layer of the Lu Yen sand field, while waiting for the red candle fruit to ripen, several nearby Colored Glass sect disciples clearly saw Dai Yuan but did not greet her. From beginning to end, Dai Yuan had acted alone, with no other Colored Glass sect disciples accompanying her. The difference in treatment between her and In Su Dai was like the difference between heaven and earth. Yang Kai suddenly felt like he understood something. So, the only one I can find is junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan suddenly raised her head and looked at Yang Kai eagerly, her stars-like eyes revealing a pleading look. Yang Kai's brow twitched and he hesitated for a moment before asking, "Can you tell me what you want me to help you with?" Dai Yuan bit her lip and said awkwardly, "Before junior brother Yang agrees, it is really inconvenient for me to tell you." Yang Kai's face sank as he became a little disgruntled. This woman had come to him for help but was being so vague. Even if Yang Kai had a good impression of her, he wouldn't foolishly agree to this kind of thing. Just as he was about to refuse, Dai Yuan hurriedly said, "But I can guarantee that it will definitely be within junior brother Yang's ability and won't require you to waste too much time and energy. If everything goes well, it will only take 3 days. After that, Dai Yuan will definitely reward you handsomely." Yang Kai naturally didn't care about this kind of reward. Dai Yuan didn't even have the ability to invite an elder from Medicine Pill sect, so how could she possibly have anything good to offer him? However, if it only took 3 days and didn't require too much effort, Yang Kai could consider it. But Dai Yuan looked at Yang Kai cautiously, as if she didn't have the confidence to convince him, weakly saying, "If junior brother Yang agrees, you must return to Colored Glass sect with me." Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her, but Dai Yuan didn't say a word, simply biting her thin lip and waiting for Yang Kai's reply. After a while, Yang Kai smiled lightly, "Allow me to consider this matter. The scenery here on Dragon Cave Mountain is quite good, so if Dai Yuan has nothing to do, you can walk around freely. As for what you asked for, I will give you an answer in 3 days." Dai Yuan's eyes dimmed as she knew that Yang Kai was already giving her face by not directly refusing her. The evasiveness in his tone was so obvious, how could Dai Yuan not understand? The other party saying that he would give her an answer in 3 days was likely a waste of time. Sighing faintly, although she was full of disappointment, Dai Yuan still squeezed out a smile. Then Dai Yuan will wait for junior brother Yang's good news. Immediately, Yang Kai said goodbye to her and left the loft. After Yang Kai left, Dai Yuan turned around and walked up to the 2nd floor, her brow furrowed in worry. How could she not know that she had made things difficult for Yang Kai this time? Since she had come here to ask him for a favor, naturally she should make things clear, but there were some things that she couldn't say out loud. Dai Yuan was thinking of leaving quietly so as not to embarrass Yang Kai and embarrass herself by refusing 3 days later, but for some reason, she decided to stay and wait for 3 days. Perhaps it was because there was still a trace of expectation in her heart. Yang Kai left the loft and walked back with a depressed expression. It was only because Dai Yuan had proposed this that Yang Kai didn't embarrass her on the spot. If it had been anyone else, Yang Kai wouldn't have even bothered to speak. Returning to the original loft, to Yang Kai's surprise, Yang Yen and Wu Yi hadn't left yet. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for him to come back, standing at the entrance of the loft like a beautiful scenery. Yang Kai thought that these 2 women would gossip about him, but unexpectedly they didn't ask anything and just watched as he passed by them. Entering the loft, Yang Yen and Wu Yi followed. Immediately, Yang Yen pulled out a token from somewhere. This token was exactly the same as the one she had given Yang Kai, and after pouring her Saint Chi into it, a ray of light shot out from it. In the next moment, the entire loft seemed to be wrapped in an invisible barrier that not only isolated sound and sight, but also suppressed one's divine sense. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. Yang Yen walked over with a grin on her face and sat down in a chair next to him, exchanging a glance with Wu Yi before asking, "Are you not going to agree?" Yang Kai's expression became even more shocked as he glanced between Yang Yen and Wu. After seeing the light in the eyes of these two women, he immediately understood. "Were you eavesdropping?" Wu Yi blushed but didn't try to explain, apparently admitting to it. Yang Yen, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened and calmly said, "What eavesdropping? I was just testing the power of a newly developed spirit array." "What kind of spirit array has such an effect?" Yang Kai was surprised. When he was talking with Dai Yuan just now, he didn't notice any trace of their conversation being eavesdropped on, but now, the spirit array arranged by Yang Yen was simply incredible. "You won't understand even if I explain it to you, just use this." Yang Yen waved her hand and took out a palm-sized, disc-shaped object. This black disc was made of some unknown material, but when Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense, he couldn't help letting out a light sigh as he heard Dai Yuan's soft sigh coming from this disc. However, other than this sound, there was no other reaction. Obviously, this disc was used in conjunction with the spirit array in the loft to monitor sound. Yang Kai really didn't know when Yang Yen had arranged this spirit array, but it was likely she had done so a long time ago and was just waiting for a guest to arrive so she could test its effects. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression changed as he stared at Yang Yen and asked, "My cave mansion doesn't have such a thing, right?" Yang Yen denied, her small head shaking like a rattle. "Why would I arrange such a thing in your cave?" Yang Kai nodded gently, expressing satisfaction, but his expression suddenly became serious as he reprimanded, "What a disgrace! Don't do such a despicable thing again. If someone sees through it, I'd like to see how you'll clean up the mess." Yang Yen and Wu Yi glanced at each other and couldn't help sticking out their tongues. Yang Kai quickly changed the subject and said, "But since you've already eavesdropped, you should understand that I won't agree to such a thing. Why do you seem to have different opinions?" Chapter 1267. Yang Kai was full of suspicions. According to Wu Yi, Dai Yuan had closed herself up in seclusion since coming here. Even if Wu Yi had taken the initiative to visit her a few times, they hadn't had much interaction. However, as soon as he returned, Yang Yen had immediately asked him for an answer. Obviously, she was very concerned about this matter. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering if she wanted him to go to Colored Glass sect. These two women in front of him had no friendship with Dai Yuan, so there was no need for them to speak up for her, right? Yang Yen heard this and nodded without hesitation. "If possible, I naturally want you to agree to her request." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared at Yang Yen for a moment before faintly asking, "Speak your mind, you shouldn't be so sympathetic. What are you scheming?" Yang Yen smiled mysteriously. "It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say I'm scheming. But let's talk about the gains and losses of agreeing to her request first. She said that what she wants you to do will only take 3 days at most, and it should be within your ability. If what she said is true, then no matter what it is, it shouldn't be difficult for you. The only trouble is that you will have to make a trip to Colored Glass sect." Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't interrupt, motioning for her to continue. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't show any disgust, Yang Yan's spirit shook and she continued, "Let's not consider her offer of a reward for the time being. With your current net worth, I'm afraid the reward she offers you won't even enter your eyes. So helping her with this favor won't bring me any benefits. Moreover, running to someone else's sect isn't appropriate. If Dai Yuan's status was the same as In Su Dai's, it wouldn't be a big deal. But from what I can see, she doesn't seem to be very favored in Colored Glass sect." Yang Kai frowned slightly. Yang Yen smiled. "About her, I was curious before, so I inquired about her with Wu. Can you guess what we learned?" Yang Kai looked up at them. This time, Wu Yi spoke up. "As you guessed, this Dai Yuan really wasn't very favored in colored glass sect, but that only happened in the last decade or so. Do you know who the most outstanding and famous disciple of colored glass sect was? Dai Yuan? That's right. In the past, in colored glass sect, Dai Yuan had suppressed In Su Dai, but for some reason, In Su Dai had been suppressed. Dai Yuan suddenly disappeared from the sight of colored glass sect's upper echelons. Instead, In Su Dai had replaced her, which was why In Su Dai was able to become the representative of colored glass sect's younger generation and make a name for herself. What exactly had happened in there? We don't know. However, the elders of colored glass sect seemed to have a love-hate relationship with Dai Yuan. The cultivation resources and accommodation provided to her were not inferior to In Su Dai's, but there was no deliberate effort to cultivate her. It's a strange feeling. It really is strange. Yang Kai was also puzzled. He had never fought with In Su Dai, but he had seen Dai Yuan fight before. He felt that Dai Yuan was a very strong Saint King Realm cultivator. Although she had been bullied by a cultivator from Heaven Battling Union in the Lu Yen Desert, that was only because she was angry and had acted recklessly. If it had been a real fight, Dai Yuan wouldn't have been afraid of that person. However, there was still a certain gap between her and Chu Chang Feng, Fang Tianzhong, and Wei Guchang, something Yang Kai could also see. If I help her, what can I gain or lose? I don't think I'll gain anything, but I also won't lose anything. Yang Kai shot Yang Yun a strange look. Wu Yi giggled. As long as you won't lose anything, that's enough. As for what you'll gain, haha, selling her a favor will be a small gain. After all, she was very favored many years ago, so who knows when she will rise again. When that time comes, making friends with such a woman will be helpful to our future development. Besides, elder sister Yang Yun seems to have some other plans. Yang Kai couldn't help turning his eyes to Yang Yun. Yang Yun gently nodded and asked, "Have you heard of colored glass sect's Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain?" Yang Kai shook his head honestly. He wasn't very familiar with the great forces on Shadowed Star, let alone what they possessed, but Yang Yun specifically mentioning this Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain seemed to be quite extraordinary. Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain is a naturally occurring mountain formed from thousand illusion colored glass. It is located in the territory of Colored Glass Sect, and because of this Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain, Colored Glass Sect chose to establish its sect there. On the other hand, Thousand Illusion Colored Glass is a precious artifact refining treasure that has many transformative and self-repairing functions. I need this kind of thing and a lot of it at that. Yang Yun said seriously. Yang Kai laughed in surprise. Even if you say so, I can't help it. Since Colored Glass Sect established its sect there because of this Colored Glass Mountain, it's impossible for their elders to give me this Thousand Illusion Colored Glass, right? Of course not, and we can't afford it. Yang Yun snorted. You don't know, but this Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain is a famous existence on Shadowed Star. Colored Glass Sect uses this mountain as its array core to arrange a large spirit array that emits colored glass divine light. It has the effect of binding one's body and capturing one's soul. It is said that a great disaster for Colored Glass Sect was resolved by this Colored Glass Mountain. Moreover, this mountain is a huge hole. It is extremely difficult to cut off a small amount of Thousand Illusion colored glass from it. Even Colored Glass Sect can only obtain a small amount every few decades. Most of this Thousand Illusion colored glass is kept by Colored Glass Sect while the other half is sold. Every time, the various great forces would go crazy over it. The price is so high that it makes one's hair stand on end. Now that we are so poor, how can we afford such a thing? You're so poor again? Yang Kai was shocked. He remembered that the last time he came out, he had heard from the Haiku family cultivator that Yang Yun and Wu had gone to an auction to sell some artifacts. Although Yang Kai didn't know how many Saint Crystals they had sold, he was certain it wasn't a small number, so how could they have spent all the Saint Crystals they had obtained? Yang Yun wore an embarrassed look. The amount of materials needed to arrange this spirit array is too huge, and you forbade us from continuing to sell artifacts, so we have no source of income. Naturally, we're just sitting around and eating. Even if we're poor, we can't sell artifacts. Yang Kai's face became solemn as he quickly said, "At least, we can't sell them until we're strong enough." "I know," Yang Yun pouted. Yang Yun pouted unhappily. According to her idea, she could directly refine 100 or so high-grade artifacts and hold a special auction for them, alleviating the current embarrassment, but with Yang Kai's order and Wu Yi's persuasion, she didn't carry out this crazy plan. "Let's continue talking about the 1,000 illusion-colored glass." Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "What exactly do you want to do? How do you want me to obtain the 1,000 illusion-colored glass under the nose of colored glass sect?" Yang Yun grinned meaningfully, clapped her hands, and called out, "Xiao Xiao." As soon as she called out, a gray figure suddenly rushed in from the outside and stood motionless in front of the three of them, his hands touching his knees as he stared innocently towards Yang Yun. It was Yang Kai's stone mongoose. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, immediately understanding what Yang Yun was planning. Xiao Xiao can even ignore the spirit array I arranged, so breaking through colored glass sect is naturally not a problem. I don't believe that colored glass sect's spirit array is better than the one I arranged. As long as you bring it into colored glass sect, hehe, when the time comes, 1,000 illusion colored glass mountain will definitely be empty. After Yang Kai heard this, cold sweat dripped down his back for a moment. Colored glass sect had committed a sin. What was so bad about it? How could there be something like 1,000 illusion colored glass mountain? They probably thought that 1,000 illusion colored glass mountain was protected by many layers of sect defending arrays, so not even a fly could fly in. But how could they have imagined that a heaven-defying existence like the stone mongoose existed in this world? As the saying goes, don't be afraid of thieves stealing, be afraid of thieves remembering, and 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain had been targeted by Yang Yun. The stone mongoose naturally liked to devour rare ores, and since 1,000 illusion-colored glass could be used for artifact refining, it was definitely one of those ores that the stone mongoose liked. The stone mongoose came and went without a trace, not giving off any life aura. Presumably, even a third-order origin returning realm master wouldn't be able to detect its existence. When the time came, wouldn't it be easy to release the stone mongoose and obtain some 1,000 illusion-colored glass? Perhaps when Yang Kai left colored glass sect with the stone mongoose, the elders of colored glass sect wouldn't even notice that 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain was missing. I've wanted that 1,000 illusion-colored glass for a long time now, but unfortunately I've never had a chance. Now that someone has taken the initiative to invite you over, this is the best opportunity I've ever had, Yang Yen said as she looked at Yang Kai eagerly. What do you want to refine with the 1,000 illusion-colored glass? Yang Kai was still worried and asked with a frown. After all, if he ran into someone else's sect to steal something once exposed, he would be hated. If what Yang Yun wanted to refine wasn't important, Yang Kai didn't want to offend him. I want to refine a treasure. Yang Yun smiled mysteriously but didn't explain, simply saying, "It's not convenient for me to say right now because I don't have enough knowledge about artifact refining and spirit arrays, but I can tell you that this thing will be of great use to you and definitely won't disappoint you. When the time comes to refine it, you will definitely rejoice at the choice you made." Another thing that can't be said. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. He really didn't know what was wrong with these women today, but when they spoke, it was hard to keep him in suspense, making him gnash his teeth in anger but unable to do anything about it. Then are you going to colored glass sect or not? I'll think about it. Although Yang Kai was also somewhat tempted, this wasn't a trivial matter, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Come on, come on. Yang Yun begged, pulling out something from her ring and waving it in front of Yang Kai. We'll go look for this on the way. If we're lucky, it may be able to alleviate our current predicament. Yang Kai looked at the thing in her hand and his expression couldn't help changing. Big brother Yang, you should agree to big sister Yang Yun's request. Moreover, I see that you've been in seclusion for quite some time now, so it's time you go out and relax. Perhaps you'll gain something else from this trip. Wu Yi also tried to persuade him, but her words were much more clever. Unlike Yang Yun, she didn't try to be as direct as Yang Kai's and instead focused on his cultivation. Chapter 1268. All of Dragon Cave Mountain had always been peaceful and quiet because there weren't many cultivators living here, only a few dozen at most. Although their cultivations weren't very high, they were all extremely diligent and spent most of their time in retreat. Only the cultivator who stood guard would walk around from time to time to check the situation around Dragon Cave Mountain. Today was the 3-day deadline she had agreed to meet with Yang Kai. Dai Yuan woke up from her meditation at dawn and sat down restlessly, hoping to catch a glimpse of Yang Kai's figure. Although she knew this was probably an extravagant hope, she still held on to it. The sun had already risen and its warm rays added a touch of hazy beauty to Dragon Cave Mountain. This place was indeed a good place to cultivate one's mind and soul, not much worse than Yang Kai's Thousand Illusion Peak in Colored Glass sect. She really didn't know how these people had managed to transform an ordinary mountain range into something like this. She had heard that no one cared about this place before, but now, it had become a famous cultivation holy land in the vicinity. Many cultivators who didn't belong to any sect had come here because of its reputation, wanting to join this place and find a place to stay. However, the cultivator here did not accept outsiders, nor did they have any intention of developing and growing, simply living and cultivating on their own. This was a wise approach. After all, this place was still under the nose of Shadow Moon Hall. If they really had the intention to develop and grow, Shadow Moon Hall would definitely not sit idly by. Considering all this, Dai Yuan couldn't help laughing. With Yang Kai here, with his shrewdness and means, he would definitely not dig his own grave. Dai Yuan's worries were groundless. After thinking about this for a while, her mood calmed down greatly. Looking up at the sky, the sun was already high up in the sky, but looking down again, there was no sign of the figure she was hoping to see. Dai Yuan sighed faintly, knowing that she had probably waited in vain. She didn't feel any resentment or unwillingness, just a bitter smile appearing on her face. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, her expression suddenly changed, and she turned back again. In an instant, Dai Yuan's eyes lit up with both surprise and joy as she stared down at the figure who had appeared at some unknown time below. Lady Dai Yuan, good morning. Yang Kai stood below and greeted her with a smile. Dai Yuan froze in place for a moment, but soon her expression returned to normal and she gently nodded to Yang Kai. Junior brother Yang, good morning as well. Please wait a moment, I'll be right down. Saying so, she quickly turned around and walked down the stairs. Although her expression was calm, her slightly disorderly steps revealed her nervousness at the moment. She didn't know what answer Yang Kai would give her. If he said he would refuse her, there was no need for him to come here so early in the morning, right? Moreover, his evasiveness from a few days ago was very obvious, so even if Kai Yang rejected her, she wouldn't be surprised. But if he said he would accept her, why would he accept her? Dai Yuan's Yang to herself. With such thoughts running through her mind, Dai Yuan soon arrived on the first floor of the loft. After seeing Yang Kai, she stared straight at him, not knowing what to say for a while. Does Lady Dai Yuan have anything to pack? If not, we'll be on our way. Yang Kai said with a warm smile on his face. Huh. Dai Yuan froze up and froze in place. Yang Kai chuckled and said, What's wrong? Didn't Lady Dai Yuan want to go with you to Colored Glass sect? Could it be that the scenery of Dragon Cave Mountain made Lady Dai Yuan forget to return? If that's the case, you might as well stay here for a few more days. No. Dai Yuan reacted and quickly waved her hands, her eyes filling with surprise. Although the scenery here is good, I'm not in the mood to appreciate it. It's just that Lady Dai Yuan is wondering why I agreed to go with you? Yang Kai looked at Dai Yuan with a smile, revealing the doubts in her heart. Dai Yuan's expression was a little awkward. She had originally asked Yang Kai to go with her to Colored Glass sect, but now that he had agreed, she was still feeling suspicious. It's very simple. Yang Kai had already prepared an excuse and immediately said, after returning from Lu Yen Desert, I entered retreat for half a year and felt that it was time to go out and walk around. Now that I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, I naturally don't want to remain behind closed doors. On top of that, you should be familiar with my origins, so I am quite curious about the various great sects on Shadowed Star. Now that I have such an opportunity to get close to them, I naturally don't want to miss it and broaden my horizons. Hearing this, Dai Yuan's doubts disappeared and she smiled. So that's how it is. However, although our colored glass sect is not weak on Shadowed Star, in terms of prestige and influence, we are inferior to Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect. If junior brother Yang has the opportunity to visit Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect, he will understand the shortcomings of our colored glass sect. However, junior brother Yang has actually reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. Your aptitude is truly amazing. Dai Yuan's words were heartfelt. When she and Yang Kai were together in Lu Yen Desert, Yang Kai was only a first-order Saint King. Although she didn't know what happened to Yang Kai after they separated that allowed him to break through to the second-order Saint King realm, the fact that he had now reached the peak of the second-order Saint King realm was simply too shocking. It seems that junior brother Yang obtained an opportunity in Lu Yen Desert that was not small. Otherwise, how could his cultivation have increased so quickly? Dai Yuan thought to herself. However, now that Yang Kai had reached a bottleneck, it was indeed time for him to walk around. Thinking so, Dai Yuan smiled and said, "I don't have anything to pack, so let's set off. This place is not close to Colored Glass Sect, so even if we use the space array, it will take at least a month to arrive. It's fine, this trip is mainly for relaxation, so time isn't a problem. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I'm not going alone this time. Yang Inflammation will also be coming with me. Is that convenient?" Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject and asked, "Sister Yang Inflammation? There's nothing inconvenient about it." Dai Yuan heard this and immediately nodded, not hesitating in the slightest as she swept her eyes around. Sure enough, she saw Yang Yen standing not far away, wearing a black robe, like a delicate black flower. Yang Kai took the initiative to explain, "This senior sister of mine is quite interested in spirit arrays, so she insisted on coming with me to see your noble sect's spirit arrays in an attempt to learn something from them. I can't win her over, so I can only bring her along." Yang Kai originally wanted to say that women like to pester endlessly, but as soon as these words left his mouth, he realized they were wrong and quickly swallowed them back down. Even so, Dai Yuan still shot him a reproachful look, causing him to feel quite embarrassed. For a moment, he had forgotten that Dai Yuan was also a woman. However, Yang Inflammation's identity to the outside world was Yang Kai's senior sister, something Yang Kai had mentioned to Qian Tong before. Dai Yuan readily agreed and Yang Kai did not hesitate, beckoning Yang Inflammation over. The three of them summoned their star shuttles, turned into streaks of light, and flew out of Dragon Cave Mountain. Although Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had both left Dragon Cave Mountain, Wu Yi was still in charge. With the spirit arrays arranged by Yang Inflammation in advance and the token given to Wu Yi, as long as they did not encounter too powerful an attack, Dragon Cave Mountain would remain safe. What's more, Dragon Cave Mountain had no enemies now, so naturally no one would think of attacking it. Soon, the three of them arrived at Heavenly Fate City. When Dai Yuan came here before, she had flown directly from Colored Glass Sect without using the space arrays of any city, so when she said to Yang Kai 3 days ago that no one knew she had come here, it was not a lie. No one knew she had come to Dragon Cave Mountain, not even Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener, who were in retreat. It was precisely because flying from Colored Glass Sect to Heavenly Fate City took so much time that Dai Yuan had come here a month ago. Fortunately, Shadow Moon Hall had a good relationship with Colored Glass Sect, and Dai Yuan had a certain status in Colored Glass Sect, so it was not difficult for the three of them to use Heavenly Fate City's space array. After paying a certain amount of Saint Crystals, the space array was immediately opened to the three of them. After passing through the space arrays of several cities, Dai Yuan led Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation on their star shuttles. The three of them moved as fast as lightning, but the journey was relatively boring. Dai Yuan was not a person who liked to communicate with others. If she had not asked Yang Kai for help, she would not have deliberately tried to befriend Yang Kai when they were in the Lu Yen Desert. Yang Inflammation also seemed to be afraid of strangers, always wearing a black robe, as if she was afraid others would see her face. As a result, besides Yang Kai saying a few words to them, the two women did not say a word and just hurried along. Seeing this, Yang Kai also fell silent and continued to refine the golden blood threads in his body while secretly urging his artifact spirit and the origin-grade artifact refining furnace to speed up the process of refining the dragon bone and dragon bead. Along the way, he didn't waste any time and made full use of every bit of time he had. The more he refined his golden blood threads, the more interested he became in Demon Blood Temple's Demon Blood Thread secret technique. This secret technique seemed to have been tailor-made for him, but he had only managed to obtain half of it, a truly regrettable result. However, making friends with Demon Blood Temple disciple Deng Ning had given Yang Kai a chance to obtain the remaining half of the secret technique in the future, but that would have to wait until Yang Kai became stronger before he could do so. Time flew by, and as the trio hurried along, a month passed by in the blink of an eye. The journey was uneventful and uneventful. On this day, while Yang Kai was sitting atop his star shuttle, silently refining his golden blood threads and urging his artifact refining furnace, Dai Yuan, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped her star shuttle. Seeing this, Yang Kai also withdrew his divine sense and stood side by side with Yang Inflammation, staring forward with rapt attention. However, all they could see was a series of mountain ranges in front of them, nothing out of the ordinary. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he realized that Colored Glass Sect should be in this mountain range. Chapter 1269. We're almost there. 1,000 kilometers ahead of us is Colored Glass Sect's headquarters. Please follow me closely. Dai Yuan turned around and exhorted before immediately controlling her star shuttle to fly forward again, but this time she didn't fly very fast and would change direction from time to time, seemingly trying to avoid some kind of barrier. Yang Kai was well aware of this. After all, Colored Glass Sect's influence wasn't small, so it was only natural for them to set up a barrier around their sect, not to mention they had the financial resources and strength to do so. However, after looking at Yang Yen a little and noticing the disdain that flashed across her face, Yang Kai immediately understood that the barrier around this sect was extremely fragile and she didn't put it in her eyes at all. Of course, this was only true for Yang Yen. Although Yang Kai could also perceive some subtle energy fluctuations nearby, he couldn't see anything too specific. If he wanted to crack this barrier, the only thing he could do was use brute force. 1,000 kilometers wasn't a long distance, so after half a stick of incense worth of time, the trio flew into the mountain range Yang Kai had seen before. Here, Dai Yuan seemed to become much more enthusiastic, treating Yang Kai as a guest and flying side by side with him, taking the initiative to explain, "This is the Grand Crystal Mountain Range controlled by our Colored Glass Sect. It stretches for 100,000 kilometers and contains no less than 1,000 large and small peaks. Depending on the geographical location and world energy density of each peak, most of them are inhabited by elders and disciples of different levels of strength and status. There are also some peaks that are vacant and used for other purposes. The center of the Grand Crystal Mountain Range is where most of our Colored Glass Sect's disciples gather. Many disciples choose to exchange cultivation experiences, trade items with others, or take on some tasks from the sect. Of course, there are also some who issue their own tasks. I also heard that some of these disciples will look for suitable candidates here and then travel together. It seems to be quite interesting." When Dai Yuan spoke of this, a look of longing appeared on her face. Yang Kai remained calm on the surface, but when he saw the strange look on her face, he immediately understood that this woman, who seemed difficult to communicate with, seemed to be envious of others who could integrate into the life of a group. On top of that, inside Colored Glass Sect, she was probably extremely lonely. Yang Kai felt a little sad but didn't say anything. Dai Yuan quickly restrained the look on her face and smiled. "I live on Thousand Illusion Peak. Although it's not very lively, it's quite quiet, so it's not a bad place. Although Thousand Illusion Peak isn't big, it's enough for me to live alone. The world energy aura there isn't thin, so it can be considered a mid-level peak in the sect." Yang Kai nodded lightly as he stood high up in the sky, flying forward with Dai Yuan while looking around, taking in the scenery inside Colored Glass Sect. Along the way, the large and small mountain peaks all had traces of Colored Glass Sect's disciples. Some were cultivating martial skills, some were playing around, some were exchanging pointers with their fellow sect disciples, all of them full of vigor and vitality. Throughout the mountain peaks, magnificent buildings stood proudly, some exquisite, some magnificent, some grand, some grand, some grand, some magnificent, some exquisite, some grand, some magnificent. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh to himself. Worthy of one of Shadowed Star's great forces, this kind of power was not something Dragon Cave Mountain could compare with. Although Dragon Cave Mountain's world energy aura was quite good and seemed to be thriving, compared to this grand Crystal Mountain range, it seemed a little petty. If Colored Glass Sect was so magnificent, what about the other more powerful sects on Shadowed Star? Yang Kai had not been to the Shadow Moon Hall, but he estimated it wouldn't be any worse. I heard that your noble sect has a mysterious 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain. May I know where it is? Yang Kai asked casually. Since he had come here for Colored Glass Mountain, naturally he had to determine its location first. While asking, Yang Kai looked around but found nothing. There was nothing particularly special about the peaks in his line of sight, so 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain shouldn't be here. Junior brother Yang actually knows about our Colored Glass Mountain? Dai Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. Lady Dai Yuan must be joking. Although this Yang is a newcomer, the name of your noble sect's 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain is so resounding that this Yang has heard a thing or two about it. I heard that this mysterious mountain is entirely composed of 1,000 illusion-colored glass. Is that true? Hearing Yang Kai ask about Colored Glass Mountain, Dai Yuan's eyes flashed with a complicated look for some reason. After pondering for a while, she gently nodded. Our sect's 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain is indeed made up of 1,000 illusion-colored glass, and it is a single piece. Its weight cannot be estimated. Although 1,000 illusion-colored glass is extremely precious, and everyone knows that our Colored Glass sect has such a treasure mountain, it is quite laughable that we can't even utilize 1/10,000th of its full potential, nor can we collect a large amount of 1,000 illusion-colored glass. Only every few decades can we use some special methods to collect a small amount. This information was basically the same as what Yang Yun had told Yang Kai before, so Yang Kai wasn't surprised. Special methods to collect? Yang Kai asked casually. Dai Yuan showed a trace of embarrassment on her face. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "It seems I've asked something I shouldn't have. Sister Dai Yuan, please pretend you didn't hear me." Dai Yuan smiled apologetically. It's not that Dai Yuan doesn't want to tell you, it's just that this method is classified as one of the sect's core secrets, so no one can disclose it. Once it is disclosed, the punishment will be unimaginable. I hope junior brother Yang can forgive me. It's fine, this Yang was rude. Seemingly because of this matter, Dai Yuan felt somewhat apologetic. After thinking about it for a moment, she said, 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain isn't this way, but if we take a detour, we can take a look at it from a distance. If junior brother Yang doesn't mind, how about we take a trip there? She was obviously trying to make up for it, something Yang Kai couldn't ask for more, but on the surface, he still showed some hesitation and said, "Is there something wrong with this? 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain is your noble sect's supreme treasure. If doing this will cause Sister Dai Yuan any trouble, then there's no need to go. In any case, I was just curious and wanted to broaden my horizons." Ha! While Yang Kai was laughing dryly, Yang Inflammation quietly stood behind him and pinched him, clearly blaming Yang Kai. How could such a small action escape Dai Yuan's notice? Turning her beautiful eyes to Yang Inflammation with a smile, she said, "There's nothing wrong with it, it's just taking a look at it from a distance. Presumably, the martial uncles responsible for guarding it won't blame us. Brother Yang, please come with me." As he said this, he immediately changed direction and flew to the side. Yang Kai turned his head and glared at Yang Inflammation before hurriedly following. Yang Inflammation stood in place and curled his lips, a look of indifference on his face. The group of three had not flown far when they were suddenly greeted by several blue streaks of light that flew straight towards them. Not long after, these blue streaks of light appeared in front of Yang Inflammation and the others. They were 3 men and 2 women, their cultivations not high, only 2 saints and 3 transcendents. This kind of cultivation was certainly second to none in Tongxian realm, but on Shadowed Star, it was nothing. After seeing Dai Yuan's face clearly, the 5 people couldn't help showing a trace of surprise, hurriedly cupping their fists and respectfully greeting. So it is Martial Ant Dai Yuan, disciples greet Martial Ant. Martial Ant. Hearing them address her as such, Yang Kai, who was standing behind them, couldn't help showing a strange look on his face. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he felt relieved. Although Dai Yuan was a disciple of the younger generation of Colored Glass sect, that was only when compared to the top origin returning realm masters. With her cultivation and realm, she was indeed qualified to be the martial ant of these 5 people. After exchanging greetings, the one who spoke began to look at Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation. When he saw Yang Inflammation, he didn't show any expression, but after seeing Yang Kai, he actually showed a look of surprise. Are the 5 of you responsible for guarding this area? Dai Yuan nodded lightly and asked indifferently. Reporting to Martial Ant, the area 50 kilometers around here is the area the 5 of us are responsible for, the leading cultivator replied. The leading cultivator hesitated for a moment before asking cautiously, "May I ask Martial Uncle, these 2 they are my guests, you don't need to worry about them. If the elders ask, just answer like this." The leading cultivator didn't dare to ask any more questions and immediately led the other 4 out of the way. Dai Yuan didn't say a word as she led Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation past them. After the figures of Dai Yuan and the others disappeared, the 5 cultivators glanced at each other, all of them wearing looks of surprise and doubt. "Is that Martial Ant Dai Yuan who lives on Thousand Illusion Peak?" A woman in a light yellow dress who looked to be in her 20s asked. "Yes, it is the one who lives on Thousand Illusion Peak. Didn't I hear that she was an outstanding beauty? How did she, Sure." The cultivator in the lead suddenly glared fiercely at the woman, glancing around, and after confirming that there was no one around, he shouted, "You dare comment on this kind of thing at will? Do you not want to live anymore?" The woman's face paled as if she had just remembered something and suddenly felt a little scared. The leading cultivator sighed slightly. "You guys entered the sect relatively late, so there are some things you've only heard hearsay and can't be considered true. However, don't inquire about these things rashly. Who knows if you'll violate some taboo, and in the future you'll never be able to stand out in the sect, understood?" "Understood," the other 4 all nodded, showing looks of enlightenment on their faces. Martial Ant Dai Yuan actually inviting a guest back is quite strange, the leading cultivator muttered to himself as he shook his head in confusion. One had to know that the one who lived on Thousand Illusion Peak never left the sect and rarely had any contact with others, let alone any sect disciple who was close to her, especially a male. For such a person to actually bring a male friend back, it was naturally suspicious. However, this was just a random thought. This kind of thing wasn't something he could ask too much about. He was just going to wait for the elders to ask about what had just happened and tell them the truth, then everything would be fine. Thinking so, he waved his hand and continued leading the other 4 cultivators to patrol the area. Chapter 1270. In front of him was a strange hill that was more than 600 feet tall. It was completely gray and barren, without a single blade of grass or tree, as if it was completely made up of gray rocks. This mountain was located in a valley surrounded by several other taller peaks. At first glance, this mountain didn't seem to have anything special about it, but when Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense, he was shocked to find that it was like a clay ox entering the sea, never to return. It was as if this mountain didn't exist at all and he couldn't detect it with his divine sense. Not only that, but there was also an extremely strange power coming from inside this mountain that seemed to be trying to pull at his soul, giving him a terrifying feeling of being swallowed whole. So after releasing his divine sense for a moment, Yang Kai immediately withdrew it. Now, the 3 of them were standing a few thousand meters away from this mountain, staring at Colored Glass sect's most precious treasure. "This is your noble sect's Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain?" Yang Kai asked, his eyes flashing a strange light. This is Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain. Ha, I've let Brother Yang see a joke. Thousand Illusion-Colored Glass Mountain's reputation is indeed resounding, but most of the time, it looks like this, very inconspicuous and not consistent with the rumors, so many guests who come here often feel that its reputation is not as good as its reputation. Dai Yuan smiled lightly and explained softly. Most of the time? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Thousand Illusion-Colored Glass itself has an unpredictable and mysterious ability. What we see now is probably just one of its forms. Yang Yen-yun, who had not spoken until now, suddenly interjected. Dai Yuan looked at her in surprise and nodded. It seems that Sister Yang Yen knows a lot about our colored glass mountain. And this inconspicuous state is indeed just one of its forms. Sometimes, it will release a myriad of lights on its own, making this mountain look like something that doesn't belong in this world. It's extremely beautiful, and sometimes it will even change its size, making it very strange. So there's such a thing. Yang Kai suddenly became interested. The corners of Yang Yen-yun's mouth twitched indifferently. He didn't explain much, but casually said, "The spirit array you set up here is quite amazing. It has the effect of suppressing chalk pressure, right?" Dai Yuan heard this and gently nodded, and it does have a suppressing effect. Although Colored Glass Mountain is located in our Colored Glass sect, we can't do anything about it, so we can only suppress it here. Otherwise, with its strange ability to transform, it might transform into something else and cause us to lose it. Saying so, Dai Yuan smiled and said, "Good, we can't stay here any longer. The several martial uncles guarding Colored Glass Mountain have already discovered us. If we stay here any longer, they may come up to question us. Let's go." Yang Kai also felt it. Since the three of them arrived here, several divine senses belonging to Origin returning realm masters had swept over them from different directions, but these divine senses were only probing for a brief moment and did not take any further action. As such, Yang Kai wasn't surprised. Dai Yuan turned around and flew off in a certain direction, Yang Kai and Yang Yen-yun following closely behind. The two exchanged a glance, Yang Yen nodding lightly while Yang Kai shot a look of understanding. It seemed that the spirit array here wouldn't be able to stop the stone mongoose's invasion. As long as they reached Dai Yuan's Thousand Illusion Peak and found an opportunity to release the stone mongoose, they could just sit back and wait for the harvest to come. Although Yang Kai didn't understand what Yang Yen wanted the Thousand Illusion-Colored Glass to refine or what was so amazing about it, seeing how Colored Glass sect treated this strange hill so seriously, how could Yang Kai not understand its value? Along the way, they encountered many Colored Glass sect disciples, but Yang Kai found one very strange thing. When these Colored Glass sect disciples saw Dai Yuan, they all showed very complex expressions. Some were filled with dread, some were frightened, some were sympathetic, and so on. What's more, almost every Colored Glass sect disciple recognized Dai Yuan. This made Yang Kai very concerned. After all, according to Dai Yuan's personality, she rarely interacted with others, yet her name was so resounding in Colored Glass sect. Inferring from the expressions of these people, Yang Kai secretly felt that Dai Yuan had some kind of story in Colored Glass sect. Following Dai Yuan, Yang Kai flew through the Grand Crystal Mountain range for about half an hour before the three of them arrived at a mountain peak in the distance. Seeing this 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak in the distance, Dai Yuan's tense expression finally relaxed, as if she had just returned home. Enthusiastically pointing to the mountain peak, she introduced it to Yang Kai. "That is the 1,000 Illusion Peak I live in. It's a simple and crude place, so I hope junior brother Yang and sister Yang Yen don't mind." Sister Dai Yuan is too polite. Yang Kai laughed and flew towards the mountain peak with her. Before arriving at the peak, Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and was surprised to find that there was no one here. It seemed that Dai Yuan was the only one living in this 1,000 Illusion Peak, not even a single maidservant. Not long after, the three of them landed on a plank road halfway up 1,000 Illusion Peak. This plank road was extremely narrow, allowing only one person to pass through at a time. Moreover, it was built close to the mountain wall and looked very unstable. As one walked on it, the plank road swayed slightly, as if it could collapse at any time. Of course, Yang Kai and Yang Yen didn't care about this and simply enjoyed the scenery as they walked. It had to be said that although this Thousand Illusion Peak was located in a remote location, the scenery was indeed quite good. Everywhere, there were birds chirping, flowers blooming, and the temperature was moderate. On top of that, the world energy here wasn't thin, even slightly better than Dragon Cave Mountain. If such a place could only be considered above average in colored glass sect, what kind of scenery would the best mountain peak be like? Yang Kai also remembered the ancient sect ruins in the fourth layer of the Lu Yen sand field. Presumably, the world energy there would be even richer, right? The plank road wasn't long, and after a short while, the three of them arrived at the end of the road. At the end of the road was a stone wall. This stone wall was smooth without the slightest bump, as if it had been carved open by some kind of sharp weapon. Arriving here, Dai Yuan stood still. Yang Kai looked around suspiciously. Yang Yen, on the other hand, seemed to notice something and whispered, "There is a spirit array here that opens the stone wall and allows us to enter. It's quite exquisite and seems to have been created by some kind of spirit array grandmaster." Yang Yen didn't deliberately lower her voice when she spoke, so Dai Yuan turned around and smiled. "Sister Yang Yen seems to be very proficient in spirit arrays. If you don't mind, feel free to study them. In any case, no one usually comes to my Thousand Illusion Peak, so they won't disturb you." Seeing that Yang Yen had taken the initiative to speak twice along the way, both times it was related to spirit arrays, so Dai Yuan naturally understood that she was interested in them. So, Dai Yuan immediately expressed goodwill to Yang Yen and sold a favor to Yang Kai. Yang Yen didn't comment nor answer, but Dai Yuan didn't show the slightest embarrassment. Suddenly, a jade pendant appeared in her hand, and after pouring her Saint Qi into it, she tossed it forward. A strange scene appeared. The jade pendant transformed into a ray of green light that shot into the smooth stone wall and disappeared. Soon after, a soft buzzing sound was emitted. A stone platform appeared in front of the smooth stone wall. Behind the stone platform was a tunnel that led to the interior of the mountain. Fluorescent light flickered within the tunnel, making it not appear dark at all. "Junior brother Yang, sister Yang Yen, please come in." Dai Yuan smiled slightly before leaping up and landing on the stone platform. Seeing this, Yang Kai also jumped up and looked into the depths of the corridor, secretly wondering if he should ask Yang Yen to arrange a similar spirit array, but after thinking about it for a moment, he decided it was unnecessary and shook his head. Just as Dai Yuan was about to lead Yang Kai and Yang Yen into the mountainous region, her figure suddenly paused and she turned her head to look towards the distant sky. Soon, her face became cold and gloomy as a look of displeasure filled her face. Seeing this, Yang Kai also followed her gaze and saw a blue streak of light rapidly approaching them. It was obvious that someone was flying towards them on a star shuttle. Yang Kai's divine sense was amazing, so after a brief investigation, he was able to determine who the owner of this star shuttle was, causing a strange expression to appear on his face. "Junior brother Yang, sister Yang Yen, please wait a moment, someone has come to find me." Dai Yuan smiled reluctantly and stood in place, waiting quietly. A moment later, the azure streak of light arrived directly in front of the stone platform. The person standing atop the star shuttle laughed before saying anything, her voice like a sweet silver bell. This woman was also an outstanding beauty with a graceful figure and a pair of enchanting eyes that seemed capable of sucking in one's soul, exuding an infinite charm. Coupled with her pleasant laughter, it was truly a sight to behold, causing one's eyes to light up involuntarily. In Su Dai. The person who had suddenly appeared here turned out to be the most famous disciple of colored glass sect, In Su Dai. Yang Kai had met this woman several times, so naturally recognized her. Moreover, judging from Lu Yan's trip to the desert, it seemed that she and Dai Yuan were not on good terms. Yang Kai didn't know why she had come here now. Moreover, her timing was a bit too coincidental. Dai Yuan had just returned to Thousand Illusion Peak when In Su Dai had rushed over. Obviously she had received some kind of news. In Su Dai's beautiful eyes flickered, as if there were thousands of words that she wanted to say, a look that was enough to drive any man crazy. Her eyes swept over Yang Kai for a moment before immediately turning to Dai Yuan and saying, "Senior sister, you're back?" Dai Yuan didn't give her any good looks though, still wearing a sullen expression as she asked, Why are you here? Why can't I come? In Su Dai covered her mouth and giggled. Although this is Thousand Illusion Peak, it is also the sect's property. As the most outstanding core disciple of this generation of the sect, with the exception of a few restricted areas, I can naturally go anywhere. Moreover, when Junior Sister heard that Senior Sister had returned, Junior Sister immediately ran over to greet you, fearing that Junior Sister would be unhappy. Could it be that Senior Sister wants to blame Junior Sister? As she spoke, an extremely aggrieved expression appeared on her face. It really made people feel pity for her and their hearts ache. It was as if even if she had done something extremely wrong, it was difficult and even more unbearable to hold her accountable. Chapter 1271. Bewitching Technique. A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. This was the first time he had learned that In Su Dai was actually using a bewitching technique, and one that seemed to be quite proficient in. No wonder every time he saw her, she would always exude an infinite charm. It turned out that this woman was actually using a bewitching technique. Hearing In Su Dai say this, Dai Yuan's pretty face sank as she shouted, "Did you have someone monitor me?" In Su Dai brushed her hair carelessly and chuckled, "Senior Sister, what are you saying? Junior Sister is simply concerned about Senior Sister. Last time, Senior Sister left without saying goodbye and no one knew where she had gone. Even Honored Master didn't know, so Junior Sister has been keeping an eye out for any news about Senior Sister. Just now, I heard a message saying that Senior Sister has returned safely. This is good news. Not only is Junior Sister happy, but Honored Master is also very happy and wants to see you." Honored Master? A complicated look flashed across Dai Yuan's face, as if she was no longer in the mood to argue with In Su Dai, instead saying, "Why didn't you stay on 100 Butterfly Peak and instead came here to talk about this? Then what else do you want me to say?" In Su Dai's expression became gloomy, but suddenly her beautiful eyes lit up, as if she had thought of something. "Right, there is another good thing I want to share with Senior Sister. Honored Master is currently asking Grandmaster Shao to refine an origin condensing pill, and although 2 furnaces have already been ruined, Grandmaster Shao said that the next one should be 80% successful. When that time comes, Junior Sister may enter retreat to break through to the origin returning realm and won't have time to visit Senior Sister. If Senior Sister is feeling lonely, how about Junior Sister arrange for a few maids to accompany you?" In Su Dai smiled innocently, as if she was really thinking about Dai Yuan, her sisterly sentiments clearly showing. However, anyone could hear the slight smugness in her words. "An origin condensing pill." Dai Yuan nodded indifferently. "Then I must congratulate Junior Sister. This is all thanks to Senior Sister finding a few stalks of emerald silk grass in Lu Yan's desert, otherwise it would have been impossible to refine an origin condensing pill. Junior Sister was not so lucky and was unable to find even a single stalk of emerald silk grass." In Su Dai shook her head and sighed, seemingly very upset. A sneer appeared on Dai Yuan's face, not caring that the emerald silk grass she had worked so hard to find had been used on In Su Dai, instead saying, Junior Sister Senior. If there's nothing else, Junior Sister, please return. Since you're preparing to break through to the origin returning stage, you naturally need to make some preparations. Otherwise, if you fail, you will have let down Master's efforts. Junior Senior Sister, Senior say, Senior like Senior to Senior Sister, S Senior. Sister, Senior. Senior Sister has a guest to entertain, so she won't accompany you. Dai Yuan ignored the ugly look on In Su Dai's face and ordered her to leave. However, In Su Dai had no intention of leaving at all. Seeing that her attempts to bully Dai Yuan had no effect, her beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at Yang Kai and said with a smile, "This little brother looks very familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Yang Kai's expression froze. He had not expected that he would be involved in the internal dispute between this Senior Sister and Junior Sister as soon as he arrived at Colored Glass Sect, but he didn't care and simply grinned. Senior Sister Een and I have indeed met a few times, but this one has admired Senior Sister Een for a long time. It's just that this one is not well known, so senior sister Een may not have noticed. When Een Su Dai heard this, a bright smile bloomed on her face as she giggled, very satisfied with Yang Kai's flattery. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, frowned as she shot a strange look towards Yang Kai. As for Yang Yun, he just stood in place, not saying anything or doing anything as if he didn't exist. And I remember now. You should be with that Wei Gucheng. How come you also know senior sister? Een Su Dai's voice suddenly became soft. Others who heard this didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but Yang Kai suddenly felt his blood flow accelerate and a soft whisper seemed to reach his ears, as if an invisible hand was stroking his cheeks, causing him to feel extremely comfortable. I met her in Lu Yan's desert. Yang Kai nodded and replied cooperatively. So that's how it is, but since senior sister was able to invite you back as a guest, it seems your relationship with senior sister isn't shallow. Een Su Dai said in a roundabout manner, but before Yang Kai could answer, she smiled again, her eyes flashing a strange light, exuding a strange charm that tugged at Yang Kai's heartstrings as she said, "If little brother doesn't mind, why don't you come visit my 100 Butterfly Peak sometime? Although my 100 Butterfly Peak isn't close to here, it has its own unique charm, so I'm sure you won't be disappointed." Yang Kai's eyes suddenly glazed over as his face flushed abnormally, seemingly unconsciously nodding, "Good, good, this one couldn't ask for more." As he spoke, saliva seemed to be dripping from the corners of his mouth as a disgusting look of lust appeared on his face. "Een Su Dai!" Dai Yuan suddenly shouted, knowing that Yang Kai should have been affected by her junior sister's beguiling technique. Pushing her Saint Chi madly, she wore a menacing look on her face, as if she would attack Een Su Dai if she didn't withdraw her beguiling technique. "What's the matter?" Een Su Dai looked at Dai Yuan innocently, her incorporeal charm surging towards Yang Kai even more fiercely. At that moment, Yang Kai's nostrils spurted out 2 hot blasts and he seemed to involuntarily rush forward, inexplicably arriving in front of Een Su Dai. Immediately, under the dumbfounded gazes of Een Su Dai and Dai Yuan, Yang Kai grabbed both of Een Su Dai's jade hands. For a moment, fiercely. It was as if Yang Kai had grasped the most important thing in his life and was unwilling to let go again. At the same time, his eyes flashed a terrifying fiery light and the temperature of his body rose significantly. Een Su Dai was stunned on the spot while Dai Yuan was also dumbfounded. The moment Yang Kai rushed over, whether it was Dai Yuan or Een Su Dai, both of them wanted to stop him, but neither of them knew why. By the time the 2 women recovered, Yang Kai had already grabbed both of Een Su Dai's hands. Feeling the sharp pain in her hands and seeing the crazed look in the eyes of this ugly man in front of her, Een Su Dai was both shocked and angered, pushing her Saint Chi fiercely, but in the next moment she calmed down, her eyes becoming watery as she turned to Yang Kai and said, "You hurt me." Yang Kai was startled, a look of guilt filling his face, but his 2 big hands were still firmly holding onto Een Su Dai. No matter how hard she tried to pull, she was unable to break free. While feeling her delicate and soft hands, Yang Kai blushed and said, "It doesn't hurt, I have time now, how about we go to 100 Butterfly Peak now? In any case, your senior sister has nothing to do here, so there's no need to stay." "Ah." Een Su Dai laughed dryly. Although she couldn't wait to slap Yang Kai away, she had no choice but to suppress the anger in her heart. The inexplicable light in her eyes became faster and faster as she stared directly into Yang Kai's eyes. "Didn't you just invite me to come with you? What are you waiting for?" Yang Kai began to urge her, seemingly impatient to return to 100 Butterfly Peak with her. Seeing this, Een Su Dai's expression changed and she was no longer willing to delay, pushing her Saint Chi to break free from Yang Kai's grasp. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Een Su Dai's figure flickered and reappeared a few dozen meters away, hiding her 2 small hands in her sleeves, making it impossible to see what they were like, but it was obvious that after being seduced by Yang Kai for a while, Een Su Dai's expression was definitely not pleasant. Staring coldly at Yang Kai, who seemed to still be immersed in her seduction technique, Een Su Dai's expression became gloomy. However, a figure flashed and Dai Yuan appeared in front of Yang Kai, coldly saying, "Junior sister, please return." Yin Su Dai grit her teeth and took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling in an exaggerated manner, showing off her enchanting curves as she snorted. Senior sister, don't forget to pay respects to honored master, she has always been thinking about you. Junior sister will take her leave now. Saying so, Yin Su Dai's phoenix eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed across them as she stared at Yang Kai, as if she wanted to carve his appearance into the depths of her soul, stomped her foot, and flew off on her star shuttle. After she was 10 kilometers away from Thousand Illusion Peak, Yin Su Dai took her hands out of her sleeves and examined them under her eyelids, her beautiful face going pale with anger. Her flawless jade-like hands were now covered in bruises. Yin Su Dai didn't know where that smelly man had obtained such brute strength, nor did he understand the concept of having tender feelings for the fairer sex. This time, she had gone for wool and come home shorn, causing Yin Su Dai's lungs to explode. Secretly hating Yang Kai in her heart, she planned to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. On the stone platform of Thousand Illusion Peak, a group of 3 stood there. Yang Inflammation and Dai Yuan stared at Yang Kai's back while Yang Kai stared in the direction Yin Su Dai disappeared, a look of regret filling his face. After a while, Yang Kai sighed and slowly shook his head. Turning around, he saw the 2 women staring at him and asked in amazement, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" You didn't fall for her seduction technique? If Dai Yuan still couldn't tell, she would have wasted her many years of experience. At this moment, Yang Kai's demeanor was completely different from before and his eyes were clear and bright. Seduction technique? Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer. She used it on the wrong person. Then why did you? Dai Yuan's eyes flashed a complicated light as she shook her head and laughed. Your courage is really big, actually taking advantage of her. If she had seen through it on the spot, she definitely wouldn't have let you off. Didn't she not see through it? Yang Kai chuckled. Thank you. Dai Yuan suddenly showed a look of gratitude and sincerely thanked him. She knew that if it weren't for Yang Kai not being able to stand watching Yin Su Dai humiliate her, he wouldn't have done such a thing. Yang Kai waved his hand and snorted, "No need, she attacked me first, I was just fighting back." The grievances of other senior sisters, Yang Kai was too lazy to intervene. This time, his main purpose for coming here was to obtain Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain. Helping Dai Yuan was just a pretense, but Yin Su Dai had recklessly used her seduction technique on him. If this weren't colored glass sect, Yang Kai wouldn't have let her off so easily. Chapter 1272. Dai Yuan smiled and asked meaningfully, "How does it feel?" Yang Kai's face blushed as he chuckled, not bad at all. Worthy of being one of Shadowed Star's famous beauties, your skin is delicate and well-maintained." Seeing Yang Kai really talk about this, Dai Yuan couldn't bear it anymore and snorted lightly before no longer talking about it, leading Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation into the mountain corridor. After entering the corridor, Dai Yuan placed her hand on the stone wall and circulated her Saint Qi, summoning the jade pendant that had flown in before. Immediately after, the hole in the stone wall closed silently. "Please follow me." Dai Yuan beckoned from the front before leading Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation through the mountain corridor. After walking for about 1,000 meters, a huge cave suddenly appeared. It covered an area of about 1,000 meters and seemed to have been hollowed out from the inside of Thousand Illusion Peak. The inside of this cave was extremely empty, without the slightest trace of man-made carvings. Yang Kai looked around and was surprised to find that this cave was actually naturally formed, not artificially excavated. Above the cave, there were several thick and thin dark red pillars hanging upside down, like sharp cones that could fall down at any moment, making for an extremely dangerous sight. At the bottom of the karst cave, there were also many lava pillars, making the entire karst cave look like a messy stone forest, confusing and complicated. A natural spirit array. After Yang Yen swept her eyes over these molten pillars, she suddenly let out a soft cry, her beautiful eyes lighting up as she stood there, not wanting to leave. Sure enough, I can't hide from Sister Yang Inflammation's eyes. Dai Yuan also stopped and turned back to look at Yang Inflammation with some admiration before explaining, there is indeed a natural spirit array in this cave on Thousand Illusion Peak, but it only has a somewhat hallucinatory effect and doesn't have much power. Yang Inflammation continued to look around for a while before asking, did someone change the natural spirit array here? It was one of the people who used to live on Thousand Illusion Peak. Dai Yuan thought of something and her eyes dimmed slightly, but she quickly recovered and continued. That person had some understanding of spirit arrays, so they changed the natural spirit array here so that it not only has a hallucinatory effect but also has the ability to repel enemies. Can I go in and take a look? Yang Inflammation asked, seemingly very interested in this natural spirit array. Nonsense. Yang Kai scolded Yang Inflammation with a straight face. No matter what, this was Dai Yuan's secluded home, so how could a spirit array set up outside be casually inspected? This could easily become a taboo. Dai Yuan smiled faintly and said, Junior brother Yang, there is no need to say that. Since Sister Yang Inflammation has dabbled in spirit arrays, it is normal for her to be interested. After all, natural spirit arrays are quite rare and difficult to create. If Sister Yang Inflammation wants to enter, of course you can, but I am not very proficient in this spirit array. Since the senior who used to live here passed away, although I have taken over this spirit array, I am unable to do anything about it. All I know is that there is a safe way in and out. If Sister Yang Inflammation can crack this spirit array, explore its essence, and teach it to me, Dai Yuan will be grateful to Sister Yang Inflammation. So that's how it is. Yang Kai's face relaxed slightly. Since Dai Yuan intended to borrow the power of Yang Inflammation, he could no longer stop her, simply turning to Yang Inflammation and asking, Can I? Yang Inflammation curled her lips but did not answer, instead wrapping herself in her black robe and disappearing into the lava pillars. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, knowing that he had underestimated Yang Inflammation's ability, which made him very angry. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, saw Yang Inflammation's confident performance and her eyes lit up as she secretly looked forward to it. Let's go, don't worry about her. In any case, this place is already your territory, she will naturally come out after studying it. Yang Kai smiled helplessly at Dai Yuan. Good, Dai Yuan naturally had no objections and continued to lead Yang Kai through the lava pillars. Not long after, the two of them passed through the cave and entered another mountain tunnel. After walking for a short distance, they arrived at a stone room. As soon as he entered this stone room, Yang Kai's expression shook. He found that there were many fragrances of pills and herbs here, and inside the stone room, there were 5 or 6 large and small alchemy furnaces. Only then did he remember that Dai Yuan was also an alchemist. Wei Guchang had mentioned this before in Lu Yen's sandfield. The reason why Dai Yuan knew so much about the red candle fruit was because she was an alchemist. However, since she had requested this from him, her alchemy level shouldn't be too high. Yang Kai was well aware of this, but he didn't point it out. Junior brother Yang must be joking. I'm afraid Dai Yuan's place can't even enter junior brother's eyes, Dai Yuan said with a smile. You're too kind, young lady has a completely different world here. It's much better than Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai laughed. Junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan suddenly called out softly, staring straight at him with her beautiful eyes. Are there really Origin King grade alchemists in the outside world? Yang Kai glanced at her and suddenly discovered that many people on Shadowed Star seemed to be interested in the outside world. He had heard similar questions being asked more than once or twice. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai nodded and said, There are indeed Origin King grade alchemists in the outside world. Although I have never seen one, I have heard of them. There are also Origin King grade artifact refiners and Origin King realm masters. There is also the Star Master. Star Master? Dai Yuan raised her brow. The legendary powerful cultivator who can refine a star's source and become its Star Master. But there should be very few such people. I heard that refining a star source is extremely dangerous, and even Origin King realm masters do not dare attempt it easily, otherwise, their soul may be destroyed. Is that so? Dai Yuan smiled when she heard this and immediately said cheerfully, If there is an opportunity, Dai Yuan would like to consult junior brother Yang about the outside world. I hope junior brother Yang will not refuse. Good, when the time comes, this one will definitely tell you the truth. Yang Kai agreed readily. Although he didn't know much about the star field, he was still someone who had come from the outside world, so his understanding of Shadowed Star was much deeper than the people here, so it wasn't a problem for him to talk about these things. Dai Yuan didn't ask any more questions and instead arranged for Yang Kai to rest in a room next to the stone room before asking Yang Kai to rest for a few days while she went to pay her respects to her honored master. After all, when she left Colored Glass Sect last time, she didn't tell anyone, and just now In Su Dai had come to inform her that her honored master wanted to see her, so she naturally couldn't keep her honored master waiting. Yang Kai waved his hand and let her go. After a while, Dai Yuan left Thousand Illusion Peak and turned into a blue streak of light, disappearing into the Grand Crystal Mountain Range. After Dai Yuan left, Yang Kai opened his eyes for meditation, a light flashing across them as a sly look appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, a figure appeared in front of him. It was the stone mongoose, standing there and looking at Yang Kai innocently, seemingly waiting for his instructions. "Do you know what you're going to do?" Yang Kai asked. The stone mongoose tilted its head and thought for a moment before nodding. "Good, I'll tell you the location. Remember, if there's any danger or if you're discovered, return immediately and don't alarm anyone." Yang Kai carefully exhorted before stretching out his finger and touching the stone mongoose's forehead. A green light appeared on his fingertip and entered the stone mongoose's head. This green light contained a strand of Yang Kai's divine sense and clearly contained the location of Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain. Since Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain was the supreme treasure of Colored Glass Sect, the spirit arrays protecting it would definitely be extremely powerful. Although Yang Kai was confident in the stone mongoose's safety, there was always a possibility, which was why he had warned it so seriously. He didn't want to lose a partner like the stone mongoose just because he stole a bit of Thousand Illusion Colored Glass. Since the stone mongoose was born, it had always been conscientious and diligent, a role model for hardworking people. Where else could he find such a good assistant? After the green light containing Yang Kai's divine sense entered the stone mongoose's head, it quickly disappeared. The stone mongoose stood in place in a daze, seemingly digesting the information contained in the divine sense. After a while, its eyes rolled around and it silently shook its body, causing a small hole to appear in the ground and the stone mongoose to disappear. By the time Yang Kai noticed it, it was already 1,000 meters underground, and after pausing for a moment, it flew off in the direction of the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain at a high speed. The stone mongoose was born with a special ability, so the earth could not hinder its movements. After releasing the stone mongoose, Yang Kai immediately stretched out his hand and smoothed out the small hole in the ground, making it impossible to see anything wrong with it from the outside. Only then did he return to meditating. Speaking of which, Yang Kai still didn't know why Dai Yuan had invited him here, but with Dai Yuan's personality, she probably wouldn't ask him to do anything too difficult. If there really was something difficult, Yang Kai could refuse. In any case, his main purpose for coming here had been achieved. All he needed to do now was wait for the stone mongoose to return. After understanding this, Yang Kai immediately settled down. For 3 days, Yang Kai didn't see any trace of Dai Yuan. On the other hand, Yang Inflammation appeared like a ghost, her beautiful eyes flashing with excitement, seemingly having gained a lot from studying the natural spirit array outside. Yang Kai didn't ask too much because even if he did, he wouldn't understand, so he simply ignored her. Dai Yuan still hadn't returned, so Yang Inflammation went to a nearby room to rest. After waiting for another 2 days in Thousand Illusion Peak, Yang Kai suddenly saw Dai Yuan appear. However, what made Yang Kai feel strange was that Dai Yuan seemed to be very tired, her expression somewhat sluggish, and her eyes were red and swollen, obviously the result of crying. Even though she was forcing herself to smile, it was impossible to erase the sadness hidden in her brow. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened to her that caused her to become like this, but he could imagine that it had something to do with her honored master. After all, Dai Yuan had gone to see her honored master and returned 5 days later, yet she had undergone such a drastic change. Chapter 1273. After Dai Yuan returned, the first thing she did was visit Yang Inflammation, and after receiving a token, her mood immediately improved. This was because Yang Inflammation had not only cracked the natural spirit array outside her secluded home but had also made some changes to it, making it more complete and usable. Not only had its power increased by 30%, but it had also gained several new transformations. This made Dai Yuan very happy, but at the same time, she was secretly surprised by Yang Inflammation's skill with the spirit array. After this incident, the relationship between her and Yang Inflammation seemed to have become much more harmonious, to the point where they even called each other sisters. This made Yang Kai very confused. He only felt that a woman's heart was like a needle in the sea, unpredictable and unpredictable. When the two of them were hurrying on their way, they were like taciturn gourds, not speaking for a month, but now, just because of a spirit array, they were incomparably intimate. Men were not like this. After she returned, Yang Kai naturally began to ask her what she needed his help with, but Dai Yuan still hesitated and only asked Yang Kai to wait a few more days while she made some preparations. When the time came, she would naturally tell him the truth. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai no longer forced her and simply waited quietly. A few days later, Yang Kai was meditating inside his stone room, cultivating his demon blood threads while pouring his Saint Qi into the artifact refining furnace in front of him. Inside this artifact refining furnace, a crimson firebird was tumbling about, constantly spraying out pure and rich fire energy from its beak to burn the dragon bone and dragon bead inside the artifact refining furnace. Although it took a long time to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead, as long as Yang Kai had time, he would actively stimulate the power of the artifact refining furnace to speed up the refining process. He was looking forward to seeing what would happen after the dragon bone and dragon bead were refined. Just as he was urging his Saint Qi, a knock suddenly came from outside. Yang Kai raised his eyes, and after pouring his Saint Qi into the artifact refining furnace again, he took a deep breath and calmed his Saint Qi. A moment later, he stretched out his hand and summoned the artifact refining furnace back into his body before standing up, walking over to the stone door and opening it. Dai Yuan simply stood there, but for some reason she seemed to be a little worried about her gains and losses. When she felt a wave of heat in the room, she looked at Yang Kai in surprise, instinctively thinking that Yang Kai was refining pills, but there was no pill or medicinal fragrance in the air, which made her feel a little strange. Not caring about this, Dai Yuan asked softly, "Can I come in?" Yang Kai nodded, stepped aside, and waited for Dai Yuan to enter before closing the door and sitting down on a stone bench in the room, taking the initiative to ask, "Is everything ready?" Dai Yuan bit her red lips lightly and nodded lightly. "Then let's begin." Yang Kai smiled lightly, "But before that, shouldn't Sister Dai Yuan tell me what you want me to help you with and how I should do it?" "I'm here to tell you this." Dai Yuan glanced over at him, her eyes watery and her cheeks blushing a deep shade of red. This made Yang Kai quite surprised, wondering what kind of embarrassing matter Dai Yuan was going to say that would cause her to show such a reaction. Dai Yuan sat there, seemingly a little restless, her two small hands unconsciously twisting together. After a long silence, she grit her teeth and said, "Actually, I asked junior brother Yang to come here to detoxify my poison." "Detoxify?" Yang Kai raised his brow, a look of surprise appearing on his face. "Sister Dai Yuan is poisoned? I really can't tell what kind of poison Sister Dai Yuan is suffering from, but if it is convenient, please tell me, perhaps I will know how to refine that detoxification pill." "There is no detoxification pill for my poison." Dai Yuan heard this and shook her head with a wry smile. "Oh!" Yang Kai suddenly became interested. When Dai Yuan had invited him to Dragon Cave Mountain, she had indeed said that her request was related to alchemy, and now that she was talking about detoxification, that was indeed the case. However, Dai Yuan saying that there was no detoxification pill for her poison meant that this poison was definitely extraordinary, so Yang Kai naturally paid some attention to it. Perhaps it was because he was an alchemist, but as long as it was related to herbs and pills, Yang Kai wanted to learn more about them. What I'm suffering from is 1,000 illusion-colored glass. Dai Yuan's words were shocking, her expression serious, without the slightest hint of a joke. 1,000 illusion-colored glass. Yang Kai was stunned. Isn't 1,000 illusion-colored glass your noble sex supreme treasure? Furthermore, I've heard that it's a peculiar refining material that doesn't possess any toxicity. How did you get poisoned by this thing, and how did you get infected? Yang Kai was extremely curious because what Dai Yuan was saying was simply too incredible. Although he didn't know much about 1,000 illusion-colored glass, he knew that this artifact refining material wasn't poisonous. 1,000 illusion-colored glass really isn't poisonous. Dai Yuan smiled bitterly after hearing this, reaching out and brushing her hair behind her ear as she asked in a low voice, "But what if I swallowed it raw?" Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he stared straight at Dai Yuan, his eyes narrowing. "Junior brother Yang doesn't need to doubt me. I really did swallow 1,000 illusion-colored glass raw and have been doing so for many years now. Ever since I entered the Saint Realm, I have been taking it." Dai Yuan smiled lightly. How could such a thing happen? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This woman had actually swallowed an artifact refining material. Wasn't that the same as courting death? Who in their right mind would take such a thing? Even if she didn't want to live, she wouldn't do such a thing. Naturally, there is a reason why I took it. Dai Yuan seemed to know that Yang Kai would have such a reaction, so she wasn't surprised at all, because the secret art I cultivate is called the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art. This secret art was created by my colored glass sect's ancestral founder based on Colored Glass Mountain. Almost every generation of Colored Glass sect's disciple must cultivate this secret art, and this generation's person is me. In order to cultivate this secret art, one must take 1,000 illusion-colored glass. Heh, such a strange secret art, it doesn't seem to be anything good, Yang Kai laughed sarcastically. But for the sect, this secret art is indispensable. 1,000 Illusion Peak has always been used as a residence for those who cultivate this secret art, which is why it has such a name. The previous person who lived here also cultivated this secret art. Yang Kai was surprised. On top of that, I grew up with her and she taught me this secret art. She can be considered my true master. And her end? Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer. She shouldn't have had a good ending, right? It seemed that because of Yang Kai's question, Dai Yuan seemed to recall something and her face immediately dimmed. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Just as he was thinking about how to comfort her, Dai Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "That's her fate. Since she chose this path, she shouldn't complain." However, after cultivating this secret art, before reaching the minor accomplishment stage, she won't be able to use the full power of this secret art. Otherwise, the poison will gradually deepen and eventually become impossible to expel. On top of that, the road to advancement is fraught with dangers. This was the experience of the previous person who sacrificed her life. If I want to break through to the origin returning realm, I must rely on junior brother Yang's strength to resolve the colored glass poison that has accumulated in my body over the years. Otherwise, I will die without a doubt. Yang Kai nodded lightly, understanding why Dai Yuan had come all the way to Dragon Cave Mountain to beg him for help. However, Dai Yuan had said that before reaching the minor accomplishment stage, she wouldn't be able to use the full power of this secret art. It seemed that the last time he saw Dai Yuan fight, she hadn't used her full strength. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to think of something and looked at Dai Yuan in surprise. The 1,000 illusion-colored glass art you cultivate wouldn't be related to the collection of 1,000 illusion-colored glass, right? Colored Glass sect needed someone to cultivate such a dangerous secret art in every generation, so unless it was for some particularly important reason, they certainly wouldn't do such a thing. For the most important reason for Colored Glass sect, Yang Kai could only associate it with the collection of 1,000 illusion-colored glass. But after hearing Yang Kai's question, Dai Yuan's complexion changed and she quickly waved her hand. "Junior brother Yang, you can't say that." Am I right? Yang Kai's expression became strange. Dai Yuan smiled bitterly but didn't deny it, nodding. I cultivate the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art precisely because I need to collect 1,000 illusion-colored glass. I won't hide it from junior brother Yang. Since the last senior who lived here fell, no one in the sect has been able to collect 1,000 illusion-colored glass, and I can only do so after reaching the origin returning realm. This is one of the sect's biggest secrets. You can only speak of it in front of me, but you can't tell anyone else, otherwise, you will definitely be in trouble. I know. Yang Kai nodded quickly. His unintentional words had actually exposed the sect's secret, causing Yang Kai to break out in a cold sweat. However, since Dai Yuan was so important to Colored Glass sect, why was she being neglected here? Shouldn't she be provided with the best cultivation resources, the best cultivation environment, and the best guidance from a senior? It seemed that there were some other secrets he didn't know about. Yang Kai secretly guessed. The last senior who lived here was also a genius. She summarized the experiences and performances of many seniors who cultivated the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art and finally came up with a very safe way to resolve colored glass poison. Once it was successful, I would no longer need to fear colored glass poison. I am deeply grateful to her for her help, but unfortunately, by the time she came up with this method, the poison had already penetrated her body and she was unable to resolve it herself. Dai Yuan explained with a gloomy expression. Is this method useful to me? Yang Kai asked. It requires the assistance of an origin-grade alchemist, and this alchemist must also be skilled and have perfect control over the fusion of various medicinal efficacies. From what I can see, the pills junior brother Yang has refined before are all the best of the best, a few of them even nearly forming pill veins. I think this requirement is absolutely not a problem for you. Chapter 1274. Although he had received Dai Yuan's praise, Yang Kai was still somewhat puzzled. Although his control of the medicinal efficacies was quite good, the 5 origin-grade alchemists from Medicine King's Valley weren't bad either. After all, they were all quite old, so why had Dai Yuan asked him for help instead of medicine pill sect's alchemists? There must be some unknown reason for this. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to ask because he knew Dai Yuan would definitely tell him later. Seeing Yang Kai listening attentively, Dai Yuan smiled and continued, if it was just finding such an alchemist, it wouldn't have been difficult. The difficult part would have been gathering the materials needed for the detoxification method. What kind of materials would you need to gather? Yang Kai asked. There are many materials, but after years of searching by the previous senior who lived here, he managed to gather 90% of them. Even the Yin Pond, which was the most difficult to find, was found by that senior, and after expending a great deal of effort, he was able to move it back to 1,000 Illusion Peak. The reason I asked junior brother Yang to come with me is because this Yin Pond cannot be taken away. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you to work so hard. Yang Kai nodded lightly, finally understanding why Dai Yuan insisted that he come with her to Colored Glass sect. However, Yin Ponds were extremely rare and would only appear in places with dense Yin Qi and Ghost Qi. Although they were useless to most cultivators, for those who cultivated Yin and evil secret arts, Yin Ponds were their favorite treasures because the pure Yin Qi in them was enough to rapidly increase the strength of any cultivator who cultivated such a secret art. Yang Kai had only heard about them and had never had a chance to see one with his own eyes. Because 1,000 illusion-colored glass is not restrained by the 5 elements. So, if one wants to expel the colored glass poison, they must have something like a Yin Pond. Then, condensing the medicinal efficacies of countless herbs, fusing them into the Yin Pond's water, and using the Yin Pond's water as a guide, they will have a chance to expel the colored glass poison, Dai Yuan explained softly. Yang Kai nodded as he listened. With his alchemy skills and knowledge, although he didn't understand the inner workings of this method, it should be correct. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai asked, since that senior was able to find a Yin Pond, why didn't she take it? She even moved it back to 1,000 Illusion Peak. So why didn't she detoxify it in the end? She still lacks one last thing. Dai Yuan smiled bitterly. What she lacks is a blood-invigorating mushroom. Blood-invigorating mushroom? Yang Kai's spirit shook. The blood-invigorating mushroom, the one that can be used to refine the blood mushroom pill? Hearing this, Yang Kai's faces. Yang Kai, of course. The invigorating mushroom. Dai Yuan gently nodding. With a flip of her hand, an exquisite wooden box suddenly appeared in her palm. She then opened the wooden box. Opening it, she took out a small piece of mushroom the size of a baby's fist. Not only did it look strange, but it was also red in color. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as if there was blood flowing through it, but it also exuded a pungent smell. Yang Kai took it with a dignified expression, gently stroking it with his hand, carefully examining it for a while before nodding. Yes, this is a blood-invigorating mushroom. Its medicinal age is at least 3,000 years, and it seems to have been picked not long ago. Did you obtain this from Luyen Sandfield? Sure enough, I couldn't hide it from junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan smiled faintly. Dai Yuan smiled lightly. It was also thanks to junior brother Yang's blessing that this blood-invigorating mushroom was a harvest I obtained in the 4th layer of Luyen Sandfield. Yang Kai's expression changed as he thought to himself, Dai Yuan's luck really wasn't bad. In the 4th layer, the number of precious treasures was extremely low. Yang Kai had only managed to obtain a few strings of fine purple jade fruit, but Dai Yuan was actually able to find a blood-invigorating mushroom. What's more, this was exactly what she desperately needed. It seemed that after he left, Dai Yuan had spent a lot of effort searching for this blood-invigorating mushroom, and the reason she wanted to follow him to the 4th layer was probably because she wanted to find this blood-invigorating mushroom. Finally, she was able to achieve her goal. What do you want to do with this blood-invigorating mushroom? Yang Kai closed the lid of the box and handed it back to her before asking. Dai Yuan fell silent, gently rubbing the wooden box in her hand a few times before sighing softly. I won't hide it from junior brother Yang. Although this method of detoxification was created and left behind by the previous senior who lived here, she wasn't 100% certain it would succeed because the 1,000 illusion-colored glass poison has already penetrated deep into my body, so if I were to try to expel it, it would inevitably cause me to lose a great deal of vitality. It is not impossible for me to die, but this blood-invigorating mushroom is the only way to preserve that slim chance of survival. Yang Kai frowned. If that's the case, wouldn't it be better to refine it into a blood mushroom pill? Blood mushroom pill? Dai Yuan smiled bitterly. Since junior brother Yang is an alchemist, it's not that you don't understand the grade of the blood mushroom pill. It is an origin grade high-rank pill, not something the alchemists of Shadowed Star can refine. If this were the outside world where junior brother Yang came from, this proposal would be a good one, but unfortunately. Or rather, are you an origin grade high-rank alchemist? No. Yang Kai shook his head. He was now an origin grade low-rank alchemist, but if he really put his mind to it and wasn't afraid of ruining the herbs, there was a chance he could refine an origin grade mid-rank pill. As for an origin grade high-rank pill, it was impossible for him to refine one, so after pondering for a moment, he said, what I mean is, if you aren't in a hurry, you might as well wait a few days. Perhaps there will be a more reliable method in the future, or perhaps you can find someone to refine the blood mushroom pill. Yang Kai didn't dare say he would refine it himself. Although he felt that it wouldn't take him many years to become an origin grade high-rank alchemist, he still couldn't make any guarantees at this time. I can't wait. Dai Yuan shook her head bitterly. Dai Yuan smiled bitterly and shook her head. If I could wait, I wouldn't have been in such a hurry to ask junior brother Yang for help. After cultivating the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art, depending on how much 1,000 illusion-colored glass one's body absorbs, one's cultivation will grow accordingly. At most, I can only delay it for half a year. After half a year, whether I am willing or not, I will have to break through to the origin returning realm. If I succeed, I will have a glimmer of hope, but if I fail with my current cultivation, I won't be able to suppress the colored glass poison and will die. Although directly taking the blood-invigorating mushroom will greatly reduce its medicinal efficacies, which is a waste of heaven's precious treasures, this is all I can do for now. Is there no other way? Yang Kai frowned. Dai Yuan smiled gently. Many thanks for junior brother Yang's concern, but since I have decided to do this, I have already mentally prepared myself. Regardless of whether this time's detoxification is successful or not, at least I have tried my best. Compared to the previous senior who lived here and the previous elders who cultivated the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art, Dai Yuan will not complain. Yang Kai sighed softly and no longer tried to dissuade her, instead nodding and saying, "Since you've made up your mind, then so be it. If you need my help, I will do my best." Hearing this, Dai Yuan was overjoyed and thanked him gratefully. "Many thanks, junior brother Yang. Now, I will tell you how to help me detoxify. Listen carefully. Once the process begins, I may not have much energy to instruct you." Immediately, Dai Yuan began explaining the detoxification method and various other details. Of course, these methods and details were all thought up by the senior from Colored Glass sect and perfected during her lifetime, so Yang Kai didn't think there was anything wrong with them and instead felt a great deal of admiration towards this senior from Colored Glass sect. However, while explaining these details and methods, Dai Yuan's face blushed and her eyes became watery. Her voice was low and restless, and even though her appearance wasn't that great, the shyness and flirtatious look in her eyes only added to her charm. Yang Kai finally understood why Dai Yuan hadn't been willing to tell him the details before. It turned out that this detoxification method actually required some intimate physical contact. It was no wonder Dai Yuan's face was flushed red when she explained the detoxification method. Any woman facing a man and telling him when to condense the medicinal efficacies on certain parts of their body would have the same expression. After all, if they really did this, it was inevitable that some awkward situations would occur. Although Yang Kai had never met Grandmaster Shao from Colored Glass sect, he was certain that the other party should be an old man, otherwise, Dai Yuan wouldn't have said it was inconvenient. Of the 5 Grandmasters from Medicine Pill sect, 4 of them were also old men and only one was an old woman. Compared to facing these old men, Dai Yuan would definitely choose Yang Kai. Yang Kai was a heroic and extraordinary young man, so Dai Yuan's sense of rejection was slightly weaker. Of course, if she could, she would rather choose the old woman from Medicine Pill sect. After all, both of them were women, so there wasn't such a taboo. But she couldn't afford to pay such a big price. Yang Kai thought secretly, guessing the hesitation and scruples in Dai Yuan's heart. On top of that, she was an alchemist herself, so she was probably preparing for the detoxification. Unfortunately, she didn't have much time to mature in the alchemic way and was currently just a Saint King-grade alchemist, so she wasn't of much use. Dai Yuan explained shyly, but Yang Kai remained indifferent, not showing any superfluous expression, simply listening attentively, not wanting to miss a single detail. Seeing Yang Kai's performance, Dai Yuan also gradually relaxed. There was a saying that doctors should not avoid suspicion, and her current relationship with Yang Kai was somewhat similar to that of a doctor and patient. Thinking so, Dai Yuan's expression gradually returned to normal. After spending the entire night explaining, Yang Kai would take the initiative to ask about some key issues, and Dai Yuan also knew that this was a matter of great importance, so she naturally explained it to him in detail. After an entire night, Dai Yuan finished her explanation, and Yang Kai also memorized the detoxification method in his heart, knowing what to do at what time. "Junior brother Yang, have you memorized everything?" Dai Yuan looked at him and asked. Although she hadn't rested all night, she didn't show the slightest signs of sleepiness and instead seemed to be in high spirits, as if she had reached the most important juncture in her life. Chapter 1275. I'll remember. Yang Kai nodded lightly, glancing at Dai Yuan thoughtfully for a moment before saying, "Your state of mind isn't very stable right now. How about this? You rest for 2 more days, then we'll begin." Although Dai Yuan couldn't wait to begin immediately, since Yang Kai had said so, she couldn't object. Nodding in agreement, she discussed a few more details with Yang Kai before leaving. After Dai Yuan left, Yang Kai sat down on the stone bed in his room, rubbing his chin as he pondered for a while. A moment later, he waved his hand and a large number of herbs appeared on his bed. Immediately after, he took out his alchemy furnace and released his conflagrated spiritual energy, wrapping up the various herbs and condensing the medicinal liquids contained within them. 2 days passed in a flash, and when Yang Kai opened his eyes from meditation and swept the room with his divine sense, he found Dai Yuan standing outside. After 2 days of recovery and adjustment, her mood and emotions had completely calmed down, and there was no trace of joy or sadness on her face. Standing outside the door, she didn't urge Yang Kai to come out, simply waiting for him to take the initiative to come out. Yang Kai smiled lightly, feeling that she had adjusted her state quite well, so he quickly got up, got off the stone bed, and opened the door. Dai Yuan heard the sound of movement and raised her eyes, but after seeing Yang Kai, she smiled faintly at him. "Let's go." Yang Kai gestured, to which Dai Yuan nodded and immediately led the way. Returning to the huge stone chamber they had passed by before, Dai Yuan led Yang Kai into another corridor. This corridor seemed to lead straight into the depths of the earth and had a series of artificial steps carved out of it, so it wasn't too steep. On both sides of the corridor, there were also some strange stones used for illumination, allowing the soft light to diffuse. As Dai Yuan walked down, Yang Kai didn't say anything, but he continued to spread out his divine sense. Halfway through the journey, Kai Yang suddenly felt a chill in front of him. This chill wasn't just pure cold, it was a kind of cold that made one's hair stand on end. Strictly speaking, this was Yin Qi. Only places where Yin Qi gathered would have this kind of cold. It seemed that the so-called Yin pond was hidden below. Yang Kai suddenly understood. This kind of Yin Qi didn't cause any trouble for Yang Kai at all. He didn't even need to circulate his Saint Qi. He could easily resist it with his physical body. The same was true for Dai Yuan. Although her physique wasn't as good as Yang Kai's, her cultivation and the fact that this Yin pond had been here for so many years, presumably Dai Yuan had come down here countless times in order to prepare for detoxification, so she naturally wouldn't be affected by it. The further down she went, the stronger the chill became. After half an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai's divine sense and Dai Yuan. After walking down for a long time, the scene before her suddenly opened up. There was also a huge stone room below. However, there was nothing in this stone room. If one were to look at it with the naked eye, one would see that this stone room was filled with a dense and cold aura. Strand after strand, it filled every corner of the stone room. The walls of the stone room were also covered in white frost. The temperature here was so low that it would make one's hair stand on end. In the center of the stone room, there was a small pond that covered an area of less than 10 meters. The wisps of cold Yin Qi were emitted from this small pond. Yang Kai's face changed slightly. "Lady Dai Yuan, is this Yin pond a 1,000-year Yin pond or a 10,000-year Yin pond?" Dai Yuan seemed to know what Yang Kai wanted to ask and smiled. According to that senior, this Yin pond was formed at least 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. Yang Kai frowned. For such a long time, the Yin Qi in this Yin pond is not something you can withstand. Are you sure you want to continue? Yin ponds were also divided by age. Yang Kai hadn't heard Dai Yuan mention anything about this Yin pond before, so he didn't ask too much about it, but now, this Yin pond was actually 5,000 or 6,000 years old. With such a Yin pond, it was likely Dai Yuan would immediately freeze into an ice sculpture if she were to soak in it. Dai Yuan smiled lightly. "Junior brother Yang may rest assured. Before this, I made a lot of preparations and mixed a lot of fire and Yang attribute herbs into the Yin pond's water to neutralize the Yin Qi. On top of that, I am also an alchemist and have cultivated a fire attribute secret art, so as long as I am careful, there shouldn't be any problems. What's more, if I don't continue now, I can only wait for death. If junior brother Yang were in this situation, what would you choose?" Yang Kai fell silent, knowing that Dai Yuan had her own difficulties and had no other choice, so he no longer tried to persuade her. "Junior brother Yang may rest assured, I have left a letter in my meditation room. If an accident really happens this time and I die, you can take this letter to my honored master. The letter explains everything, she won't embarrass you after reading it. My honored master is Elder Gong Ao Fu who lives on Myriad Fathom Peak, so if you need to leave, you can go find her." Dai Yuan's appearance made it seem as if she was making arrangements for her death, causing Yang Kai to feel a little uncomfortable, but he still nodded. "I understand." Dai Yuan smiled and nodded, beckoning to him. "Please come with me." A moment later, the two arrived at the Yin pond. Yang Kai looked around and found that this pond wasn't very deep, only about a meter deep, but it was so clear that he could see the bottom, without the slightest impurities. The water was completely still, like a pool of stagnant water. However, if this pool of stagnant water were to be seen by a cultivator who cultivated an evil secret art, they would definitely be ecstatic and would pay any price to obtain this Een pond. Because this Een pond was simply too useful to them, it was no less valuable than some top precious treasures and precious medicines. At this moment, there were some traces of a spirit array around the Een pond. It should have been the senior from Colored Glass sect who had brought the Een pond here and used a spirit array to restrain it. Dai Yuan pointed to a spot nearby and said, "Junior brother Yang, just sit here, I will cooperate with you." Good. Yang Kai nodded, his figure flickering as he sat down cross-legged. "There's nothing else to prepare, right?" Dai Yuan seemed to be talking to herself as she stared at the Een pond with a complicated expression. Suddenly she smiled and said, "Junior brother Yang, no matter what, Dai Yuan must thank you this time. You are the only person who has been willing to help me in the past 20 years and the only friend I have made in the past 20 years. Saying so, she respectfully bowed to Yang Kai, her expression solemn. 20 years, Yang Kai's brow rose. It seemed that Dai Yuan's change in Colored Glass sect was not as simple as Wu had previously inquired about, which was 10 years ago, but rather began more than 20 years ago. As for Wei Guchang and Dong Xiena, they should be friends she had made before coming here, so they didn't count. Yang Kai waved his hand lightly. "Sister Dai Yuan is too serious. This matter is nothing more than a slight effort for me. Right? Take this bottle of medicinal liquid." Saying so, Yang Kai tossed a jade bottle to her. "This is..." Dai Yuan caught the jade bottle and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "This is a medicinal liquid I formulated myself. Although I can't refine the blood mushroom pill, if you take this bottle of medicinal liquid together with the blood-invigorating mushroom, it should be able to stimulate 10 to 20% of the blood-invigorating mushroom's medicinal efficacies, which should have some effect on you. With my current level of alchemy, this is the best I can do," Yang Kai said with some regret. The blood-invigorating mushroom was rare, and the blood mushroom pill was even more difficult to refine, but the value of the blood mushroom pill was definitely not below that of an Origin King grade pill, perhaps even higher. This was because the blood mushroom pill was a healing saint pill that could bring the dead back to life. For a cultivator who spent years adventuring, this was one of the most valuable pills. Unfortunately, Yang Kai couldn't refine it right now, so he could only use this method to avoid wasting too much of the blood-invigorating mushroom's medicinal efficacies. Over the past 2 days, Yang Kai had been formulating this medicinal liquid. Dai Yuan heard this and was pleasantly surprised. She gripped the jade bottle tightly, not even opening it to check its contents as she happily said, "I've troubled junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan will definitely live up to your expectations." She felt that she had really found the right person to ask for Yang Kai, because even if she had asked Grandmaster Shao of her sect or the seniors of Medicine Pill sect, they might not have been able to produce this bottle of medicinal liquid that could stimulate 10 to 20% of the blood-invigorating mushroom's medicinal efficacies. With this bottle of medicinal liquid, her chances of success would be increased by at least 10%, so how could she not be happy? "Next, I'll have to trouble junior brother Yang." Dai Yuan put away the bottle of medicinal liquid and said to Yang Kai with a dignified expression. Without waiting for Yang Kai to respond, her figure suddenly spun and her clothes flew off in all directions. In the blink of an eye, only her undergarments were left. Dai Yuan seemed to have been prepared for this moment, so her undergarments were all black. Although they accentuated her exquisite figure, they didn't allow her body to be exposed for the time being. Even so, a faint blush appeared on her face and she didn't want to remain here for a moment longer, her figure flickering as she jumped directly into the Een pond. There wasn't the slightest splash, and the moment she entered the Een pond, Dai Yuan let out a groan as a look of extreme pain appeared on her face. After the Een pond water was stimulated by the foreign object, it began to boil and a white mist appeared, spreading towards Dai Yuan as if it had a mind of its own. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk with a crisp sound, a thin layer of ice immediately appeared on Dai Yuan's tender body, but Dai Yuan only needed to circulate her secret art slightly to expel this thin layer of ice from her body. However, the white mist did not relent and spread even more fiercely towards her body. Dai Yuan finally couldn't bear it and let out a pitiful cry as a dazzling light suddenly erupted from her body. This light was very unusual, as if there were tens of thousands of them. The moment this light bloomed, Yang Kai's mind suddenly froze as he felt his soul being shaken. His knowledge sea trembled slightly and he felt as if invisible shackles had suddenly been placed on his body, making his body feel heavy. Colored glass divine light. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of surprise as he stared at Dai Yuan's figure without hesitation. Although he had heard from Yang Yen that the colored glass divine light emitted by Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain had the effect of restraining one's soul, he hadn't expected it to be so strange and impossible to guard against. Chapter 1276. Fortunately, Dai Yuan wasn't deliberately targeting Yang Kai, and Yang Kai himself wasn't an ordinary person, so after a moment of shock, he immediately resisted the colored glass divine light's assault and released his conflagrated knowledge sea towards Dai Yuan. At this moment, Dai Yuan's face seemed to be distorted by severe pain, making her appearance even more unbearable to look at. However, what surprised Yang Kai was that not only did she seem to be lacking in looks, but her entire body was also like her face, covered with scars and bruises, making her look completely different from an ordinary woman's. Before, when she was wearing black undergarments, Yang Kai hadn't noticed anything, but when she entered the Yin pond and her undergarments were soaked in the water, Yang Kai immediately discovered this problem after using his divine sense to examine Dai Yuan. Her entire body seemed to be covered in scars and bruises, just like her face, with the exception of her two white and flawless hands, making it difficult to look straight at her. It seems that cultivating the Thousand Illusion-colored glass art is extremely harmful. Yang Kai immediately understood that the reason she was like this was definitely related to the Thousand Illusion-colored glass art. Junior brother Yang. Just as Yang Kai was slightly dazed, Dai Yuan grit her teeth and called out in a trembling voice. Yang Kai nodded and shouted, "Let's begin." The next moment, without hesitation, Dai Yuan opened an acupuncture point on her chest and began madly drawing the Yin pond's water into her body. After the bone-chilling liquid entered her tender body, Dai Yuan shuddered uncontrollably, but she still gritted her teeth, her lips turning blue as she stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai didn't say a word as his conflagrated knowledge sea also rushed into the acupuncture point and instantly engraved several alchemy spirit arrays into Dai Yuan's body. Conflagrated knowledge sea. Dai Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise, she hadn't expected this at all. Yang Kai actually possessed a conflagrated knowledge sea. After all, according to her original plan, Yang Kai needed to place his hand on her chest and pour his Saint Qi into her body, using her body as a furnace. Using the various medicinal efficacies contained in the Yin pond's water as materials. Then using alchemy techniques to expel the colored glass poison from her body. While they were discussing various details before, Yang Kai hadn't revealed that he possessed a conflagrated knowledge sea, but seeing it at this moment, Dai Yuan wasn't surprised. Because if this was the case, there was no need for Yang Kai to have any intimate contact with her body. This made her feel both shocked and relieved. After all, no matter what, she was still an innocent woman. Having her body touched by another man was still somewhat unbearable. Just as Dai Yuan's thoughts were racing, with the acupuncture point as the center, the Yin pond's water began to swirl rapidly. Under the control of Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea, the various medicinal efficacies that Dai Yuan had integrated into the Yin pond's water were perfectly integrated. An uncomfortable feeling spread from her chest, causing Dai Yuan's breathing to become heavy, as if something was blocking her from circulating her strength. However, as Yang Kai continued to engrave spirit arrays, under the effect of these spirit arrays, the various medicinal efficacies in the Yin pond's water began to clash and fuse together. A strange aura exuding a strange light was forced out of Dai Yuan's chest and into the Yin pond. However, this filament-like thing didn't dissipate and instead swam like a fish in the water, unhindered. Soon, another similar thing was forced out, and as time passed, more and more filaments poured out of Dai Yuan's body, filling the entire Yin pond with these strange glowing things. After half an hour, Dai Yuan suddenly felt the suffocating feeling in her chest disappear and the blocked Saint Qi in her body begin to circulate. The originally unbearable chill no longer posed any threat to her. Dai Yuan was overjoyed and hurriedly released her divine sense to examine her body. There was no longer any colored glass poison in the flesh with the previously opened acupoint as the center. Moreover, the skin on the surface had finally returned to its normal state. It was white with a tinge of rosy, snow-white and delicate, and no longer looked as ugly as it was before. However, because she had been soaked in the Yin Pond's water, there were still some bruises, forming a stark contrast with the rest of her body. Dai Yuan's eyes suddenly became hazy and her heart trembled, almost allowing more of the Yin Pond's water to enter her body. Guard your mind and don't think about anything else. Once everything is over, you can examine yourself properly. Yang Kai's shout suddenly rang in her ear, waking her from her pleasant surprise. Looking up at Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged in front of her, urging his conflagrated knowledge see to fuse with the medicinal efficacies, Dai Yuan found that his expression was calm and did not show any signs of embarrassment. Nodding, she opened another acupuncture point and allowed the Yin Pond's water to enter her body. Yang Kai immediately cooperated with her without the slightest hesitation. Under the cover of his divine sense, although he could clearly see every part of Dai Yuan's body, essentially stripping her naked in front of him, at this moment, this was a matter of life and death, so Yang Kai didn't have time to think about anything else. With a serious expression, he poured all of his energy into the Yin Pond's medicinal efficacies. Dai Yuan had already poured a large number of herbs into this Yin Pond, so it wasn't difficult to dispel the colored glass poison. The difficult part was controlling the fusion of medicinal efficacies and Dai Yuan's own tolerance. The former was fine as Dai Yuan was an alchemist herself, so when Yang Kai used his conflagrated knowledge see, she only needed to cooperate slightly to stimulate the medicinal efficacies. However, the latter was not something Yang Kai could help with, it all depended on Dai Yuan's own will. The colored glass poison had already penetrated deep into her body, and every time it was expelled, not only was it expelling the toxins, but it was also expelling some of her life essence. Once or twice wouldn't be a problem, but once it happened too many times, she might not be able to pass this hurdle. This was indeed the case. Every time it was expelled, it took at least a stick of incense worth of time. Half a day later, less than a fifth of the poison had been expelled, but Dai Yuan was already on the verge of collapse, her face as pale as paper. Fortunately, Dai Yuan had made sufficient preparations. At this time, she took out some pills from her space ring and tossed them into her mouth, restoring some color to her face. Seeing this, Yang Kai also slowed down his movements, giving Dai Yuan enough time to refine the medicinal efficacies. However, Yang Kai and Dai Yuan didn't dare waste too much time. After all, soaking in the Yin Pond for so long had consumed a great deal of Dai Yuan's vitality, so after a short rest, the two of them repeated the same process again. Time passed little by little, and the colored glass poison in Dai Yuan's body was gradually removed, but Yang Kai's expression only became more and more serious. He couldn't see if Dai Yuan could pass this hurdle because up to now, Dai Yuan had already begun to overdraw her life source to barely maintain her bodily functions and cooperate with him in expelling the poison, but doing this was not a long-term solution. Once she couldn't hold on any longer, she would undoubtedly die. Even if she could persist, Dai Yuan would need to rest for a long time afterwards. But now that things had come to this point, there was no turning back. Whether it was Yang Kai or Dai Yuan, both of them had to persevere until the end. Seemingly feeling Yang Kai's gaze, Dai Yuan, who was struggling to hold on, suddenly opened her eyes and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. "I can do it, junior brother Yang, you don't need to hold back, just do as you please." Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, but after feeling her determination, he nodded lightly and didn't say anything. His conflagrated knowledge burst out again as he carved a series of spirit arrays into Dai Yuan's defenseless body, drawing in the medicinal efficacies of the Yin Pond to cleanse her body. Dai Yuan screamed again, sounding extremely desolate, as if she was suffering some kind of inhumane torture. Another day passed by and most of Dai Yuan's body had returned to normal. Under the investigation of Yang Kai's divine sense, he found that she indeed had some assets that ordinary women did not have. Her skin was white and tender, and her figure was incredibly voluptuous. Even her face was no longer as unsightly as it used to be. At this moment, besides her pale complexion, there was no trace of her former appearance. Clearly, she was a stunning beauty that was enough to make any man's heart beat faster. Combined with her current appearance after suffering so much torture, she appeared particularly delicate and charming. Yang Kai had already expected this, so he wasn't surprised and simply focused on his own task. At a certain moment, Yang Kai took back his conflagrated knowledge sea and suddenly shouted in a thunderous voice, "Hurry up and swallow the blood invocation mushroom." Dai Yuan didn't seem to have much consciousness left, her pair of beautiful eyes dim and lifeless. Before this, she only knew how to mechanically cooperate with Yang Kai's actions, the last trace of obsession in her heart keeping her from giving up. Hearing Yang Kai's shout, Dai Yuan's lifeless eyes immediately restored a trace of clarity, and she quickly took out the wooden box containing the blood invocation mushroom from her space ring, opened it, and swallowed the blood invocation mushroom in one gulp. The next moment, she took out the jade bottle Yang Kai had given her and poured the medicinal liquid inside into her mouth. Once this medicine entered her stomach, Dai Yuan's condition finally improved a little, an abnormal flush quickly appearing on her pale face as her blood began to circulate rapidly. The huge vitality contained in the blood invocation mushroom began to spread throughout her body, making up for her lost life source. Yang Kai didn't wait for Dai Yuan to completely refine the medicinal efficacies of the blood invocation mushroom before enveloping her with his conflagrated knowledge sea again. Success or failure would depend on this final juncture. If Dai Yuan's willpower was strong enough, she should have a 30% chance of surviving, but if she couldn't, then she could only blame herself for running out of luck and having no one else to blame. Dai Yuan understood this better than anyone else and immediately cooperated with Yang Kai. In an instant, the entire Yin Pond's water began to surge, madly pouring into Dai Yuan's body. Layers of white mist began to envelop her and thin threads of strange light were forced out of her body. Chapter 1277. 1,000 meters below Thousand Illusion Peak, next to the 10-meter Yin Pond, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, his brow furrowed slightly as a look of contemplation appeared on his face. He was fiddling with an inconspicuous gray bead in his hand. Expelling the poison from Dai Yuan's body had been completed, and Dai Yuan's luck had been quite good. She had managed to survive the last moment and successfully remove all the colored glass poison from her body. Just before she fell unconscious, she had suddenly opened her mouth and spat out this bead, only having time to tell Yang Kai that it was a colored glass bead before fainting. Yang Kai took her out of the Yin Pond, circulated his Saint Qi to evaporate the cold Yin Qi in her body, then took off his clothes and covered her body with them before standing guard beside her. If possible, Yang Kai wanted to take her back to her room to rest, but she was only wearing her undergarments right now, so carrying her was a bit inconvenient. The bead in his hand didn't have anything special about it. Even if he threw it out, no one would be interested in it, but when Yang Kai carefully observed it, he was shocked to discover that this inconspicuous gray bead was actually exuding a dazzling light. This light was identical to the colored glass divine light and had the effect of restraining one's soul, easily penetrating his knowledge sea defenses and shaking his soul. Yang Kai immediately understood that this bead was probably an extremely valuable treasure. Although Yang Kai had never seen Thousand Illusion colored glass with his own eyes, he vaguely understood that the formation of this bead should be related to the Thousand Illusion colored glass art Dai Yuan cultivated and the Thousand Illusion colored glass art she had ingested. However, after examining it countless times, Yang Kai discovered a very strange thing. This bead was somewhat similar to a pill, but also somewhat similar to an artifact refining material. It was difficult to tell which was which. While fiddling with it, Yang Kai's expression changed and he held the colored glass bead in his palm before turning to look at Dai Yuan, who was lying on the ground. Over there, Dai Yuan's long eyelashes were trembling slightly and her 10 slender jade fingers seemed to be moving slightly, obviously a sign that she was about to wake up. Looking at her completely different face from before, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Before the colored glass poison was expelled, Dai Yuan's appearance was unbearable to look at, but now, she had become an outstanding beauty. Compared to In Su Dai, Yang Kai was slightly stronger. Yang Kai didn't know what would have happened if she had entered the Yin pond like this. Could he still be as calm as still water? Thinking about it carefully, he would probably be a little distracted. After all, he was still a man. No man would remain indifferent in the face of such a beautiful and almost naked woman. After waiting for a while, Dai Yuan opened her eyes and moved her body slightly, only to discover that she was extremely weak and couldn't help groaning. Since you're awake, you should rest for a bit. Your current condition is not very optimistic. Yang Kai's faint voice came over. Hearing this, Dai Yuan lowered her eyes and immediately saw Yang Kai sitting not far from her, looking at her with a smile. Her expression changed slightly and she wanted to say something, but no words came out. After discovering that Yang Kai wasn't wearing his robes and that there was something covering her body, Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes flashed a trace of gratitude and security before she immediately closed her eyes again and silently circulated her secret art. 2 hours later, Dai Yuan sat up, dressed herself neatly, took out a number of pre-prepared restorative medicines from her space ring, stuffed them into her mouth, and continued to meditate. Another day later, Dai Yuan let out a deep breath and opened her eyes again. Her beautiful eyes were filled with vigor, and it seemed that her cultivation had also made some progress. Although her face was still a little pale, there was nothing wrong with it. As long as she calmed down and recuperated, she would eventually recover. Standing up, Dai Yuan walked over to Yang Kai and bowed deeply. Dai Yuan thanks Junior Brother Yang. This time, if it weren't for Junior Brother's help, I'm afraid I would have already fallen. Junior Brother Yang's great kindness will be engraved in Dai Yuan's heart and will never forget it. Yang Kai also stood up and waved his hand with a smile, saying indifferently, being able to break through the gates of hell was your own effort, I didn't have much to do with it. Dai Yuan slowly shook her head. Junior Brother Yang overestimates Dai Yuan. I know that if the one I invited this time was not Junior Brother Yang but instead Grandmaster Shao or one of the seniors from Medicine Pill Sect, I definitely wouldn't be standing here right now. Without mentioning anything else, the bottle of medicinal liquid you gave me must have cost a lot of precious herbs, right? Without that bottle of medicinal liquid, I wouldn't have been able to hold on for the last few hours. She clearly felt that after she took the blood-invigorating mushroom and that bottle of medicinal liquid, her depleted vitality had actually been restored significantly, and as time passed, it was still slowly recovering. It was because of this that she had been able to hold on until the end, otherwise, she would have died long ago. Directly taking a blood-invigorating mushroom wouldn't have such a great effect. If it had been a blood mushroom pill, it might have been possible to cause such a change, but an unrefined blood-invigorating mushroom shouldn't have been able to achieve this, so the only explanation was that bottle of medicinal liquid. Although she didn't know how much time and effort Yang Kai had spent on that bottle of medicinal liquid, it was obviously not something ordinary. Yang Kai not mentioning it was because he was generous, so how could Dai Yuan not care? Seeing her say this, Yang Kai didn't try to deny it, nor did he admit it. What Dai Yuan didn't know was that although that bottle of medicinal liquid had cost him a lot of precious herbs, the most important reason was because he had dripped a drop of his golden blood into it. Yang Kai's golden blood contained an extremely powerful vitality, so it was the most suitable for restoring Dai Yuan's vitality at that time. In any case, Sister Dai Yuan has finally succeeded. Congratulations, congratulations. Yang Kai laughed and changed the subject. Dai Yuan also showed a charming smile as she turned her head and stared at the reflection of her peerless face in the calm waters of the Yin pond, her beautiful eyes filling with a brilliant light. Yang Kai observed her expression from the side and tactfully didn't disturb her, allowing her to enjoy the joy and excitement of regaining her lost beauty. After a while, Dai Yuan suddenly stretched out her hand and a gust of wind swept out from her sleeve, causing the clear waters of the Yin pond to ripple and shatter her beautiful face, which was enough to make any man's heart beat faster. Immediately, Dai Yuan circulated her Saint Qi and, under the stunned gaze of Yang Kai, her beautiful appearance once again reverted to the appearance she had when Yang Kai first saw her. Ugly, dry, and pockmarked, her appearance was unbearable to look at. Yang Kai frowned. There was no woman who didn't like to be beautiful, and Dai Yuan was no exception. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lost her calm when that heaven-battling Union disciple provoked her back in Lu Yen Desert, nor would she have shown such a nostalgic look just now. However, since she had done this, she must have her reasons. Yang Kai didn't ask any questions, but what made Yang Kai curious was that when he swept her with his divine sense, he couldn't find the slightest flaw on her face. Dai Yuan's face seemed to have really returned to its previous ugly appearance. This surprised him greatly. After all, he had seen Dai Yuan's true colors with his own eyes. Yang Kai didn't ask, but Dai Yuan took the initiative to explain, "I've let junior brother Yang see something embarrassing. I don't think it's a good time to disclose this matter yet, so I can only confuse outsiders for now. When I break through to the origin returning realm, it won't be too late to explain everything to honored master." Young lady's considerations are quite thorough. Yang Kai nodded in agreement before immediately changing the subject and asking, "Dare I ask young lady Dai Yuan, what is the use of this bead?" Saying so, he took out the colored glass bead. Dai Yuan looked at this colored glass bead and smiled slightly. I was too busy spitting out this bead before to tell junior brother Yang how to use it. Dai Yuan was too careless. And let me put it this way, this bead is somewhat similar to a monster beast's monster core to me. A monster core? Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. Because the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art was created based on a monster beast's cultivation method. Junior brother Yang should know that some monster beasts are born with the ability to swallow all kinds of minerals, extract their essence, and store it in their monster core. After I cultivated the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art and consumed 1,000 illusion-colored glass, this bead was born in my body. Yang Kai was surprised and quickly asked, "If that's the case, won't losing it have any effect on your body?" "There will definitely be some effect, but it won't be great. It's just an existence similar to a monster core, but it's not as important as a monster beast's monster core. As long as I have enough time and 1,000 illusion-colored glass, I will be able to cultivate this kind of thing in the future." Hearing this, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, but also secretly sighed. The person who created the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art was truly a heaven-defying genius, actually being able to produce something similar to a monster beast's monster core in a cultivator's body. No wonder when he examined it, it was similar to a pill, but it was also similar to an artifact refining material. Dai Yuan looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Although this colored glass bead is important to me, it isn't that important, but to junior brother Yang, it is of great use. Please enlighten me, young lady." Yang Kai's expression became solemn. He had been investigating this colored glass bead for a long time but still didn't know how to deal with it. He had wanted to ask the Yang Inflammation Department about it, but now hearing Dai Yuan say this, it seemed she knew a way. If junior brother Yang can refine this colored glass bead, perhaps he will be able to comprehend some of its mysteries. After all, this is the condensed essence of 1,000 illusion-colored glass. If junior brother Yang can really comprehend the mysteries of colored glass divine light, he will have an additional means to deal with his enemies in the future. With the help of this colored glass bead, I estimate that with junior brother Yang's aptitude, there is an 80% chance he will be able to refine it. Colored glass divine light. Yang Kai's expression changed. When he was helping Dai Yuan expel the poison, he had suffered a small loss from colored glass divine light, so he was naturally aware of its power. However, except for those who cultivated the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art, no other cultivator could comprehend colored glass divine light. Now, with the help of this colored glass bead, Yang Kai could do so he couldn't help feeling overjoyed. Chapter 1278. If this was really the case, then Dai Yuan's gift was not a small one. Junior brother Yang may rest assured, this colored glass bead is different from the 1,000 illusion-colored glass I took. It is not poisonous, so as long as junior brother carefully refines it, there shouldn't be any problems. Consider this the reward Dai Yuan promised junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan has nothing on her, and all the resources she has accumulated over the years were used up in order to detoxify this poison, so I hope junior brother Yang will not refuse. Dai Yuan didn't tell Yang Kai that this colored glass bead was the fruit of her 20 years of hard work in cultivating the 1,000 illusion colored glass art. Although she had reached the minor accomplishment stage in this secret art and could still cultivate it again, it was impossible to do so without several years of accumulation. Yang Kai grinned and said, "I am very satisfied with this reward. Lady Dai Yuan is quite considerate." Saying so, he put away the colored glass bead and glanced around at the Yin pond, which had lost so much of its Yin qi that it had almost been reduced to an ordinary pond. Yang Kai said, "Since we're done here, let's go back up." Good, after so many days of delay, I'm sure Lady Yang Inflammation is anxious. Dai Yuan smiled lightly and led Yang Kai back the way they had come. It seemed that because her appearance and body had been restored to its original state, her every move and action was filled with a myriad of emotions, completely different from before, causing Yang Kai to secretly admire her. Not long after, the two returned to their room on the upper floor. After separating, Yang Kai sat down in his room. After taking out the colored glass bead and playing with it for a while, Yang Kai's eyes flashed, as if he had thought of something good, and a smile appeared on his face. At that moment, the door was pushed open and Yang Inflammation appeared in the room, wrapped in a black robe. "Is everything done?" Yang Inflammation asked. "It's time to go." Yang Inflammation seemed a little anxious, but she didn't ask why Dai Yuan had invited Yang Kai here. "What happened?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow. "Nothing much happened. It's just that I feel that we shouldn't stay here for too long. Xiao Xiao has already been there for 7 or 8 days. It's time for it to come back. If it's too greedy, it might cause problems." Yang Kai thought about it and felt that what she said made sense. He nodded and said, "Okay, we'll leave after tonight." Although he was still inside Thousand Illusion Peak, Yang Kai could still use his divine sense to check the situation outside. It was still dark outside. It was naturally inconvenient to leave at this time. He could only wait until dawn to leave. After the discussion, Yang Yen also returned to his room to rest. The night passed uneventfully, and the next day, Yang Kai immediately bid farewell to Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan very warmly invited Yang Kai to stay for a few more days. Moreover, he also had the intention to exchange alchemy knowledge with him. However, Yang Kai had a guilty conscience at this moment. How could he be in the mood to continue staying? After a while, Dai Yuan reluctantly agreed. She then personally escorted him and Yang Inflammation out of Grand Crystal Mountain Range. On the way, Dai Yuan told Yang Kai that after a few months of recovery, she would begin breaking through to the origin returning realm. Once she succeeded, she would definitely pay a visit to Dragon Cave Mountain to thank him in person. Yang Kai naturally agreed. Just as the two of them were talking, a world-shaking noise suddenly rang out from within the Grand Crystal Mountain Range. Immediately, a pillar of light that emitted a myriad of rays of light shot into the sky, as if it wanted to pierce a hole in the sky. Even though the three of them were thousands of kilometers away, they were still able to see the pillar of light clearly. Colored Glass Mountain. Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at this pillar of light and exclaimed. The place where this pillar of light came from was obviously where Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain was located. It seemed that for some reason, the spirit array arranged around Colored Glass Mountain had become unstable, causing Colored Glass Mountain's colored glass divine light to erupt on its own. Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly as he exchanged a glance with Yang Inflammation, immediately thinking of many possibilities. But soon, Yang Kai's expression returned to normal and he asked, "Is there a problem with your noble sex Colored Glass Mountain?" "And I don't know what happened, but it seems some kind of barrier has been triggered. Junior brother Yang, I originally wanted to accompany you for a while longer, but that won't be possible now. I cultivate the 1,000 illusion colored glass art, so I must hurry over. You and Sister Yang Inflammation must take care of yourselves. Since such a big thing has happened to your noble sect, Sister Dai Yuan really should make a trip there." We've already left Grand Crystal Mountain Range, so Yang Inflammation and I can travel the rest of the way on our own. Yang Kai gently nodded. Good, then we'll have a good chat when I visit Dragon Cave Mountain. Dai Yuan smiled apologetically. Dai Yuan smiled apologetically before her tender body flickered and she turned into a stream of light, flying back the way she came at an incredible speed. After her figure disappeared, Yang Kai pulled Yang Inflammation and shouted, "Let's go!" The two summoned their star shuttles at the same time and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Although Yang Kai didn't understand what had happened, he guessed that it had something to do with the stone mongoose, so how could he be willing to remain here? After all, there had been an accident last night when he was retrieving the stone mongoose. Fortunately, he had left today, otherwise, if something like this had happened, it would have been extremely difficult for him and Yang Inflammation to leave Colored Glass Sect. With Dai Yuan as his guarantor, Yang Kai didn't have to worry about being harmed in Colored Glass Sect, but if he were to reveal any clues, Colored Glass Sect would never let him off. At that time, even Dai Yuan's words would be useless. At the same time, next to the 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain that Yang Kai had seen before, several dozen second or third order origin returning realm masters were floating in the air around it. Among them, there were more than a dozen peak third order origin returning realm masters, all of whom were radiating powerful auras. Half of these masters were shuttling back and forth around Colored Glass Mountain, constantly pouring their pure Saint Chi into an unknown barrier in front of them. After receiving so much Saint Chi, this barrier fluctuated in size and seemed to be trying to suppress the colored glass divine light rising from the 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain. The other half were also secretly circulating their Saint Chi as they stared towards the 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain with dignified expressions, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. What happened? A voice suddenly sounded, and immediately, a thin old man with 3 strands of long beard and silver-white hair suddenly appeared 1,000 meters away from Colored Glass Mountain. When the many origin returning realm masters saw this old man, they cupped their fists. "Greetings, Sect Master." This old man was none other than Sect Master Gong Xing He of Colored Glass Sect. Gong Xing He just waved his hand, motioning for everyone to dispense with formalities before turning his gaze to the 2 third-order origin returning realm cultivator, a man and a woman, who were flying over in a hurry. The man was middle-aged and had an imposing appearance. Although it was impossible to tell his exact age, the vicissitudes of life that appeared in the corners of his eyes indicated that he was not young. The woman was also a middle-aged beauty with a soft waist and a charming appearance. The two of them arrived in front of Gong Xing He and bowed together. "Elder Ma, Elder Du, the two of you have been guarding this place for the past few years. What happened here?" Gong Xing He looked at the two of them and asked with a dignified expression. The man surnamed Ma and the beautiful woman surnamed Du exchanged a glance before the man surnamed Ma cupped his fists and replied, "Reporting to Sect Master, the situation is like this. Last night, for some reason, Elder Du suddenly felt that the spirit array under Colored Glass Mountain was showing signs of loosening. Immediately, she sent out her mountain quarrying beast to investigate, but what the two of us did not expect was that after the mountain quarrying beast went over there, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. No matter how we tried, we were unable to contact it, and even now it has not returned. But just now, the colored glass divine light suddenly erupted. The two of us guessed that the spirit array under Colored Glass Mountain was indeed damaged, otherwise, such a thing would not have happened." "The spirit array was damaged?" Gong Xing He frowned and quickly said, "This has not happened for over 100 years. Every few years, we restabilize the spirit array, so how could it be damaged?" "This..." The man surnamed Ma hesitated for a while, not knowing how to answer. Seeing him act like this, Gong Xing He naturally knew that he wouldn't be able to get any answers, so he turned to the beautiful woman and asked, "Elder Du, is there only one mountain quarrying beast?" The beautiful middle-aged woman smiled bitterly. "There is more than one mountain quarrying beast, but the one that can withstand the colored glass divine light and approach Colored Glass Mountain spirit array is the only one. The others are not very useful. After all, this kind of thing was specially bought from the Myriad Beast sect in order to guard Colored Glass Mountain." The Myriad Beast sect did not tell us how to raise and enslave this monster beast. So, we have no way to investigate the spirit array under Colored Glass Mountain now? Gong Xing he immediately showed a displeased expression. The man surnamed Ma and the beautiful woman surnamed Du lowered their heads and remained silent. We also don't know why this happened? Gong Xing he asked again. The expressions of the two Colored Glass sect elders became even more awkward. Seeing this situation, another elder nearby spoke up. Although we don't know whether the damage to the spirit array is man-made or not, the most important thing right now is to suppress the eruption of the colored glass divine light. If this continues, the spirit array here may collapse and we may lose this treasure mountain. The second most important thing is to thoroughly investigate Colored Glass sect and see if any outsiders have come here recently. If this is really man-made, it can only be one of these outsiders. That's right. Someone immediately echoed. Gong Xing he pondered for a moment before turning to the elder who had just spoken and nodding, I'll leave the matter of investigating the outsiders to you. For the outsiders who are still in Colored Glass sect, don't let them leave for the time being, but don't make things difficult for them either. If this is really their doing, then they must have had ideas about the 1,000 illusion colored glass. I'd like to see who has such great courage to try and steal from us. The elder accepted the order and immediately withdrew. Not far away, Yin Su Dai, who had heard the commotion and rushed over, giggled and chased after the elder, seemingly having something to report. On the other side, another young woman with a graceful figure suddenly walked up and said to Gong Xing he, Sect Master, please calm your anger. In fact, if we want to investigate the spirit array underground, besides the mountain quarrying beast, there is another way. Chapter 1279. Seeing this young woman speak, Gong Xing his expression relaxed slightly and he nodded. Fool, tell me, what is it? The young woman smiled when she heard this. Father, have you forgotten? There is another disciple in my sect who cultivates the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art. This young woman and Gong Xing he were father and daughter, and both of them were third-order origin returning realm masters. This situation was not unusual on Shadowed Star because the third-order origin returning realm was the limit a cultivator could reach. As such, in many great sects, there would be father and son, master and disciple cultivator with the same cultivation. From the way Gong Xing he addressed this young woman, it was obvious she was the one Dai Yuan had mentioned to Yang Kai, the Gong Ao Fu who lived on Myriad Illusion Peak. 1,000 illusion-colored glass art. When Gong Xing he heard these words, a trace of dread flashed across the depths of his eyes. The same was true for the other elders, all of them seemingly recalling something, their expressions becoming complicated. Is that the junior who lives on 1,000 Illusion Peak? Gong Xing he quickly withdrew the strange look in his eyes and asked indifferently. Gong Ao Fu nodded lightly. Where is she? Gong Xing he asked. She seems to be on her way here, probably because she saw what happened here. As Gong Ao Fu spoke, she turned her head to the side where a blue streak of light was rapidly approaching. Everyone waited for a moment before the blue streak of light flew over and paused for a moment before revealing a graceful figure. However, when everyone saw the face of this figure, they all showed some surprise. This newcomer was naturally Dai Yuan, who had rushed here in a hurry, seemingly knowing that so many elders and elders would be gathered here. As such, Dai Yuan did not show any panic and first bowed to Gong Xing he in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. 1,000 Illusion Peak disciple Dai Yuan greets sect master. Gong Xing he gently nodded but did not say anything. Dai Yuan then bowed to Gong Ao Fu before greeting the many elders and elders present. Gong Ao Fu's brow furrowed slightly as she swept Dai Yuan with her divine sense, asking suspiciously, Yuan, what have you been doing these past few days? Why do you seem to have suffered some loss of vitality? Dai Yuan bowed her head and replied, Disciple encountered a slight setback in her cultivation. However, it is not a serious matter. Thank you for your concern. Although this was what she said, Dai Yuan's expression remained indifferent, as if she was just following a routine. Seeing this, Gong Xinghe frowned. He didn't care about her attitude. Your master said that you have a way to investigate the situation below Colored Glass Mountain, is that true? Investigate Colored Glass Mountain? Yes, we suspect that one of the restrictions underground has been damaged. It's just that I don't know if it was damaged by someone or by myself, so I need you to check it out. Are there any problems? The sect raised me and raised me. Now that I have a use for it, Dai Yuan naturally won't refuse. Dai Yuan replied lightly. Hearing this, Gong Ao Fu opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She only said, if that's the case, then investigate and inform us of the situation. Disciple obeys. Dai Yuan did not hesitate, immediately closing her eyes and circulating her secret art. Soon, a colored glass divine light similar to the one erupting from Colored Glass Mountain burst forth from her tender body, but this colored glass divine light was less than a millionth of Colored Glass Mountains. The colored glass divine light only flickered around Dai Yuan for a moment before transforming into a streak of light that shot straight into Colored Glass Mountain. Seeing this, many of the elders who had never seen the Thousand Illusion colored glass art before showed looks of interest. Because the Thousand Illusion colored glass mountain was not restrained by the 5 elements and had the effect of restraining one's soul, even if their cultivations were far higher than Dai Yuan's, they were unable to release their divine sense or use any method to investigate the situation below Colored Glass Mountain. But now, Dai Yuan, who was only a third-order Saint King, was able to easily accomplish this feat, causing them to be both interested and shocked. They naturally knew about the Thousand Illusion colored glass art and the dangers of cultivating this secret art, so after a moment of contemplation, they no longer paid any attention to Dai Yuan and simply waited quietly. After a long time, the ray of light that shot into Colored Glass Mountain suddenly reappeared and rushed into Dai Yuan's tender body. Seeing this, many of Colored Glass Sect's elders turned to look at Dai Yuan, waiting for her answer. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, still had her eyes closed, as if she was sensing something. After a while, she opened her eyes and bowed, reporting to Sect Master, Honored Master, the barrier under Colored Glass Mountain is indeed damaged, and next to it, there seems to be the corpse of a monster beast. It seems that because this monster beast triggered the barrier, not only was it killed, it was also damaged. Monster beast? The beautiful woman surnamed Du's face changed slightly. Could it be the mountain-quarrying beast? It shouldn't be. The man surnamed Ma also wore a puzzled look. Logically speaking, the mountain-quarrying beast shouldn't have damaged the barrier. It has explored this place many times without making any mistakes, so why was it like this time? The beautiful woman surnamed Du looked at Dai Yuan and asked with a slight smile, Martial niece, could it be that you made a mistake? The mountain-quarrying beast was a monster beast we bought from Myriad Beast Sect specifically for use in this place. It shouldn't have damaged the barrier. Then I don't know, but this is the situation I investigated. If Elder Du doesn't believe me, you can find another way to investigate. After Dai Yuan said these 2 words, her face became slightly pale, as if using the Thousand Illusion colored glass art just now had exhausted her. The beautiful woman surnamed Du smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything more. If she had a way to investigate carefully, why would she need to rely on Dai Yuan's ability? It was just that she and Elder Ma had been guarding this place all this time, so now that something had happened to Colored Glass Mountain, they had to bear some responsibility. Since it's a problem with the mountain-quarrying beast, it shouldn't be a big problem. All that's left is to repair the spirit array. Chapter 1280. Fortunately, only those who had cultivated the Thousand Illusion-colored jade scripture art would be able to know about this. Even the sect master wouldn't be able to investigate unless the entire Colored Glass Mountain was moved. Previously, she had pushed all the blame onto the mountain-quarrying beast, so presumably Yang Kai wouldn't arouse any suspicion. After a while, Dai Yuan calmed down a little and decided to bury this matter silently in her heart, not telling anyone about it. She even tried her best to cover up the traces of the small passage deep under the chalk floor of the room where Yang Kai had lived. Yang Kai had never expected that Dai Yuan would have a way to investigate this matter. He had thought that everything would be done without anyone knowing. Before leaving, he had deliberately ordered the stone mongoose to repair the passage under the chalk, but both he and Yang Yen had underestimated the mysteries of the thousand illusion-colored glass art and colored glass divine light. At this moment, Yang Kai and Yang Yen were already 100,000 kilometers away from the Grand Crystal Mountain Range and were currently flying towards a certain location. However, Yang Kai still had a subtle feeling that something was wrong, and his expression became dignified as he constantly used his divine sense to investigate the surrounding situation. "Why do I feel like you're being a little cautious?" Yang Yen frowned and asked. When the stone mongoose came out, it encountered a very strange monster beast. Although that monster beast was only at the 6th order and was killed with a single slap, the changes in Colored Glass Mountain must have something to do with it. I don't know if that monster beast sent some kind of message back, but if it did, we need to move faster. Xiao Xiao killed a monster beast? Yang Yen exclaimed. This was the first time she had learned of this matter. It should be a monster beast specially raised by Colored Glass Sect. I don't know what kind it is, but I do know that it can ignore the various barriers under Colored Glass Mountain, so it was probably placed there by someone from Colored Glass Sect to investigate the situation. Fortunately, the stone mongoose was smart and didn't give it any time to react before killing it. Otherwise, we would have been in a lot of trouble this time. While speaking, Yang Kai's figure suddenly came to a halt as he looked up towards the front, his expression changing slightly. What happened? Someone's coming this way. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked in that direction, a thoughtful expression on his face. Yang Inflammation also looked in the direction he was looking at, but found nothing. However, she knew that Yang Kai was not an ordinary person, so she was not surprised. She just asked softly, "Are they coming for us?" If they were here for the two of them, they should have chased after them from behind. Why would they come from the front? It's in Su Dai. They really are coming for us. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Yang Yen pondered for a moment before nodding. It seems that Colored Glass Sect has a space array connected to a nearby city. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have happened. What should we do? What else can we do? If we avoid them now, we'll be giving ourselves away. Yang Kai shook his head. Instead, he pretended that he didn't see any traces of the people coming from the other side and went straight to meet them. Because he found that although In Su Dai wasn't the only one coming, there was no origin returning realm master accompanying them, so he wasn't afraid. 100 kilometers ahead, In Su Dai was leading 2 Third Order Saint King Cultivator over, her brow furrowed slightly. When she had heard that the sect master had ordered a thorough investigation of all visitors, she had been overjoyed. After all, a few days ago, she had suffered a small loss at the hands of Yang Kai when she used her beguiling technique, allowing him to take advantage of her, causing In Su Dai to feel quite annoyed. Without even mentioning this point, Yang Kai was Dai Yuan's guest, which was enough for In Su Dai to take him seriously. She had been worried about not having an opportunity to find trouble with Yang Kai, but now the opportunity had presented itself right in front of her. She really wanted to know what the relationship between Dai Yuan and Yang Kai was, and why she had brought Yang Kai back to Thousand Illusion Peak this time. How could In Su Dai have known that a thorough investigation of the visitors was all bark and no bite? In Su Dai excitedly went to report this matter to the Chang Chok old man who was in charge of this matter. When the Chang Chok old man heard that Yang Kai was just a second-order Saint King, he immediately lost interest in him and didn't even try to pursue him. However, the Chang Chok old man also knew what In Su Dai was thinking and didn't stop her from chasing after Yang Kai. As such, In Su Dai pulled in 2 strong helpers from Colored Glass Sect and used the space array in the sect to teleport to 100,000 cities, just in time to intercept Yang Kai. Of the 2 cultivators beside her, one was tall and sturdy, as strong as a bear. His 2 exposed necks were bulging with muscles. At first glance, one could tell that he was a man of extraordinary strength. Between his eyebrows, there was a murderous aura surging, as if he was extremely cruel. However, when such a man looked at In Su Dai, his eyes were filled with tenderness and gentleness, and when he spoke to her, he deliberately lowered his voice, as if he was afraid he would offend this beautiful woman. The other person had a dignified appearance. At this moment, there was a faint light flashing in his eyes. He was looking around with a serious face, as if he was looking for something. Under his gaze, everything within a radius of 100 miles could be seen clearly. "Brother Luo, have you found him yet?" The burly man suddenly glanced at the other cultivator and asked, "You've been looking for him for so long yet haven't found a single clue. Are you not using your full strength? What are you urging for?" When the cultivator who was called Luo Shirgua heard this, a displeased look appeared on his face. They left the Grand Crystal Mountain Range long ago. Although we are in front of them, who knows which direction they will go. If Brother Ho is still worried, why don't you search for him yourself? I heard that brother has been cultivating his soul recently, so this is a good opportunity to test the results of your recent efforts. It seems that Master gave you a bottle of spirit clarity pills, so presumably brother's soul is much stronger than before, right? Listening to Brother Luo's ridicule, the burly man surnamed Ho couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. The secret art he cultivated didn't pay much attention to the growth of his soul. It could be said that his soul was his biggest shortcoming, and as his strength grew, this shortcoming became more and more obvious, so some time ago he had been forced to begin cultivating his soul. Now that his junior brother Luo had brought up his sore spot, and in front of such a beautiful woman, the burly man surnamed Ho couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. The two of them were normally fine, as brother and junior brother. There was no friction between them, but now in front of In Su Dai, it was inevitable that they would compete for her affections. Seeing the burly man surnamed Ho's embarrassed face, as if the anger in his heart was about to explode, In Su Dai quickly said, "Two brothers, please don't quarrel. This time, I invited the two of you to come out because I wanted to borrow your combined strength. Brother Luo's spirit eye technique is perfect for searching for someone in this situation, and after finding him, I'll have to trouble Brother Ho to capture him." Two brothers must have seen the incident with the sect's supreme treasure, Colored Glass Mountain. The sect master and many Changchok elders suspect that it was caused by an outsider, but that surnamed Yang didn't leave earlier or later, but instead chose to leave at this time. There's clearly something wrong with him, so we can't let him escape. In Su Dai didn't show any signs of annoyance because of the two's jealousy and instead wore a look of enjoyment on her pretty face, as if she couldn't wait for the two of them to quarrel as fiercely as possible. However, right now, tracking Yang Kai was more important, so she had to try to persuade them. Hearing her say this, the burly man surnamed Ho's face became gloomy as he took her words for real. "So, it really was that little brat who did this?" "I don't know," In Su Dai shook her head with a smile. "But this matter is of great importance, so we can't let any suspicious person go. Capture him and hand him over to the sect's Changchok elders. They will naturally decide what to do with him." She was using a chicken feather as an arrow to command orders, so how could she dare speak so confidently? Moreover, her words could only fool the burly man surnamed Ho, while the cultivator surnamed Luo wore a thoughtful look on his face, clearly understanding something, but he didn't say anything. For him, finding a person was just a piece of cake. Selling a favor to In Su Dai was the most important thing. Good, junior brother Luo, search carefully. When you find that little brat, this big brother will capture him. Daring to have ideas about our Colored Glass Mountain, I want to see if this little brat has 3 heads and 6 arms. As he spoke, he bared his white fangs, giving him a terrifying appearance. Cultivator Luo was just about to speak when suddenly his spirit shook and he shouted, "Found him!" In Su Dai also wore a happy expression and hurriedly asked, "That way, they're heading towards us." Cultivator Luo pointed and nodded lightly. It's exactly as junior sister described, a man and a woman, the woman wrapped in a black robe, that's them. Then there's no mistake, In Su Dai smiled tenderly. Interesting, they actually walked right into our trap. The burly man surnamed Ho also grinned and shouted, "Big brother will head over first, junior brother Luo, protect junior sister and wait for us to capture them." Seeing this, Luo Wu knew that this burly man was trying to steal the credit. After all, he was the one who had found them, so if he wanted to capture them, he could take advantage of this opportunity to enjoy some alone time with In Su Dai. Turning his head slightly, Luo Wu smiled and said, "Brother Ho is quite impatient. Junior sister, let's head over slowly. Presumably by the time we arrive, brother will have already finished his task." What kind of skill can a trivial second-order Saint King have? A strange light flashed across In Su Dai's beautiful eyes, but after hearing this, she nodded nonchalantly. This is all thanks to Brother Luo's spirit sight, otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome to find someone in such a large area. And junior sister is too kind. If you need Big Brother's assistance in the future, feel free to ask. Big Brother will definitely not refuse. Your Myriad Crystal Peak is not far from our Flying Bird Peak, so if junior sister has time in the future, you can come to Flying Bird Peak for a few days. Big Brother can accompany you throughout the journey. It would be an honor for this Big Brother. Brother Ho actually took the initiative to invite her, his words full of affection. Hearing this, In Su Dai giggled twice, but did not deny it. Although she did not get a definite answer, her beautiful face and pleasant laughter caused Cultivator Luo to become absent-minded, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Immediately, his heart trembled as he realized that his junior sister had made progress in her beguiling technique. He had heard that as long as Grandmaster Shao refined an origin-condensing pill, she would be able to break through to the origin-returning realm. It seemed that this rumor was true. Chapter 1281. Yang Kai stared at the burly man who had flown in front of him with a strange look on his face, his expression indifferent. This burly man was naturally the cultivator surnamed Ho that In Su Dai had found, but Yang Kai didn't understand why he had rushed over alone while In Su Dai and the other cultivators seemed to be chatting and laughing behind them. The cultivator surnamed Ho swept his eyes over Yang Kai, and after determining that the aura fluctuations coming from Yang Kai were indeed only second-order Saint King realm, the corners of his mouth curled disdainfully before he turned to look at Yang Inflammation and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. He didn't expect that this woman in a black robe would be so beautiful. Moreover, after being stopped by him, the man and woman in front of him didn't show any signs of panic. Instead, each of them was calmer than the other. The only thing that puzzled Ho was that he couldn't see through Yang Inflammation's true cultivation. When his divine sense swept out, it was as if the other party's body didn't exist, directly passing through it without being able to detect anything. This made the burly man's expression turn cold as he subconsciously regarded Yang Inflammation as a cultivator even more powerful than Yang Kai. The cultivator surnamed Ho was mainly here to find Yang Kai, so he naturally wasn't interested in Yang Inflammation. After a brief inspection, he withdrew his gaze and stared at Yang Kai with an unfriendly expression. "Hello, friend." Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Why are you standing in front of my senior sister and junior brother?" The burly man surnamed Ho chuckled. "Is your surname Yang?" "Yes." "Did you just come out of the Grand Crystal Mountain Range?" "Yes." "Then there's no mistake, this Ho is looking for you, boy." The cultivator surnamed Ho's face became cold. He shouted in a low voice, daring to have ideas about Colored Glass Mountain and even touching its barrier. "Let's see where you'll run this time." Hearing him say this, Yang Kai was really shocked. He subconsciously thought that his good deed had been exposed. But after thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. If he had really been exposed, the people chasing after him wouldn't have just been these 3 Saint Kings. At the very least, several of Colored Glass Sect's elders would have been dispatched. Since it wasn't exposed, why was this guy so sure? How would Yang Kai know? The brawny man surnamed Ho simply believed In Su Dai's words. That was why he had such preconceived notions and took it for granted. Thinking quickly, Yang Kai chuckled. "Friend must be joking, I only went to Grand Crystal Mountain Range at the invitation of your noble sect's Dai Yuan. It was just a few days. Why do you have designs on Colored Glass Mountain?" "Dai Yuan?" The brawny man surnamed Ho was taken aback. Surprised, he asked, "You know Dai Yuan? She actually invited you as a guest?" He had a look of disbelief on his face, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Of course I won't lie about this kind of thing. You can go back to Grand Clarity Mountain's Thousand Illusion Peak and ask Dai Yuan. You'll naturally know when the time comes. Let me ask Dai Yuan. A trace of dread appeared on the brawny man surnamed Ho's face before he suddenly waved his hand and said unreasonably, "Boy, don't speak irresponsibly. In any case, no matter what you say, you won't be able to escape this time. This Ho was entrusted by someone to capture you first. As for what you did, I don't care. I'm only responsible for capturing you." Listening to him say this, Kai Yong couldn't help but grin. "So you're saying that friend is deliberately looking for trouble?" The brawny man coldly snorted. "So what if I am?" As soon as his voice fell, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the brawny man surnamed Ho's hand and a fierce energy fluctuation burst from his body. His figure shot up into the sky like an eagle, his right hand suddenly transforming into a cold metallic luster as it pressed down towards Yang Kai's head. In an instant, with Yang Kai as the center, the air within a 1,000-meter radius seemed to freeze. When this palm pressed down, it was as if the entire sky was collapsing and the aura it condensed made it difficult to breathe. Standing behind Yang Kai, Yang Inflammation let out a muffled groan as her tender body trembled slightly. However, a brilliant light flashed from her body as if nothing had happened. At the same time, she hurriedly retreated, appearing 1,000 meters away, out of the range of the brawny man surnamed Ho's attack. Seeing this, the cultivator surnamed Ho let out a light sigh, seemingly not having expected Yang Inflammation to be so powerful. Although he didn't know what that brilliant light just now was, he was certain it was a powerful artifact. Relying on the power of an artifact, he didn't put it in his eyes, so he only hesitated for a moment before increasing the pressure on his hand and continuing to press down on Yang Kai, shouting angrily, "Crawl down." He wanted to knock down Yang Kai with a single blow so that In Su Dai, who was following closely behind, could see how powerful he was. This was a rare opportunity to show off, so how could the brawny man surnamed Ho miss it? When the palm was still 100 meters or so away from Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer as he stood in place and stared at his opponent's ferocious and unreasonable display, an indifferent expression appearing on his face. As soon as his opponent attacked, Yang Kai could see that this brawny man wanted to rely on his powerful physique and powerful Saint Chi to win. If it had been any other second-order Saint King cultivator facing such an attack, they would definitely have been flustered. But how could Yang Kai put him in his eyes? The dignified aura that could almost crush an ordinary cultivator to dust was not able to affect Yang Kai in the slightest. With a wave of his hand, the dignified aura in the vicinity immediately seemed to be attracted by something and became turbulent, shattering like an invisible mirror. The pervasive dignified aura suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Yang Kai, who had been shrouded in his opponent's palm, blurred and disappeared. The brawny man surnamed Ho's face changed drastically. He never expected that a second-order Saint King cultivator would be able to escape from his all-out suppression. What's more, after escaping, he couldn't even find Yang Kai's position. It was as if Yang Kai had simply disappeared from the world without leaving a trace of his aura. The cultivator surnamed Ho panicked and immediately knew that he had kicked an iron plate. Just as he was searching for Yang Kai, he suddenly felt a swirling force above his head and an extremely dangerous aura pressing down on him. On the opposite side, Yang Kai saw this scene and was secretly surprised. He had deliberately poured a bit of Saint Chi into his kick just now, but he had not expected it to be so easily dissolved by In Su Dai. It seemed that this woman was not as simple as she appeared on the surface. Since she was able to monopolize Color Glass Sect, she really had some skill. If Sister In has nothing else to say, this Yang will take his leave. Yang Kai decided not to entangle himself with this woman any longer. After all, she was the chief elite disciple of Colored Glass Sect, so he could not kill her. If he continued to entangle himself with her, he would only suffer a loss. so he immediately said goodbye. In front of him was a huge pool with clear water and a strong wine fragrance wafting from it. When this fragrance entered his nose, he could not help but feel as if he was floating in the air. At the edge of the pool, there were more than 20 young girls, all of them dressed neatly and dancing. Each of these young girls had soft waists, graceful figures, and outstanding looks. Each of them had their own merits, but their temperaments were all very similar. Some of them had fiery eyes, some had shy looks on their faces as they stared directly into Yang Kai's eyes, their red lips trembling slightly as if they wanted to say something, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Some of them wore cold expressions and gave off an inviolable aura, as if they were goddesses standing high above the masses. Some of them wore charming expressions and took the initiative to display all kinds of beauty as they danced about. Their full peaks trembled, their elasticity was amazing, and their buttocks and breasts were a dizzying sight to behold. There were also some who wore bashful expressions as if they were unripe fruits, causing one's appetite to swell. In the surrounding space, a gentle and lingering melody resounded. Coupled with the dance of these young girls, it actually caused one to involuntarily have the misconception of being in love under the moonlight. It caused one to involuntarily think of the person one loved in one's heart and the bits and pieces of time one spent with her. It seemed as if one was unwilling to leave this pool of wine and forest of meat and fall into it forever. Yang Kai, on the other hand, just stood in place, his expression indifferent as he observed everything around him. No matter how the young girls tried to dance, he remained indifferent. After suffering a loss last time when she used her beguiling technique to deal with Yang Kai, In Su Dai had not learned her lesson and actually tried it again this time. Yang Kai really did not know what she was thinking. However, this beguiling technique did have some unique characteristics. If it were an ordinary Saint King Realm cultivator who fell into this trap, they would definitely lose their composure. However, Yang Kai's divine sense was extremely powerful, and it was not the first time he had been used this beguiling technique. Looking around, the illusory scene in front of him was full of flaws, so how could it possibly shake his mind? In Su Dai also seemed to realize that Yang Kai had not been bewitched, and a moment later, using some unknown method, the pink mist barriers suddenly began to churn again. The expressions of the 20 or so young girls who were singing and dancing suddenly changed, becoming sad and sorrowful. At the same time, the melody in the surrounding void also lowered in pitch, filling the air with a sense of melancholy. Under the accompaniment of this melody, these young girls seemed to have become young women who had been left alone in their boudoirs, their desires dissatisfied. Their originally neatly dressed clothes suddenly became as thin as gauze, clinging to their tender bodies, revealing the beauty of their bodies. Their towering chests, their flat bellies, and the lush grass between their legs were all vaguely visible. It was as long as Yang Kai was willing, he could have them all at his fingertips. This kind of temptation, compared to the beautiful scene just now, immediately rose to a whole new level. Yang Kai's brow furrowed for a moment before he suddenly grinned. He, who had intended to immediately take action, actually withdrew his Saint Chi and waited for a good show to begin, waiting to see how In Su Dai's beguiling technique changed. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the pink mist barrier began to churn again as In Su Dai activated her beguiling technique for the third time. After the mist barrier stabilized, the sad young girls all became naked and began to tangle together like water snakes, exposing all of their beauty to the air. Some in pairs, some in groups of 3, some in groups, some in pairs, 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 some in groups, all of them hugging each other's tender bodies, their beautiful legs entwined together as their jade hands wandered over each other's tender bodies, touching what they should and shouldn't touch. They were actually engaging in a series of sensual acts right in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he watched all of this with great interest. This was the first time he had seen such a scene, And it had to be said that even though he knew that everything in front of him was an illusion, this scene was still quite visually impactful. At the very least, Yang Kai felt that his body was reacting somewhat and his blood flow had accelerated significantly. Not bad, not bad. Yang Kai nodded lightly, greatly satisfied. Not immediately taking action to break the other party's beguiling technique was the right thing to do. At the very least, this kind of scene was not something one could enjoy normally. A cold snort suddenly rang out, as if In Su-dai had become angry out of shame. In the next moment, all of the young girls who were entangled with each other overflowed with a pink aura and their expressions all changed to one of extreme resentment, as if they had transformed into poisonous women as they glared at Yang Kai, more than 20 pairs of beautiful eyes flashing coldly. Now that he had determined that these artifacts were real, Yang Kai naturally knew what to do. This In Su-dai's constant harassment had annoyed Yang Kai greatly, so he had decided to use this opportunity to teach her a lesson and let her know the consequences of provoking him. Seeing a Saint King-grade artifact being destroyed so easily, the remaining girls all wore dumbfounded expressions. It was unknown if it was because they were connected to In Su-dai's soul that they were able to see her expression at this moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai grinned fiercely and pounced towards these young girls. In an instant, cries of alarm rang out as the young girls swiftly scattered, pushing the power of the artifacts in their hands and sending a barrage of attacks towards Yang Kai. A huge rune suddenly appeared on the shield, and immediately after, this rune rushed out of the shield and burst open, the resulting explosion transforming into an even larger shield that blocked in front of Yang Kai. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk with a loud bang, the blood-red saber wave slammed into the shield, causing it to collapse. At the same time, the blood-red saber wave also disappeared. Seeing this, the cultivator surnamed Ho was dumbfounded. It seemed that he had not expected Yang Kai to have such an excellent defensive artifact, one that could even block his killing blow head-on. It seemed he had underestimated Yang Kai's heritage. When the purple shield was first refined, it was only an origin-grade low-rank artifact, but after being refined by Yang Inflammation, it was upgraded to origin-grade mid-rank. Later, in the Lu Yen Sandfield, Yang Kai used the purple shield to fight the artifact spirit, causing it to lose a great deal of its spirituality. After bringing it back and undergoing a second refinement by Yang Inflammation, the purple shield was now an origin-grade high-rank artifact. Compared to its previous defense, it was even more outstanding. Since it was also an origin-grade high-rank artifact, the purple shield was of the same grade as the broken blade, so naturally it was able to block its attack. Otherwise, Yang Kai would not have taken it out so confidently. After blocking the blood-red saber wave, Yang Kai put away the purple shield and stared at the brawny man surnamed Ho coldly, a sneer appearing at the corners of his mouth. The other party's attack just now contained a strong murderous intent. How could he not feel it? This person already had the intention to kill him. If they had only wanted to bring him back to Colored Glass Sect before, Yang Kai wouldn't have killed them, but now, with a flick of his hand, a picture scroll appeared in Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai grinned fiercely as a series of mountain phantoms suddenly rushed out from the picture scroll. As soon as these phantoms rushed out, they immediately grew in size, blotting out the sky as they smashed down towards Ho Jian with great momentum. The face of the cultivator surnamed Ho changed drastically and he no longer cared about anything else, hurriedly pushing the power of the broken blade artifact in his hand, madly pouring his blood into it and sending out a series of blood-red saber waves. The blood-red saber waves rushed forward and smashed into the bottom of the mountain phantoms, causing the first few mountain phantoms to sway and fall to the ground, creating a series of giant craters. But this time, Yang Kai had summoned more than a dozen mountain phantoms, each one bigger than the last. How could the cultivator surnamed Ho defend himself? After holding on for less than 3 breaths of time, he was powerless to continue. Seeing a mountain about to fall on him, the cultivator surnamed Ho's face turned ashen and his eyes became lifeless. He could see that he would die here in the next moment. For a moment, it was too late for regrets, feeling that he shouldn't have come out with In Su Dai. At that moment, the surrounding pink mist and the wine pool suddenly distorted and disappeared. In Su Dai's figure appeared in front of the cultivator surnamed Ho like a ghost, a dignified look on her charming face as she held a white bead in her hands. This bead exuded a soft light that spread wildly in all directions. Being illuminated by the light of this bead, Yang Kai suddenly felt the murderous intent in his heart lessen a lot. He became calm and even hesitated about whether he should kill the cultivator surnamed Ho. But in an instant, Yang Kai dispelled the hesitation in his mind and stared coldly at In Su Dai. He knew that the reason why he was in such a situation was definitely related to the bead in the other party's hand. At this moment, In Su Dai was staring at the bead in her hand, as if she was looking for something. Chapter 1286. After In Su Dai asked these 2 questions, she didn't make any move to resist, her tender body so weak that it seemed like it would be blown away by the wind. However, when Yang Kai saw her face, his expression changed drastically and he immediately waved his hand, retrieving all the mountain phantoms that were flying towards them while the 100 Mountains picture reappeared in his hand. He stared in the direction of In Su Dai with a look of disbelief, his eyes filled with tenderness as his mouth twitched a few times and he called out, "Su Yen." At this moment, the woman standing in front of Ho Jian was no longer In Su Dai. She was clearly the beautiful figure that Yang Kai had hidden in the depths of his heart, the woman he dreamed of every night. His expression immediately froze as he stared blankly at the face he yearned for day and night, the tenderness in his eyes almost able to melt stone. On the opposite side, Su Yen also stared back at him, returning his gaze with infinite tenderness, but imperceptibly, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, as if hearing this unfamiliar name caused her to feel somewhat strange. Just when she thought that Yang Kai had been bewitched by her, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became extremely cold and the tenderness in his eyes disappeared in an instant, replaced by a thick sense of disgust and coldness. As soon as she saw Yang Kai's expression change, In Su Dai realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Letting out a soft cry, she grabbed Ho Jian, who was now pale and on the verge of collapsing, and prepared to flee. However, Yang Kai's low voice suddenly sounded, "Blossoming Lotus." In Su Dai, who was staring at Yang Kai, suddenly went stiff as she vaguely saw a budding lotus phantom in his eyes. This phantom was extremely beautiful and exuded a 7-colored brilliance, attracting all of her attention and making her involuntarily want to observe it more carefully. At that moment, the lotus phantom suddenly disappeared from Yang Kai's eyes and strangely appeared in her knowledge sea. A divine sense attack. In Su Dai's face changed drastically as she immediately understood what was happening. Just as she was about to defend herself though, she noticed that the spiritual energy in her knowledge sea was madly gathering towards a certain place, as if a huge vortex had appeared and was drawing in her spiritual energy. The source of this attraction was none other than the lotus bud that was about to bloom. In Su Dai let out a muffled groan as she fell limply from midair. Using her inner vision, she saw that the 7-colored flower bud was slowly blooming, and every time it bloomed, a great deal of her spiritual energy would be consumed, as if its blooming required her spiritual energy as its source. In Su Dai was shocked and hurriedly circulated several soul-defensive secret techniques, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop her spiritual energy from being devoured. In just the blink of an eye, more than half of his sea of consciousness had dried up. However, the flower bud had only just bloomed a little. Just a little bit had already consumed so much of his spiritual energy. If he released it all, wouldn't it drain his knowledge sea dry? At that time, even if he didn't die, his soul would be damaged. This kind of damage was not something that could be healed in a day or two. Thinking so, In Su Dai's face suddenly turned pale. She hadn't expected that Yang Kai would really dare to try and kill her. For a moment, her beautiful eyes flashed with an infinite desire to live, causing her to become even more pitiful. Ping. In Su Dai fell to the ground, her tender body covered in dust. Where was her previous charm? At this moment, her face was pale and she seemed to have a splitting headache, groaning constantly as large drops of sweat seeped out of her tender body, drenching her clothes in the blink of an eye. Along the way, the pair encountered several more in-soul attacks and barriers, but these were all easily resolved by Yang Kai and Yang Yen with little effort. Nothing too dangerous happened. After exploring this mountain valley for several days, as time passed, Yang Inflammation spent more and more time examining the map fragment. It seemed that the closer they got to their goal, the more difficult it was for her to determine the correct location. One day, while Yang Inflammation was examining the map fragment, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he released his divine sense. A moment later, his expression became strange as he frowned and said, "There are still people here." Yang Inflammation was surprised and asked, "I don't know, but there are only 4 people, 2 third-order Saint Kings and 2 second-order Saint Kings. They seem to be trapped in some kind of barrier. Do you want to go take a look? We can ask where this place is," Yang Inflammation proposed. According to Yang Kai's original idea, since the 2 of them were here to seek treasure this time, of course, they didn't want to complicate matters. No matter who these people were or what kind of danger they encountered, he didn't want to meddle in their affairs. However, under the probing of his divine sense, the auras of 2 of these people felt familiar, as if he had encountered them somewhere before. This made him curious, so after listening to Yang Inflammation's suggestion, he nodded and said, "Good, let's go take a look quietly, but don't expose our tracks." Yang Inflammation naturally had no objection. The 2 immediately rushed over. Yang Kai's divine sense was powerful, so as long as he restrained his aura and wrapped his divine sense around himself, he wouldn't need to worry about being discovered by any other cultivator in the same realm. Yang Inflammation, on the other hand, urged the power of the necklace artifact she was wearing, and soon, a thin layer of energy covered her body. This thin layer of energy seemed to be flowing with water, and in the blink of an eye, she seemed to have disappeared from Yang Kai's field of vision, leaving behind only a faint figure. Even when Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate, he couldn't detect any trace of her aura. Unless someone stood close to her and looked at her with their naked eyes, she wouldn't be exposed. Seeing this, Yang Kai nodded lightly. The 4 people weren't close to where the 2 of them were, at least 30 kilometers away. Only Yang Kai dared to release his divine sense to investigate in such a place. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation came to the bottom of a mound and peered over. Not far away, in an open space, there was a semicircular energy curtain that covered an area of about 300 meters. Inside this energy curtain, there were 4 cultivator figures, each with a dignified expression on their faces. The 4 of them were surrounded by brilliant light as their Saint Chi surged. Each of them was holding a different type of artifact, and 2 of them were constantly urging the power of their artifacts to bombard the semicircular light curtain. Every time they attacked, the light screen would shake a little, but for some unknown reason, the light screen not only trapped the 4 of them inside, but also reflected their attacks back at them. After their companions attacked, The remaining two had to use their defensive artifacts to block the energy that bounced back to prevent their companions from being injured. The cooperation of the four cultivators was extremely skilled, and it was obvious at first glance that they were familiar with each other, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break through the semicircular energy curtain in a short time. Moreover, it was unknown how long they had been trapped here, but the Saint Chi fluctuations in each of their bodies were fluctuating, clearly having consumed a great deal of their Saint Chi. Oh, it's actually a spirit array that can reflect one's strength. Interesting. Yang Yan's eyes lit up, seemingly very interested in this semicircular barrier. Yang Kai, on the other hand, frowned as he stared at a young woman with a pair of expressive peach blossom eyes among the four cultivators, a strange expression appearing on his face as he muttered, "It's her." He had felt that the auras of two people here were somewhat familiar, so he had come to investigate, but he hadn't expected it to be this woman. This young woman was none other than Qin Shi Tao of Clear Sky Sect. Speaking of which, Yang Kai didn't have a deep friendship with this woman, having only met her a few times in Lu Yan's desert, but this woman seemed to have determined that he was a person of great destiny and had intended to rope him in to act together with her, but before Yang Kai could refuse, they encountered Chang Chi, who was chasing after the dragon soul. As a result, her luck was quite good and she followed Yang Kai into an underground Saint Crystal lode. Later, Yang Kai left the underground Saint Crystal lode ahead of time, leaving behind only the people from Clear Sky Sect and Chang Chi to mine for Saint Crystals. Yang Kai didn't know what their final harvest was. However, looking at Chang Chi's harvest, it was obvious that their harvest was not small either. Added together, they should have at least collected hundreds of millions of Saint Crystals without taking any risks. What's more, Yang Kai was able to obtain the dragon bone, dragon bead, and 9-branch jade crystal tree from the underground Saint Crystal lode, so Qin Shi Tao and the others may have had other opportunities and obtained other precious treasures. From a certain point of view, Qin Shi Tao had indeed taken advantage of Yang Kai's luck to obtain such a great harvest. It was just that Yang Kai hadn't expected to meet Qin Shi Tao in this kind of place. One of the familiar auras he had sensed before was her, while the other was a beautiful woman he had met at that time. This woman was a second-order Saint King, and at this moment, she was one of the people in charge of defense. "Do you know them?" Yang Yan tilted his head and asked softly. "Barely," Yang Kai nodded. "Do you want to help them?" "No need," Yang Kai decisively shook his head. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. "This woman is a bit troublesome, it's best not to be discovered by them. This barrier doesn't seem too dangerous and should only be able to trap them for a day or two. When the time comes, they will naturally come out." "But I want to study it." Yang Yen didn't finish his words before his beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared towards a spot not far away from Yang Kai. Yang Kai also sensed something at that moment and turned his head, his expression becoming ugly. Because not far away, there were several Yin souls flying towards them, seemingly attracted by the movement over there. Chapter 1290. These Yin souls weren't very strong, so after being attacked by Yang Kai, they all disappeared in an instant. However, with this attack, Yang Kai's figure was naturally exposed, and the four people on the other side were able to detect him. The four people were all startled and stared over with dignified expressions, only to see Yang Kai standing there helplessly and awkwardly. Among the four people, the two men's expressions were naturally ugly because while they were trapped inside the barrier, there was someone on the outside who was sneaking around, so naturally they had some suspicions, thinking that Yang Kai was acting nearby with some ulterior motive, so they immediately stopped what they were doing and turned around to stare at Yang Kai vigilantly. After the two women saw Yang Kai, they were stunned, but soon, Qin Shi Tao and the other delicate woman remembered Yang Kai's appearance. Although it had been almost 2 years since they parted ways, how could Qin Shi Tao forget this man who had brought her so many benefits? Immediately showing a joyful look, she raised her jade hand and greeted, "So it's you." The delicate woman also smiled at Yang Kai, her smile extremely sweet. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on, but he had to pretend to be surprised and ask, "You are Chen Shirtao covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes flashing seductively. What's wrong, little brother Yang doesn't recognize me? This mistress is Clear Sky Sex Chen Shirtao. We met in Lu Yen Sandfield. Lu Yen Sandfield? When the two men beside Chen Shirtao heard this, they couldn't help staring at Yang Kai in shock. After all, those who could come out of Lu Yen Sand Field alive were generally not to be underestimated. At that time, the two of them had missed the opportunity to enter Lu Yen Sand Field due to various reasons, so they regretted it even more when they learned that Chen Shirtao and the others had obtained great benefits from it. However, their understanding of Lu Yen Sand Field was only based on Chen Shirtao's description, so now that they saw a cultivator who had safely returned from Lu Yen Sand Field, they naturally paid more attention to him. However, after realizing that Yang Kai was only a second-order Saint King, one of the two men couldn't help curling his lips and no longer paid him any more attention, seemingly thinking that Yang Kai being able to return alive was only because he had entered the first layer. The other man, who had a lower cultivation but was full of vigor and vitality, became even more interested in Yang Kai. His cultivation was the same as Yang Kai's, both second-order Saint Kings, so naturally he felt some desire to compare. Seeing Chen Shirtao act like she was very familiar with him, Yang Kai felt even more troubled. When he met this woman last time, Yang Kai knew that she was troublesome, but it seemed he had underestimated how familiar she was with him. Seeing her acting so cordially, Yang Kai could only smile and say, "So it's you, I remember now. You finally remember me. I thought little brother Yang was really a person with a short memory and didn't put me in his eyes, hee hee." Chen Shirtao seemed to be very happy, giggling even though she was trapped inside the barrier, much to the surprise of the other three. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai could only laugh and play along. After laughing for a while, Chen Shirtao suddenly turned her beautiful eyes towards Yang Kai and asked, "Right, little brother Yang, how did you end up here?" "I accidentally stumbled into this place and felt there was something strange about it, so I decided to come in and take a look, but I didn't expect to hear some movement here, so I didn't show myself before. I hope you don't blame me." Yang Kai cupped his fist slightly. "Accidentally stumbled into this place?" Chen Shirtao smiled as she stared at Yang Kai meaningfully. Chapter 1291. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling bitterly, knowing that Yang Yun wanted to study this barrier, so his plan had fallen through. He could only smile and talk to Chen Shirtao while waiting for Yang Yun to finish. During the conversation, Chen Shirtao naturally introduced her companion to Yang Kai with great enthusiasm. The delicate and pretty woman Yang Kai had met before was the Clear Sky sect disciple who had followed Chen Shirtao into the Lu Yen Sand Field, Lu Ying. Of the other two men, the one with the lower cultivation but with bright eyes was called Qin Fan Lei, and he was actually one of Chen Shirtao's younger brothers. After hearing her introduction, Yang Kai suddenly understood why the two of them had some subtle similarities. It turned out they were related by blood. The last third-order Saint King cultivator was called Wang Yuhan. To Yang Kai's surprise, this Wang Yuhan and Qin Fan Lei were not disciples of Clear Sky sect. Instead, the two of them came from a different sect called Extreme Path sect, a different sect from Chen Shirtao and Lu Ying. However, it was common for cultivator to travel together, even if they didn't belong to the same sect, so Yang Kai didn't show much surprise after learning this information. It was just that this Extreme Path sect sounded familiar to him, as if he had heard of it somewhere before. After a brief introduction, Chen Shirtao smiled and asked, "Little brother Yang, why have you come to this grand burial valley?" Her voice was sweet and soft, and coupled with her mature temperament, she was even more attractive than Yin Su Dai's beguiling technique. Yang Kai noticed that the man named Wang Yuhan seemed to have some special feelings towards Chen Shirtao. However, upon hearing the words Grand Burial Valley, Yang Kai's face changed slightly and he couldn't help calling out, "This is Grand Burial Valley?" Chen Shirtao was surprised but immediately covered her mouth and giggled, asking in surprise, "Little brother Yang, you shouldn't have really stumbled into this place by accident, right?" You don't even know where this is? When Yang Kai explained this to her before, Chen Shitao naturally didn't believe him. After all, this place was several days away from the outermost perimeter, so even if one had no intention of venturing so deep, it was impossible for them to reach this far. But now, seeing Yang Kai's reaction and expression, Chen Shitao couldn't help wondering if Yang Kai wasn't lying to her. Hee. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. I really don't know where this is. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai asked, is this the Grand Burial Valley left behind after the ancient Yang sect was destroyed? Chen Shitao nodded lightly, pursing her lips into a smile. It seems you're not completely ignorant about this. Yes, I've heard some rumors about this place before. The reason Yang Kai knew about Grand Burial Valley was because he had heard about it from Dai Yuan in Lu Yan's desert. At that time, when the red candle fruit was about to mature, Yang Kai had asked Dai Yuan about the disciple of Star Emperor sect, which had led to this topic. According to Dai Yuan, this Grand Burial Valley was originally a huge force called the Ancient Yang sect that was not inferior to Thunder Typhoon sect or Heaven Battling Union, but more than 2,000 years ago, a member of this Ancient Yang sect accidentally killed a Star Emperor sect disciple who had come down from Star Emperor Mountain for life experience. As a result, the Ancient Yang sect was destroyed a month later and this strange place became Grand Burial Valley. Yang Inflammation closed her eyes for a while and suddenly smiled, turning back to Yang Kai and saying, there's a large spirit array here, I'm afraid it'll take some time to crack it. Can you bypass it? No. Yang Inflammation looked at Yang Kai pleadingly, although I can bypass it, it's rare for such a spirit array to exist, so I have to break it. I told you before that as long as I keep studying spirit arrays and artifact refining, more and more information about the territory of these two territories will appear in my mind. This is a good opportunity. Cracking this spirit array will be no less beneficial to my growth than refining my own artifact refining and arranging spirit arrays. It'll also save me a lot of money on materials. Yang Kai shook his head helplessly and asked, is there any danger? Absolutely not. Yang Inflammation shook her head vigorously. Alright, how long will it take you to crack it? Yang Kai asked. 2 to 3 days, you can do whatever you want to do to pass the time. Yang Inflammation spat out her tongue before immediately ignoring Yang Kai and focusing her attention on the large spirit array in front of her. Yang Kai didn't disturb her and instead thought about it for a moment before waving his hand and summoning the Origin King grade high-rank artifact Refining Furnace. As its surface flashed, it rapidly expanded until it was about 10 meters in diameter. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on the ground and with a single thought, a high-pitched cry rang out from the artifact Refining Furnace and the Firebird artifact spirit flew out, circled around the artifact Refining Furnace a few times before diving back in and spraying out pure fire attribute energy from its mouth to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead inside. Yang Kai didn't remain idle either, taking the initiative to pour his Saint Qi into the artifact Refining Furnace to enhance its power while at the same time continuing to cultivate his golden blood thread. Passing the time was quite easy. Whether it was cultivating the golden blood thread or refining the dragon bone and dragon bead, both were time-consuming activities, and for Yang Kai, doing so was not a waste of time. As such, he didn't object to Yang Inflammation cracking the spirit array here. If he couldn't do anything else, why would he waste his time here? Time flew by, but Yang Kai didn't feel anything and was immersed in comprehending the golden blood thread secret technique when suddenly, a slight noise came from in front of him. Looking up, Yang Kai saw a large area in front of him flickering with light and the world energy in a chaotic manner while Yang Inflammation stood to the side with a grin on her face, taking back the things she had shot out before. A moment later, all the lights suddenly dimmed and Yang Kai felt that the open space in front of him seemed to be missing something. He immediately understood that the spirit array arranged here had been broken by yang inflammation. His brow furrowing, Yang Kai put away the artifact refining furnace and artifact spirit before getting up and asking, "Are you done?" "Let's keep going. I'm beginning to like this kind of place more and more. Last time, I should have entered the Lu Yen sand field with you. I heard there were many barriers there. If you had followed me in, I'm afraid you would have been disappointed. Although there were barriers there weren't many of them. However, I did see the ruins of an ancient sect there, and they seemed to be well preserved. Presumably, they would meet your requirements." Yang Inflammation sighed. "Unfortunately, you won't have a chance. I don't know how many years it will be before the Lu Yen sand field opens again." The two continued to talk as they continued on their way. Along the way, the barriers and spirit arrays they encountered became much fiercer. Every time Yang Inflammation cracked one, it took him a lot of time and effort. Even so, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling shocked. Although these barriers had been flowing Great Emperor for a long time, they were still the internal barriers of a great sect, yet they were easily broken by Yang Inflammation. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what the person who arranged these barriers and spirit arrays would think if they were to learn of this. Yang Kai, on the other hand, noticed that every time Yang Yen cracked a spirit seal, she would smile, obviously having gained a lot. This alone made this trip worthwhile. After all, Yang Inflammation had also gained a lot by cracking these barriers, saving Dragon Cave Mountain a lot of money. Although Yang Kai didn't gain anything, he also didn't lose anything. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he could do his own thing, killing several birds with one stone. Yang Kai even thought to himself that if he didn't have enough financial resources to buy materials for her in the future, he should look for a place similar to this one and have Yang Inflammation crack it. Yang Kai believed that with Shadowed Star being so large, there should be many places similar to Grand Burial Valley. Chapter 1294. In an instant, a thick corpse chi enveloped the golden thread, but to the corpse soldier's horror, his corpse chi, which had always worked so well, was completely ineffective against this golden thread. The golden thread also seemed to have a spiritual nature as it shook slightly, releasing astonishing vitality and vitality fluctuations from within, instantly dispersing the corpse soldier's corpse. Immediately after, the golden thread reached his chest and pierced through his abnormally tough body like it was made of tofu. The golden thread coiled around him a few times before firmly binding him. The corpse soldier was greatly shocked, but before he could make any other moves, Yang Kai shot out a pitch-black blade-like attack. This attack did not have the slightest energy fluctuation, but the green ghost fire in the corpse soldier's eyes flickered wildly as he felt great danger from this attack. Hurriedly twisting his body, the corpse soldier narrowly avoided being hit in a vital position, allowing the pitch-black blade-like attack to cut into his arm. An extremely strange scene appeared. Without a sound, his arm actually fell off from his body. Moreover, the place where it was cut off was actually missing a part. It did not match his wound at all. Naturally, Yang Kai's space blade was the only one capable of this. Although the corpse soldier's body was extremely tough, the space blade's power was also boundless. Cutting through the void was enough to swallow a part of his opponent's arm and banish it there forever. However, Yang Kai could only see some light green liquid flowing out of the corpse soldier's wound without the slightest trace of blood, making it look extremely strange. Even so, the corpse soldier seemed to have suffered some kind of serious injury and issued a mournful howl before his entire body was wrapped in thick corpse chi. Yang Kai was just about to kill him when his face suddenly changed and he hurriedly waved his hand, summoning the golden thread binding the corpse soldier back. In an instant, the corpse soldier regained his freedom. Wrapped in corpse chi, the corpse soldier glared fiercely at Yang Kai before grabbing the broken arm that had fallen to the ground and turning into a yellow streak of light, fleeing at an incredible speed. Yang Kai stood in place with a gloomy face. He looked down at his golden thread and found that it was stained with a lot of black gas. After all, he hadn't cultivated the golden silk secret skill for a long time, so he still couldn't display its full power. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have happened. Tied up, no matter how strong the corpse soldier was, Yang Kai could deal with him in a short time. With a flick of his hand, Yang Kai took the golden thread back into his body before pushing his Saint Qi to expel the corpse Qi from it. At the same time, he grabbed Yang Yan's shoulder and chased after the corpse soldier. The fight between Yang Kai and the corpse soldier was just a flash of lightning. Yang Inflammation didn't even have time to react before the corpse soldier, which she regarded as a great enemy, fled in panic. It wasn't until now that she suddenly remembered something and explained the origin of the corpse soldier to Yang Kai. Through her explanation, Yang Kai understood that the corpse soldier was actually just a name, a classification of this kind of creature. Just like how Yin souls could be born, these corpse soldiers were also born when the Yin Qi was extremely dense. When living creatures died here by chance, their souls and bodies would not disappear. Instead, they would become another kind of existence. These were the corpse soldiers. Of course, some corpse soldiers were not formed in this way. Instead, they were Yin souls that forcibly occupied other bodies and transformed into corpse soldiers through a method similar to possession. There were also corpse soldiers that were artificially created using some kind of secret technique. As he spoke, the corpse soldier also stood up and walked out with the female corpse soldier. At the same time, in another huge secret cave, Yang Kai and Yang Yan both snuck in and saw the rows of empty wooden shelves in front of them and the various boxes scattered on the ground. Yang Kai's face became gloomy and he almost couldn't help cursing out loud. He and Yang Yan followed the faint medicinal fragrance all the way to this place, and after a careful investigation, determined that there were no traces of a sleeping corpse soldier, they rushed in. How could they have known that they would see such a scene? This used to be the place where the ancient Yang sect stored spirit grasses and spirit medicines. There were at least 100 wooden shelves here, each of which had 3 floors and each floor could hold 5 or 6 boxes. But now, all of these boxes were scattered on the ground, as if they had been abandoned by the ancient Yang sect. All the boxes had been opened and the things that were originally stored inside had disappeared. After finally finding this place, and just when they were about to reap a great harvest, such a scene suddenly appeared. Yang Kai's mood could be imagined. There was no need to guess that these spirit grasses and spirit medicines had definitely been eaten by the sleeping corpse soldiers. Although this method of eating was somewhat wasteful, the corpse soldiers couldn't perform alchemy, so they could only consume spirit grasses and spirit medicines to strengthen themselves. This was the cultivation method of the corpse soldiers, just like the monster beast. However, after a careful search, Yang Kai still found some remnants of fire and Yang attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines from the open boxes. These herbs were no different from the most ferocious poisons to the corpse soldiers, so they naturally wouldn't swallow them. Unfortunately, all the boxes had been opened and after such a long time, the medicinal properties and auras of these herbs had all been exhausted, making them unusable. This made Yang Kai's eyes pop out of their sockets and he wished he could rush into the depths of the cave and chop all the corpse soldiers to pieces to vent his anger. After a gloomy investigation, Yang Kai and Yang Yan both sighed. The spirit medicine reserves of a great sect had been completely destroyed. Anyone who saw this would feel extremely distressed. Fortunately, in addition to this secret cave, there was a deeper place, so the two of them didn't hesitate and continued to explore. Shortly after the two left, the female corpse soldier and her companion also appeared here like ghosts. The two corpse soldiers sniffed the air gently before exchanging a glance with each other, their eyes flashing. There are the auras of living people. The male corpse soldier whispered. The female corpse soldier nodded lightly, and there are two of them. It seems that the people Brother Nye encountered really broke into this place. What else can we do? The female corpse soldier sighed lightly. Since Master can't enter, we naturally can't either, so we can only wait here. However, it is said that the ancient Yang sect's hallowed treasure, Sun's true essence, is stored there. It has a strong restraining effect on corpses like us, otherwise, Master wouldn't have been unable to enter. And I've also heard of this. It is said that this true essence is extracted from the core of one of the sun's stars. I wonder who possessed such a heavenly method and how it fell into the hands of the ancient Yang sect. These ores contain space force, so the stone mongoose's stomach seemed to have formed a huge space, allowing it to swallow them infinitely. Otherwise, even if an ordinary stone mongoose had an innate ability to swallow ores, it wouldn't have been able to swallow as much as Yang Kai's. The stone mongoose swallowed the Saint crystals and ores at an incredible speed, so Yang Kai immediately stopped paying attention to it and focused on Yang Inflammation's movements. The barrier that enveloped this strange stone seemed to be quite complex, and even if Yang Yen took action personally, she would not be able to crack it in a short time. Yang Kai was afraid that something unexpected would happen, so he quietly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. After investigating, he was surprised. Because in one of the secret caves the two of them had plundered before, there were two faint corpse auras hidden there. Although they were well hidden, under Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, they still gave themselves away and were discovered by him. But what made Yang Kai feel a little relieved was that these two corpse soldiers were only third-order Saint Kings, and they didn't seem to have any intention of attacking, simply lurking in place, motionless. Yang Kai was so happy that he pretended not to notice anything, paying attention to their movements while keeping an eye on Yang Inflammation's progress. For Yang Kai, as long as he could take away all the things here, he would have succeeded. When the time came, he could tear space and take Yang Inflammation away. Even if he alerted the countless corpse soldiers here, he could still easily escape. If it was before, he wouldn't have dared to tear space casually with someone. After all, the space he tore was extremely unstable, and there was a high chance of accidents happening during the process. He could cope with it alone, but if he brought another person with him, he couldn't guarantee their safety. But now, his understanding and comprehension of the Tao of space had reached a certain level, so it wasn't a problem for him to take someone with him and travel 1,000 kilometers in an instant. With such confidence, he naturally wasn't afraid of anything. The barrier covering the jade pedestal remained as strong as before even after Yang Yan's attack, but one could still see strange ripples flashing across its surface. As these ripples flickered, the barrier also began to fluctuate, sometimes expanding and sometimes contracting, giving it a strange appearance. Moreover, unlike the previous barriers, Yang Inflammation's expression this time was particularly dignified, his face flushed red, and he seemed to be having a hard time. As time passed, the light barrier began to tremble, and Yang Kai knew at a glance that it was about to be cracked. At that moment, Yang Inflammation suddenly shouted, "Be careful." As soon as her voice fell, the barrier shattered, and at the same time, a pure fire aura that caused both Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation to pale rushed out from the strange ore. In an instant, the entire secret cave became unbearably hot as a fiery dragon rushed towards them. Yang Inflammation's face suddenly turned pale. Although she had a premonition of danger, she hadn't expected such a thing to happen after cracking the barrier. Before the fiery dragon had even reached her, she felt like she was about to be melted. The power of several defensive artifacts on her body had been summoned at the same time she felt danger, forming a protective barrier in front of her. These artifacts were all origin-grade low-rank and were tailor-made for her. In terms of defensive ability alone, they were no worse than ordinary origin-grade high-rank artifacts. But even so, the fire dragon still rushed in front of her with unstoppable momentum. As soon as the pure and rich fire attribute aura came into contact with her protective shields, all of them melted away. Does Brother Emo think you have a chance to stop him? Space Force? Tearing space? Impossible! The other 3 corps generals all cried out in alarm, their eyes overflowing with disbelief. There are still some remnant Space Force fluctuations here, whether it is true or not, all of you can determine for yourselves. The red-robed corps general didn't seem to want to explain too much and fell silent. The other corps generals heard this and released their divine senses one after another, but after a moment, their expressions became extremely ugly. They really did feel some remnant Space Force fluctuations, so it seemed that the red-robed corps general wasn't lying. Not only did this Silver Night Thunder Beast cause Chen Fanlei's cultivation to fail, but this Silver Night Thunder Beast's intelligence was quite high as it activated the barrier around the Thunder Pond, trapping all 4 of them, clearly intending to kill all 4 of them who had intruded into the Thunder Pond. Because Lu Ying had a life-saving artifact that was very suitable for escaping, Chen Shitao, together with Wang Yuhan and Chen Fanlei, forcibly tore open a part of the barrier, allowing Lu Ying to escape. However, because the barrier was placed next to the Thunder Pond, there was a constant supply of Thunder Force, so the other 3 didn't have time to escape and were still trapped. It had been a day and a night since Lu Ying escaped to find reinforcements, so no one knew what the situation was like. It's been so long, isn't it a bit too late? Yang Kai sighed slightly. That won't happen, Lu Ying waved her hand. Senior Sister Chen has a powerful defensive artifact, so even if she can't defeat it, she should be able to hold on for some time. Yang Kai raised his brow. Lu Ying took the initiative to explain, speaking of which, I must also thank Brother Yang. Last time, in the Lu Yen sand field, we collected a lot of Saint crystals. After returning, we handed them over to the sect and the elders granted us some rare artifacts. Senior Sister Chen received a 9-palace heavenly silk parasol, which is an origin-grade high-rank artifact. Senior Sister Chen has already refined it into her body so she can use it freely. The artifact I used to escape was also granted to me by the elders, otherwise, with my strength, how could I have escaped? So that's how it is. Hearing this, Yang Kai also relaxed slightly. Since Chen Shitao had an origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact to protect her, there shouldn't be any major problems, otherwise, by the time he arrived he would only be able to collect her corpses, which would be quite tragic. The location of the Thunder Pond wasn't close to the original position of the trio, so it took them half a day to reach their destination. Along the way, Yang Kai also paid close attention to his surroundings, fearing that some corpse soldiers or corpse generals would suddenly appear and surround him. After all, he wasn't sure if the special existences in the corpse cave would chase after him. Agreeing to rescue Chen Shitao had actually come with a certain risk. When they were still 10 kilometers away from the Thunder Pond, Lu Ying pointed and called out in surprise, "It's over there. It looks like Senior Sister Chen and the others are really safe." There was no need for her to remind him, as Yang Kai had already noticed the anomaly in that direction. Up in the sky, there was a large blue cloud with lightning bolts flashing about. From time to time, 1 or 2 bolts of lightning would fall from the sky, creating an astonishing momentum. Below this blue cloud was an energy shield that covered the ground. Although it was impossible to see the exact situation inside, judging from the sounds of battle, Yang Kai could tell that Chen Shitao and the others weren't dead, but their auras were somewhat weak. It seemed they had persisted for so long and were about to reach their limit. Seeing this, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to say, "Let's go." His figure flickered and he crossed 1,000 feet in a straight line. Lu Ying also followed closely behind. At the same time, she opened her mouth and let out a melodious voice like that of a bird. This voice was full of ups and downs and sounded like the chirping of a bird, but it contained some information that outsiders could not detect. At the same time, Chen Shitao, who was struggling to hold on next to the thunder pond, smiled happily and called out, "It's junior sister Lu Ying. She's found help. We're saved." Hearing this, both Wang Yuhan and Chen Fanlei's spirits rose and they hurriedly pushed their defensive artifacts to resist the incoming lightning bolts. Fortunately, the 3 of them were working together to only defend and not counterattack, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. "Senior sister Chen." A moment later, Lu Ying's tender voice called out from outside. Chen Shitao heard this and quickly turned her head towards the source of the voice, asking happily, "Junior sister Lu Ying, did you find help?" "I didn't disappoint senior sister's expectations. I brought Brother Yang here," Lu Ying nodded quickly. "Brother Yang?" Chen Shitao was stunned when she heard this and turned to look behind Lu Ying, only to see Yang Kai standing in place with a dignified expression, staring at the situation without saying a word. "Little brother Yang." Chen Shitao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had never expected that the helper Lu Ying had found would actually be Yang Kai. Although she believed that he was a person of great destiny, luck had nothing to do with the current situation. If they just relied on luck, they would likely die. Instead, a purple shield appeared in front of him and a burst of wind and earth power suddenly surged from this shield, forming a large sandstorm that blocked in front of Yang Kai. With a cracking sound, the lightning entered the sandstorm, but was blocked by the sandstorm. It only took a moment for it to disappear without a trace. An origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact. Wang Yuhan muttered as he stared at the shield with some envy. He was a disciple of Extreme Path sect and had a 3rd Order Saint King cultivation, but so far, he had not been able to obtain an origin-grade mid-rank artifact. Chen Shitao being able to obtain one was a reward from an elder of the sect, so where did this surnamed Yang obtain such a high-grade artifact? Moreover, looking at the defensive power of this artifact, it seemed to be no worse than the 9-Palace Heavenly Silk Umbrella. Comparing it to the artifacts he owned, Wang Yuhan suddenly felt that he was quite poor and couldn't help feeling a little resentful. However, none of them had expected that at the bottom of this thunder pond, there would actually be a silver night thunder beast living there. What's more, it had suddenly appeared while Chen Fanlei was cultivating his secret technique. If it weren't for the silver night thunder beast having only recently broken through to 9th Order, they would have been in big trouble this time. Even so, being able to escape now was all thanks to Yang Kai's timely arrival. Wang Yuhan and Chen Fanlei were entangled with the silver night thunder beast, allowing Yang Yenyun to take the opportunity to collect the thunder liquid. Yang Kai was quite happy with this arrangement. As for whether or not the 4 of them would stay here to fight the thunder beast after collecting the thunder liquid, that was none of Yang Kai's concern. Right now, he just wanted to get as far away from this dangerous place as possible. The fierce battle above seemed to be getting fiercer and fiercer. During the battle, the Silver Night Thunder Beast let out a roar and spat out a ball of lightning from its mouth again, exploding around Qin Fanlei and Wang Yuhan. Although these balls of lightning failed to hurt them, they still forced them to defend themselves. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Silver Night Thunder Beast suddenly stopped moving in midair. It raised its huge head and let out a continuous roar. The roar was mixed with unparalleled anger. Chapter 1305. Along the way, Chen Shitao finally remembered to inquire about Yang Kai's origins, so after making some discreet inquiries, she learned that Yang Kai wasn't a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, nor was he a disciple of a great family. Instead, he lived on a small mountain called Dragon Cave Mountain by himself, seemingly intending to establish himself as a king. Simply put, Kai Yang was someone who didn't belong to any sect or sect. He didn't even have a shadow or a backer. He was a cultivator who only relied on himself. No matter where he went, there were many such cultivators. Their cultivation was extremely difficult. First, they didn't have a master to guide them. On the road of cultivation, it was inevitable that some accidents would occur. Second, they didn't have a good cultivation environment or cultivation resources. Third, if they were bullied, there was no one to help them. So generally speaking, these cultivators didn't have any future prospects. Although their numbers were huge, those who were truly successful in their cultivation were extremely rare. And those who were successful in their cultivation were all recruited by great sects and families. Someone like Yang Kai, who had cultivated to the Second Order Saint King realm, was already quite amazing. So when she learned about this, Chen Shitao actually admired Yang Kai greatly while Wang Yuhan showed a look of disdain. Obviously, in his opinion, Yang Kai would never reach the Third Order Saint King realm. Perhaps he would have a chance to break through to the Third Order Saint King realm, but it was absolutely impossible for him to reach the Origin Returning realm. Not only did Chen Shitao admire Yang Kai greatly, even her younger brother, Qin Fanlei, was very interested in him. This young man was actually quite a good person and wasn't a scheming person. Instead, he seemed to be full of vigor and vitality, even though he was injured. Chen Shitao kept asking Yang Kai about what had happened to him in Lu Yan's sandfield. Yang Kai would pick up some irrelevant things to talk about, but the other side actually listened with great interest and would ask questions at just the right moment. Along the way, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. In this group of four, except for Wang Yuhan, Yang Kai found it somewhat difficult to get along with, but the other three were relatively easy to get along with. Half a day later, the six of them finally left the Grand Burial Valley. Up until now, Yang Kai hadn't found any traces of those special existences in the corpse cave, which made him feel relieved, knowing that this matter should be over for the time being. Another day later, a small mountain range appeared in front of them. There were several peaks in this small mountain range, and although the world energy aura here wasn't very rich, it wasn't thin either. Seeing this, Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly as he stopped and cupped his fists to Chen Shitao and the others. Several friends, although I don't know where you are going, I will part ways here for the time being. My companions and I still have some matters to deal with, so we will be staying here for a few days. How many days? Chen Shitao's eyes lit up. Good, we also want to rest for a few days. As you can see, Fan Lei and Brother Wang haven't been able to properly restore themselves after being injured, so we should all rest here. You guys are also resting here? Yang Kai frowned slightly. What? Could it be that little brother Yang doesn't welcome us? Chen Shitao looked at Yang Kai reproachfully. Of course not, this is not my property, it's just an ownerless mountain range, naturally anyone can go down. That's good. Chen Shitao smiled. And since little brother Yang came from Heavenly Fate City, you must be returning to Heavenly Fate City, right? Naturally. Hee hee, this place isn't close to Heavenly Fate City. Yang Yen Yun asked hurriedly. After the stone mongoose swallowed the sun's true essence, it had been stored away by Yang Kai. Yang Yen Yun did not know what the stone mongoose's current situation was, but Yang Kai suddenly wanting to stay here was definitely related to this matter. It's not a big problem, but if things continue like this, the stone mongoose won't be able to bear it, Yang Kai sighed lightly. I guessed as much. In fact, even if you didn't ask, I would have asked you to stay here for a few days to deal with Xiao Xiao and the sun's true essence first. Hearing this, Yang Yen Yun immediately took out some of the things she had refined from her space ring and began arranging them in the cave mansion. The sun's true essence matter was of great importance, so she did not dare to take it lightly, so before letting the stone mongoose out, she had to arrange a barrier around it, otherwise, once its aura leaked, it could cause trouble. With her attainments in spirit arrays, arranging some aura-isolating barriers was naturally a piece of cake. After half a day, the entire cave mansion was covered in layers of invisible barriers. Even if an origin-returning realm master came here, they would not be able to see anything. Only then did Yang Kai wave her hand and release the stone mongoose from the black book space. As soon as the stone mongoose appeared, the temperature inside the cave mansion began to rise, and the stone mongoose's body became as red as fire, exuding an intense heat that was enough to distort one's vision. Its body even showed signs of melting. A pained expression appeared on the stone mongoose's face as its eyes became extremely red. The violent heat of the sun's true essence was not something it could resist. The stone mongoose being able to persist until now was all thanks to its own innate talent. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai did not dare to hesitate and immediately took out the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal. A cold aura rippled out from it and instantly neutralized the high temperature inside the cave mansion, causing it to become ordinary again. Yang Kai then poured his Saint Qi into the stone mongoose's body. The stone mongoose seemed to have received some kind of command and staggered to its feet, opened its mouth, and immediately spat out the sun's true essence, which landed firmly on the ice jade pedestal. Seeing this, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and beckoned to the stone mongoose, waiting for it to come over so he could carefully examine its condition. Fortunately for Yang Kai, although the stone mongoose seemed to have suffered some damage, it was not serious. As long as it rested for a while, it should be able to recover. This made Yang Kai feel relieved, and at the same time, he was more optimistic about the stone mongoose's potential. After transmitting his divine sense to the stone mongoose, telling it that it could refine the rare ores in its stomach at will to repair itself, Yang Kai put it away again. Previously, in the corpse cave, the stone mongoose had swallowed 7 or 8 hills worth of Saint crystals and rare ores. Yang Kai did not know if Saint crystals would be useful to the stone mongoose, but those rare ores would definitely be useful to the stone mongoose's growth. Yang Kai was not stingy and believed that after the stone mongoose absorbed the essence of those ores, it should be fine. Obtaining a piece of sun's true essence was far more valuable than obtaining any number of ores. After dealing with the stone mongoose, Yang Kai turned to Yang Yen and asked, "How do we do this? If the stone mongoose can't be preserved for a long time, we won't be able to bring it back to Dragon Cave Mountain." Just refine a special container. Yang Yen seemed to already have a plan in mind and replied faintly. "What kind of material do you need?" Naturally, it's an ice attribute material. This 10,000-year ice jade pedestal is the best material. Calming the Saint Qi in his body, Yang Kai waited quietly. A moment later, Chen Shitao flew over and landed not far in front of Yang Kai, looking at him with a smile. After meditating for a few days, Chen Shitao had obviously recovered. At this moment, her face was like a peach blossom, her eyes filled with ripples, and her body exuded a sense of grace. After her body landed, a faint fragrance wafted towards Yang Kai, causing him to involuntarily feel refreshed. Sister Chin. Yang Kai didn't show any intention of getting up, simply nodding lightly to her as a greeting before raising his brows slightly. Looking at Sister Chen's complexion, "It seems you've recovered?" Chen Shitao smiled. "Thank you for your concern, little brother Yang. This mistress wasn't injured, it was just that she consumed a lot of her Saint Qi, so I've already recovered." "And that's good. May I ask why Sister Chin has come here? Are you preparing to depart?" "Not yet," Chen Shitao shook her head slowly. Although Fan Lei's injuries this time weren't serious, they weren't light either. "I'm afraid he'll have to stay here for a few more days." "That's good, I'll also need a few days to recover." This mistress came here this time specifically to thank little brother Yang for helping us twice. The first time was fine as we weren't in any life-threatening danger, but if it weren't for little brother Yang the second time, I'm afraid we really wouldn't have been able to leave Grand Burial Valley alive. This mistress will engrave this kindness in her heart. If little brother Yang has any use for this mistress in the future, please feel free to come to Clear Sky Sect, and this mistress will definitely not refuse. When she said these words, her face was solemn, and it was obvious that she was extremely sincere. Yang Kai smiled lightly and waved his hand. "I didn't do much, all I did was help you escape. Being able to come out alive was all thanks to your strength. That Silver Knight Thunder Beast wasn't confident it could kill you in this situation, so it took the initiative to retreat." "Is that so?" Chen Shitao frowned, seemingly a little confused. If this was really the case, then the Silver Knight Thunder Beast shouldn't have come to provoke them in the first place, so while she was recovering these past few days, she had been thinking about this issue and really couldn't figure out why the Silver Knight Thunder Beast suddenly retreated. After thinking about it for a while, she could only guess that it had something to do with Yang Kai. Now that she had tried to probe him, Yang Kai still firmly denied it, causing her to wonder if the Silver Knight Thunder Beast's retreat was really what Yang Kai said. Yang Kai didn't have any intention to discuss this issue in detail though and simply said lightly, "As for thanking me, there's no need for that. When one goes out, there will always be difficulties. Since everyone here knows each other, it's only natural for us to support each other. Perhaps the next time this Yang needs Sister Chen's help, he will need it." A somewhat charming smile appeared on Chen Shitao's pretty face as her eyes flashed happily. Being able to meet little brother Yang is really this mistress' good fortune. "Do you think I'm some kind of person with great destiny?" Yang Kai laughed in surprise. "Hee hee." Chen Shitao giggled. Although there's no basis for such a statement, this mistress firmly believes it. "If it weren't for me riding on your luck, how could I have the opportunity to stand here and talk to you now?" "Forget it, you can think whatever you want." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not bothering to defend himself. "Actually..." Chen Shitao opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated for a moment before hesitating. Yang Kai immediately knew that she should have some inconvenient things to say to him, so he put on a respectful expression and listened attentively. Chapter 1307. Of course, when you first enter the sect, your status and treatment will definitely not be too high, but with your cultivation, as long as you complete a few sect missions, becoming an inner sect disciple shouldn't be a problem. I wonder if little brother Yang is interested in participating in this trial? If so, this mistress can find you a trial token. Saying so, Chen Shitao looked at Yang Kai eagerly, seemingly really hoping to become his fellow sect disciple. After all, Yang Kai's strength wasn't low, so once they became fellow sect disciples, she could legitimately invite him to join her when she went out to travel in the future. Under her gaze, Yang Kai hesitated, not showing any intention to refuse immediately. This caused Chen Shitao's expression to shake. She felt like there was hope and was about to strike while the iron was hot when Yang Kai said, "This one appreciates Sister Chen's good intentions, but for the time being, I have no plans to join any sect." Chen Shitao's expression darkened, somewhat surprised by Yang Kai's answer. Yang Kai smiled and explained, "If I were really alone, joining a sect wouldn't be a problem, but as Sister Chen can see, I have companions." "You mean that girl with yang inflammation?" Yang Kai nodded. "It's not just her, There are others as well, about a dozen of them. Several dozen. Chen Shirtao was stunned. And their cultivations are uneven, some origin returning realm, some Saint King realm, and even some immortal ascension boundary and Saint realm cultivators. Yang Kai smiled lightly. So it's like that? Chen Shirtao murmured before immediately smiling. No wonder you refused, since little brother Yang has such concerns. Since little brother Yang has such concerns, this mistress won't say anything more. Although Chen Shirtao was a little disappointed that she wasn't able to invite Yang Kai to participate in the trial, since he had such a reason, she naturally wouldn't force him, so after chatting with Yang Kai for a while, she took her leave and returned to another small mountain peak not far away. After she left, Yang Kai smiled slightly, his eyes flashing as if he was thinking about something, his eyes suddenly flashing as he stared at a certain spot in the sky. Faintly he asked, "You've been watching for so long. Did you see anything?" As his voice fell, there seemed to be a faint fluctuation of aura coming from the other side of the void. However, it disappeared in a flash and there was nothing unusual about it. Yang Kai snorted coldly, "What? Since Brother Wang is here, do you need my invitation before you're willing to show up?" Hearing Yang Kai's words, Jiang Yuning nodded. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the void, and a figure strangely appeared, looking at Yang Kai with a gloomy face. He asked in disbelief, "How did you find my tracks?" Saying so, he put away the cloak-like artifact he was wearing and stared at Yang Kai, quickly saying, "My aura-concealing cloak is an origin-grade high-rank artifact. It's impossible for you to see through it." An origin-grade high-rank artifact. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Brother Wang has a good artifact, but its grade isn't low. However, with your strength, you won't be able to display its full power. It just so happens that this Yang is quite sensitive to others spying on him. Heh. You have some skill. Wang Yuhan coldly snorted, not showing the slightest embarrassment even though his figure had been exposed. "Brother Wang, what are you doing here instead of healing yourself over there?" If I hadn't noticed Brother Wang's aura, I might have already attacked just now. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a faint smile. My injuries have already healed, and I didn't come here with any malicious intent, I was just curious, Wang Yuhan replied indifferently. If you're just curious, then that's fine. If Brother Wang has any complaints about me, you may as well say it directly. If I can change, I will, but if I can't, Brother Wang, please endure for a few days. How could I have any complaints about you? Wang Yuhan's face sank, but he suddenly smiled faintly. However, you refusing Sister Chen's proposal was a wise move. Although your strength isn't low, it's still not enough to enter a big sect like Clear Sky Sect. If you fail to live up to Sister Chen's good intentions, you won't be able to explain yourself. That's my business, there's no need for Brother Wang to worry about it. And if Brother Wang has nothing else to say, please go back. I just came here to borrow Black Crow City's space array with my companions, so I will naturally leave when the time comes. That would be for the best. Wang Yuhan nodded expressionlessly, cupped his fists slightly, and turned to leave. Yang Kai suddenly said, "Right, I don't like being spied on in secret, so I'll let it go this time, but if there's a next time, what will you do?" Wang Yuhan turned around and stared at Yang Kai coldly. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously, the spiritual energy in his knowledge ceased suddenly surging and enveloping Wang Yuhan. Wang Yuhan's complexion changed drastically. At that moment he actually felt an aura of death approaching him, but just as he was about to counterattack, he found that this feeling had disappeared while Yang Kai was still sitting in the same place, looking at him with a smile, as if he hadn't done anything at all. Wang Yuhan's expression immediately became suspicious and cold sweat dripped down his back. After a while, he turned his head and flew off into the distance. What's there to be jealous about? It's really inexplicable, Yang Kai muttered. Naturally, Yang Kai knew why Wang Yuhan didn't like him and why he was hiding nearby. However, Yang Kai didn't have any thoughts about Chen Shirtao at all. After leaving Black Crow City this time, they might never see each other again, so this Wang Yuhan was a bit crazy. Although he understood that Wang Yuhan wasn't a good person, Yang Kai didn't warn Chen Shirtao, After all, Yang Kai was too lazy to do such a thing. On top of that, Chen Shitao wasn't a woman who was ignorant of the ways of the world, so even if Yang Kai reminded her, she would understand Wang Yuhan's true nature. For Yang Kai, as long as he could use Black Crow City's space array, he wasn't willing to intervene in anything else, but since the other party had come to spy on him, Yang Kai naturally wanted to teach him a lesson. Although the soul deterrence just now seemed to have disappeared and didn't have any effect on Wang Yuhan, Yang Kai had secretly planted a seed of fear in his heart. If there was any kind of conflict between them in the future, all Yang Kai had to do was stimulate this divine sense seed and Wang Yuhan would become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. With Yang Kai's current powerful divine sense, it was naturally impossible for him to do such a thing to a third-order Saint King cultivator. Unless a cultivator at the second-order origin returning realm or above personally investigated Wang Yuhan's knowledge see, it would be possible for them to find this divine sense seed and destroy it. The probability of such a thing happening was negligible, so Yang Kai wasn't worried. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai felt that he had neither exposed his strength nor exposed himself just now, so he closed his eyes with satisfaction and continued to focus on his own matters. 3 days later, Chen Fanlei and the others who were recuperating from their injuries came out one after another. Yang Yen handed a ring-like object to Yang Kai. This ring contained a bone-chilling cold and was obviously refined from some kind of ice attribute material. Yang Kai also sensed a trace of 10,000-year ice jade aura from it. Using his divine sense to investigate it, Yang Kai immediately found that the sun's true essence, which he had been unable to deal with, was stored inside this ring. Moreover, there were many barriers placed around it that gathered a large amount of ice attribute energy to restrain the spread of the sun's true fire. This ring was somewhat similar to a space ring, but its capacity was extremely small, only 10 meters in diameter. It should be an artifact that Yang Yen had specially refined to store the sun's true essence. With such a thing, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about the aura of the sun's true essence being exposed, and it would also be more convenient for him to transport it. After inspecting it for a moment, Yang Kai was overjoyed and put it away while praising Yang Yen fiercely, praising her as if she was a pair of heavens above and earth below. Yang Yen glared at Yang Kai fiercely. After finishing his business here, Yang Kai met up with Chen Shitao and the others and learned that it was almost time for them to set off. After a brief discussion, the 6 of them immediately rushed towards Black Crow City. Along the way, Wang Yuhan no longer displayed his usual enthusiasm and instead became taciturn, deliberately distancing himself from Yang Kai. Whenever someone noticed him, Wang Yuhan would stare at him strangely. Chen Shitao and the others didn't notice this and instead explained the situation of Black Crow City to Yang Kai in detail along the way. Through her explanation, Yang Kai learned that because Black Crow City's geographical location was somewhat special, it wasn't controlled by any single great force. This was because it was located at the intersection of Extreme Path Sect, Imperial City Sect, and Extreme Pavilion. At that time, in order to determine the ownership of Black Crow City, these 3 great forces had fought with each other for many years, but each of them had lost a number of disciples while still failing to obtain the city. In the end, no one knew what kind of agreement the 3 families reached, but none of them dared to meddle in the affairs of Black Raven City. As a result, Black Raven City was able to generate a powerful force on its own. Led by the city lord, Black Raven City had recruited many powerful warriors to guard the city. With the help of some nearby mineral veins, Black Raven City was able to survive in the middle of the 3 factions. Moreover, there were many cities like Black Crow City on Shadowed Star. Most of them were because some great forces were in a deadlock and couldn't decide who would own the city, leaving it to fend for itself. As a result, the city itself developed into a force of its own. Such a force naturally attracted a number of cultivators, and through recruitment, it was occasionally possible to recruit a powerful cultivator to join them. This kind of city was generally called free cities, and there were at least 800 of them on Shadowed Star. On this trip, he had obtained so many materials and St. crystals, and the stone mongoose had stolen a lot of thousand illusion-colored glass, so Yang Inflammation couldn't wait to throw himself into his artifact refining career. Yang Kai had heard from her that she was going to refine something shocking. As for what she was going to refine, Yang Inflammation had been secretive and vague about it, making Yang Kai feel quite helpless. Without even mentioning Yang Inflammation, the situation of the stone mongoose's two capable assistants made Yang Kai unwilling to stay outside any longer. Only after returning to Dragon Cave Mountain could he completely relax and allow his two assistants to recuperate. Hearing him say this, a look of disappointment flashed across Qin Shitao's eyes, but she didn't insist and instead said, "Since that's the case, Fan Lei will go to the space array now and see if that senior is there. If everything goes well, little brother Yang should be able to leave this place before nightfall." Yang Kai naturally had no objections and politely requested Qin Fan Lei to leave before standing in place with Qin Shitao and the others and waiting quietly. During this time, Qin Shitao tried to invite Yang Kai again to participate in Clear Sky Sex Trial, but Yang Kai politely refused. Seeing this, Qin Shitao didn't insist and instead began chatting and laughing with Yang Kai about other things. About an hour later, Qin Fan Lei returned. However, his expression was somewhat awkward, as if he had failed to live up to his expectations. Seeing this expression, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling his heart skip a beat, secretly wondering if the other party wasn't willing to accommodate him. If this was the case, flying back to Dragon Cave Mountain from here really would take 2 to 3 months. Qin Shitao obviously also had some speculations, so after her younger brother arrived, she hurriedly asked, "Fan Lei, did it not go well?" Qin Fan Lei smiled awkwardly, a look of guilt appearing on his face as he shook his head and said, "It didn't go well." "What's wrong?" Qin Shitao asked. "That senior happened to not be in the city. I heard from others that he seemed to have accepted a mission and left the city." "Left the city?" Qin Shitao was stunned. How could he leave the city at this time? Were you fooled by them? "No, of course not." Qin Fan Lei quickly waved his hand. "I also asked around and learned that the senior did indeed have a mission and left the city a few days ago. It seems the soonest he will be able to return is 3 days later." 3 days? Qin Shitao murmured before turning to look at Yang Kai and smiling apologetically. "Little brother Yang, I'm sorry, it seems there were some twists and turns in the situation. I'm sorry to disappoint you." "It's fine, there are always accidents," Yang Kai replied faintly. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't show the slightest displeasure, Qin Shitao relaxed and said, "But that senior won't be back for 3 days at the soonest. Can you wait here for a few days?" Chapter 1309. After a silent night, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation took the opportunity to wander around Black Crow City. After all, since they were already here, they might as well see if there was anything special here. If they were lucky, they might be able to find some useful materials. After wandering around for an entire day with Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai and Yang Kai had a great harvest. Some materials that were difficult to find or buy in Heavenly Fate City were actually easily found here. Naturally, the prices weren't as good as those offered by Shadow Moon Hall, but during their trip to Grand Burial Valley, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had harvested a lot of Saint crystals, so naturally, they didn't care about these prices. Yang Inflammation had purchased 40 to 50 million Saint crystals worth of artifact refining materials here, but it seemed like she still hadn't had enough. Although Yang Kai didn't say much about this, he couldn't help feeling a little apprehensive. With the rate Yang Inflammation was spending, the Saint crystals they had harvested this time wouldn't last much longer. However, judging from the materials she had purchased, Yang Kai vaguely felt that she really seemed to be refining something extraordinary. While feeling slightly apprehensive, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little expectant. If it weren't for the fact that she was worried about being targeted by others, Yang Inflammation would definitely have dragged Yang Kai along with her. Even so, Yang Kai noticed that along the way, many people were paying attention to him and Yang Inflammation, whether intentionally or unintentionally, as if they were interested in the two of them. This wasn't surprising though. A young man and woman spending tens of millions of St. crystals in a single day was bound to attract the attention of some people. Fortunately, these people seemed to have some kind of scruples and didn't do anything out of line, simply hiding in the shadows and observing. It wasn't until evening that Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation returned to Flying Spirit Hall. As soon as they entered Floating Snow Moon Pavilion, Yang Inflammation went straight to the third floor, seemingly wanting to use the artifact refining materials there to do something. Yang Kai sat in meditation alone on the second floor. About 2 hours later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and looked outside with a slight frown. At the same time, he waved his hand and the door to his room opened silently. Outside stood a young girl in green clothes, one of the two maidservants assigned to Floating Snow Moon Pavilion. She first politely bowed to Yang Kai before opening her mouth and softly saying, "Young lord, a guest has come to visit. I wonder if young lord would like to meet him?" "Who is it?" Yang Kai was stunned. "He says he's your companion, surnamed Chin." "Chin?" Yang Kai was surprised, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Is he alone?" The maidservant nodded gently. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile, and without waiting for the maidservant to ask again, he waved his hand and said, "I know, tell him to wait a moment, I'll be right back." The maidservant bowed again, turned around, and gracefully walked down the stairs. Yang Kai didn't get up immediately and instead sat in place, a light flashing across his eyes as he pondered for a while before standing up and walking outside. On the first floor, in the reception area, Chen Fan Lei sat in a dignified manner, his two thick eyebrows arched over his brow and his eyes shining brightly. Although he wasn't particularly handsome, he had an innate manly aura about him, giving him a heroic appearance. Especially his eyes, which seemed to be filled with spirit at all times, were the most attractive thing about him. The two maidservants assigned to Floating Snow Moon Pavilion were attracted to him, stealing glances at him from time to time, a faint blush appearing on their cheeks. "Indeed," the young woman smiled tenderly, "but young lord didn't take you as primordial een, right? That's naturally a different matter, but if young lord wishes to go back on his word, This mistress won't stop you. How about we discuss this matter again after you've completed your dual cultivation? She seemed to be certain that Yang Kai wouldn't do such a thing, so when she spoke of this, she had a confident expression on her face. Yang Kai's face suddenly became cold while Qian Yu's expression didn't look any better. No matter who it was, being bargained like this in front of their eyes, especially when it was related to their purity, their expression would become very ugly. Chapter 13:18. When he was chatting with Qian Yu just now, Yang Kai learned that the origin returning realm master who had rescued her from Joyous Union Pavilion and taught her the dual cultivation method was none other than Manager Lien in front of him. She was a powerful second-order origin returning realm master and ranked first among the 3 origin returning realm managers in Joyous Union Pavilion. Below her were 2 managers from the first-order origin returning realm. If it were the other 2 managers from the first-order origin returning realm, Yang Kai was confident he could break through their blockade with Qian Yu, but with this manager Lien, he wasn't so confident. After all, there was a great realm gap between the 2 of them. As long as they were entangled, the other 2 origin returning realm masters would definitely come. At that time, he would have to face 3 origin returning realm masters alone while also having to take care of Qian Yu. The consequences could be imagined. After the accident in the corpse cave last time, Yang Kai didn't dare to use his spatial tear escape rashly while carrying someone with him. As various thoughts crossed his mind, Manager Lien glanced at Qian Yu coldly and snorted, Your courage isn't small, actually daring to join forces with outsiders to try to escape from here. It seems that the punishment you received before wasn't enough to teach you a lesson. Saying so, Yang Kai's divine sense flickered slightly and Qian Yu, who was being protected by Yang Kai, suddenly let out a pitiful scream as her tender body fell to the ground, her face pale and sweaty. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy, but he didn't act rashly. He could tell that this manager Lien had only activated the seal on Qian Yu's body and had no intention of harming her life. After a while, Qian Yu's screams gradually weakened and manager Lien finally shifted her gaze from Qian Yu to Yang Kai. A sneer of disdain appeared at the corner of her mouth as she said lightly, I was wondering who had eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall, daring to take one of my Joyous Union Pavilion's people and escape, but it turns out it's just a little Saint King realm brat. Who gave you such courage? Do you know what the consequences of doing so will be? Yang Kai's face remained indifferent as he helped Qian Yu up from the ground and swept her with his divine sense. After confirming that she hadn't suffered any serious injuries, his expression eased a little and he turned his eyes to the middle-aged woman. Faintly he said, Manager Lien, right? This one is not taking her away realm. I have already made a deal with your esteemed pavilion to redeem her. What is the deal? Can't I take the woman I've taken a fancy to? Could it be that your pavilions? You even do some murdering and robbing on the side? How dare you? The middle-aged woman's face turned cold. With a shout, she waved her hand and sent a beam of light towards Yang Kai. Seeing this attack use Yang Yen Yu was Yen, of Red Union, a black flame suddenly burst from his fist as Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi fiercely and punched out. Fist shadows that were visible to the naked eye shot out, containing scorching power. They immediately collided with Manager Lien's attack. Rumbling sounds rang out as light shot out in all directions. Countless fist shadows collapsed, but Manager Lien's attack also dissipated midway as it was completely blocked. Yang Kai still stood in place without moving, but when Manager Lien saw this scene, a look of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes as she stared at Yang Kai. Although she hadn't used her full strength in that blow just now, she had at least used 30% of her strength. What's more, the other party was still wrapped in her shirt, yet he was still able to easily resist her attack, which greatly surprised Manager Lien.